initiative featuring PSU support and guided by experts underlines a vision to nurture youth ambition and empower future leaders from Kupwara. Let's have a round of applause for Ayushi Sudan. And with that, I welcome our next speaker for the session, Tarit Kanti Chakma. He has served as the district magistrate and collector of Gomati district, Udaipur, till the first week of this month, before joining as CEO, Tripura Rural Livelihood Mission, Agartala. During his stint as the DM Gomati, he oversaw general administration, development initiatives, and undertook several governance reforms in the district. Over 4,500 children were vaccinated under Mission Indradhanush scheme. 3.2 lakh children were bought under the ambit of Poshan Abhiyan. More than 22,000 houses were built under PMAY in the district. The district administration distributed more than 3.8 lakh Ayushman cards, which is huge indeed. Can we have a round of applause for all the speakers and the chairpersons? And with that, I request the chairperson to please take the session forward. Sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's our pleasure to be here in Bhubaneswar and welcome you all to this national conference on good governance practices. I must thank first and foremost the government of Odisha for hosting us here in this vibrant city of Bhubaneswar today, and despite the circumstances, we all have assembled here. And I hope we'll have a very good, fruitful discussions during these 2 days. I should also thank our Secretary Shri V. Srinivas ji and the Chief Secretary of Odisha. ACS Mr. Surendra Kumar sir is also here. So before we begin this session, as you all know, we are discussing the good governance practices, and DRPG has the mandate of working on administrative reforms and public grievances for Government of India. And in this mandate, finding good governance practices through the Prime Minister's Awards for Excellence in Public Administration forms a major component. So every year we conduct this Prime Minister Awards and in which we finally identify some 16 awardees from various domains of government, service delivery, including at the level of Government of India, state government and the districts. This year, incidentally, we went a step deeper and we had 5 awards for aspirational blocks program also. So basically, we are going deeper and deeper into administrative reforms, and we are trying to bring the best practices out of the field, bring these officers to the notice of everyone. And the mandate is to get these good practices replicated. They should be brought to the notice of all, and they should be disseminated because we need not reinvent the wheels again and again. If someone has done tremendous and very good work in the field, it should be brought to the notice of everyone. And incidentally, we have been getting very good response over the last few years. So we initially had planned this session in which 4 speakers were to speak, but now we realize that one of the speakers, who happens to be from the state of Odisha, DM Koraput, Shri Kirti Vasan, he has not been able to make it to this session because of the prevailing situation. So we have 3 speakers with me. Now speaking and organizing a session of nearly 2 hours with 3 speakers will be very long, and as you all know, not everyone has been able to make to this session today, and especially the local officers who were supposed to come have been affected, and some of them are still in movement. So I begin with telling about the brief of the PM Awards, and incidentally, my role has slightly become complicated because I did not prepare a presentation for this session. I was thinking that the speakers will speak for most of the time, but we have shortage of speaking slots now. So let me tell you that PM Awards basically talk of 3 main things. First is encourage competition between the districts. As you know, districts are competing, states are competing, union government ministries are competing for these awards. So a positive and a competitive competition should be there. Second is institutionalization of best practices. Let me say we got some 1600 nominations in this year's PMA 2024, out of which only 16 awards were conferred by the Honorable Prime Minister. So what could be more motivating for the officers to get this award from the Prime Minister himself at the Civil Services Day on the 21st of April? And so this institutionalization of best practices is our mandate, and in this through this exercise we are driving innovation. Basically 6 of our awards are based in innovation category, 2 in the Government of India, 2 in the states and 2 out of districts. The other 2 categories which are very important for us, which is the holistic development of districts, from which this session has been curated, and 5 awards were conferred in this category. 3 of the speakers are here with me. The last focus area this year was the aspirational growth program, which has been introduced for the first time. Now, talking of the holistic development of district, let me briefly tell you about this what this encompasses and how we structure this session. If you go 4 to 5 years back, there used to be 3 schemes from the Government of India which we used to monitor, which we used to cover under the Prime Minister Awards. So every year the performance of these schemes was supervised, and the districts used to show and reflect their performances. Ministries used to validate whether the work has been done, and awards were given on those 3 schemes. Since 2023 and 2024, the number of schemes has been increased significantly. In PMA 2023, we have some speakers from last year also. We had 12 major Government of India schemes on the holistic development which were covered. And this year, incidentally, in PM 2024, we had 11 schemes of Government of India. Now, making these 11 and 12 schemes the center of the supervision, it is very important. I'll just briefly touch upon the 11 schemes which were covered this year. First was Har Ghar Jal Yojana. Second was Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin. Third was Awas Yojana Urban. Mission Indradhanush, Jan Arogya Yojana, PM Swanidhi, PM Matruvandana Yojana, Kisan Credit Card, PM Vishwakarma Yojana, Saksham Anganwadi Yojana and Poshan 2, and the last was PM Surya Graha Muft Bijli Yojana. Now, when we are talking of these 11 schemes, you would appreciate that there will be hundreds of officers involved in delivery of services under these schemes, and the role of the district magistrate is extremely critical to lead this large contingent of officers and to ensure that the service reaches the citizens. Now, when we covered these 11 schemes, the nature of the award itself changed. So we called it holistic development of districts. So in this, basically, if you see from Government of India perspective, and as you know, PM awards are closely monitored by the Office of the Honorable Prime Minister, we are able to produce a bird's eye view of the development, what is happening at the level of districts. Now this bird's eye view actually at one place will give you how the entire districts are functioning, how the ministry's results are coming. Prior to this, each ministry will have their own 1 or 2 schemes, and if you had to compile this data, it would be very difficult. Now, through PMA, the administrative reforms which Shri Nivas sir is driving can actually give a picture of how the districts are functioning relative to each other at the national level, and this outcome is actually pretty accurate. Now, in this award process, you know, last year we started the submission of nominations in around January. The districts got around 45 days to submit their nominations, and in total in all the 3 categories of awards, we got 1,588 nominations, which is a significant increase from PMA 23, where we had around 1,206 nominations. So despite a very compressed and brief nomination and submission period, the number of nominations actually increases. So I appreciate all the collectors, some of whom may be joining today through the video conferences. They did tremendous work, and the interest of the field officials is reflected in this. This is not only about interest and being awarded by the Honorable Prime Minister. What we have seen during this 3 or 4 months period of submission of nomination, monitoring of the schemes, it actually gives a lot of impetus, it actually gives a lot of drive when a large number of field officials under the leadership of the district magistrate, they put their wholehearted effort to see that the scheme performance still increases as much as possible. and they bring out the best pictures from the field. The evaluation process of the PM Awards is again very innovative, because why I should tell this? Normally, I don't think that any other scheme will be monitoring and analyzing the nominations in as much depth as the PM Awards does. So in the first stage, I'll talk about the holistic development of districts. There is a screening committee which has 12 joint secretary rank officers of Government of India. It is headed by an additional secretary. Likewise, in the other two categories also, 5 to 6 or maybe 10 joint secretaries are there, headed by a additional secretary. In case of aspirational awards, because the scheme is implemented by Niti Aayog, it was headed by the additional secretary from Niti Aayog. So this strong committee, and when you see that these officers will be coming from different cadres, different states, it makes a very diverse group of officers who are actually very committed to see that the best districts, best nominations actually go through. This is something which imparts so much credibility to these awards, and this committee works on almost for a month with the districts and ensures that the only best nominations go through the next stage, and 6x the number of awards goes to the next stage, at which a committee, expert committee headed by the Secretary DRPG, and which has another 8 senior secretaries of Government of India, goes to these nominations, which are committee headed by Cabinet Secretary of India, and this committee also has members and experts from the field. So overall, if you see the whole process, the Government of India, and at the level of Cabinet Secretary himself, he invests full 2 days just going through the submission. So this is the importance which Government of India is giving this scheme. Why I am telling this? Because as collectors, we all did tremendous work. But there were 2 issues. Firstly, at times we felt that maybe our work is not getting noticed. So I have not been able to present, and I have not been suitably appreciated. Now in today's scenario, when we invest so much time in the outreach, asking the collector to submit the nominations, out of almost 780 districts under the innovation and under the holistic development category, we got 430 odd nominations. So around 350 districts did not submit the nominations. I request the state government specifically, and because in the evaluation, when we got the data from the ministries, we saw that there were large number of districts who were doing phenomenally well, but we could not convince them, we could not pass on the message that it is important for them to submit their nominations. So they did not come under the evaluation process. We can only evaluate those districts who have actually submitted their nominations. Now after this 2 months of grueling evaluation, in which we also have 2 components of field visits by Director, Deputy Secretary rank officers of Government of India, who actually go and meet the beneficiaries in the field, and a call center of BSNL in which the beneficiaries' numbers are called and their inputs are taken, that your name appears in the beneficiary list of this so-and-so scheme, whether you actually got the service. So the whole evaluation process is very thorough, very rigorous, and after this evaluation process, we are very confident that we have been able to bring out the best projects to the table. Now, in the district nominations, what we actually see, I'll just brief you about it. Let us say Har Ghar Jal Yojana. Why in this, and what is the objective in this scheme, which actually runs for 2.5 months? The Har Ghar Jal Yojana, normally when the districts submit nominations, they mention that all the beneficiaries have been covered, the beneficiary list has been provided. But if you see the evaluation process, I'll just tell you, the scheme actually monitors percentage of villages certified Har Ghar Jal, the number of schemes which have been handed over to the Gram Panchayat, the percentage of functional tap connection. So it is not about laying of pipeline alone. The tap connection has to be functional. There should be water in this, okay? The percentage of village where water source is tested with FTKA or in a lab. So the water quality has to be tested, and number of HH household tap water supply is tested. So this is the next parameter. Percentage of village we have been trained for FTK. So how many trained staff has been created so that the water quality is sustainable. Percentage of remedial measures in case if the water is contaminated. Percentage of villages which have sanitary and committee, and percentage of village where this whole scheme has been tagged, geotagged. So basically what the ministry is monitoring is an end-to-end implementation of the scheme. It is not about registration of total beneficiaries or the pipeline laid in kilometer or the meter. It is actually how well the citizens are getting the government service. So the objective is far more broader than what normally we will visualize. So why I am telling this to all the audience here, because some of you will be in the field, some of you may be implementing these schemes as DMs or ADMs, or maybe supervising at the state level. See, the intent is that the benefit should reach the deserving beneficiaries and they should all benefit. And this is how all the schemes are, all the 11 schemes are monitored. Just in case of PM Vishwakarma, which is about training of the artisans and skilled workers. So the number of panchayats which have been identified as out of total onboarded in this scheme, stage 1 verification, stage 2 verification, successful registration of stage 2 verification. So these are stages, subsequent stages in the scheme. The beneficiaries who have actually undergone the training after registration, whether loan has been sanctioned to the beneficiary and whether after grant of loan, whether he has or she has been able to get the toolkit from where they can ensure a sustainable livelihood. So here also it is the end-to-end monitoring of the scheme which is being considered. So having said that, after this rigorous exercise in which the ministry officials are involved, district officials are involved, DRPG officials are involved, we get a very clear picture of 11 schemes, how they are performing in the district, and how actually we get the picture of all the districts, but because we are considering the nominations only, how respectively these 427 or 430 districts are performing. It is very crystal clear. So after this, when you see that, okay, these 4 or 5 districts have ranked in the top, you really feel proud of them. These collectors have worked so hard in the district and this is not the work of one officer, let me tell you. Collectors actually collect this prize, but this is a work of entire team of the collectors, all the ADMs, SDMs, BDOs, line department officers, and ultimately the collector recognizes and represents that district. It is the whole district which gets the appreciation. The award is given to the district. So in this background, having told this background briefly, I'll ask one of our speakers to speak. I just add a point. This year we are starting the PMA 25 nomination submission slightly early because the scheme had been approved by the PMO for 2 years last year. So we have actually already activated the portal, though the submission of nominations will start from 2nd of October. But I will urge all of you, I'll plead all of you, whosoever is interested to submit their nominations, and at the level of district, I'll also request the government of Odisha to make it mandatory for all the collectors to submit their nomination, because collector is a very powerful position, and from there they should actually make that impact which they are there for. So if you go to the portal, you will actually see what all in-depth parameters were being monitored, what all has been covered. So you have the time in hand, at least for the next 3-4 months, to invest working on the points which are not so well covered in this scheme implementation as of now. Some of the components are very soft components and they are not physical numbers or the figures which we normally monitor. They are in the terms of whether trainings have been deeper than what they actually of hard work. So they are of law and order so much. Well, this is also a force area. So the 12 has been designed. People should think they should go deeper than actually do. Have a in hand. Have a in hand. Once you move out, once you move out, impact more impact, and there they and some of these presentations were being made. We actually felt how this officer is doing put some supplementary points to it. The stages
from here. Or
everyone, ARPG additional delegate team. It is indeed a privilege to be here. Of the Raj district, it is a central district in the Saurashtra area of is around 46 2005. The size area of 11,203 square kilometers. There are that is corporation. Is all the blue dotted ones solar. Somehow the people have understood the economics behind it, and everyone is now like up in city. They an add-on. They offer rooftop solar. Go and advertise. Next. So I can say that. Next slide. To put it in context, the number of installations was more than Surat, Ahmedabad, which are cities which are having approximately 3 to 4 times the population of Rajkot. Next. Coming to out of projects, they have been awarded the Indian Green Building Certificate. They have all the facilities like solar rooftop, rainwater harvesting, community halls, Anganwadis, firefighting system, garden, DG set, etc. Next. Next. In the Kisan credit card, Rajkot lakh claims, which amount to total 1,165 crore rupees with or any meeting. Find minimum there are 50 people, find at least 5 people who would have been treated of heart ailment colony, which was constructed by the corporation around 50 years ago. And on the right side, you see the new one that is being constructed. Almost 70% of the construction is now over. The beneficiaries who are living, they are now getting a bigger apartment at free of cost. Even the rent is being paid by the builder who is building it. Instead of the low-rise apartments, high-rise apartments are being constructed. So the municipal corporation, they are getting additional 212 units, which they can subsequently allot to other low-income group beneficiaries. And the builder, he is now getting 1/3 of the land, which is around 1 acre in the posh area of the city. Next. In construction of the new societies, we were amongst the 6 cities selected in India based on a global technology challenge in deployment of what is called the in situ tunnel formwork technology. So this technology basically uses prefabricated structures. So in traditional building construction, you will have to go floor by floor. Once a floor gets completed, then you can start construction of the second one and then the third one. But here you have pre-constructed, prefabricated structures which you can just combine, and the construction can take place at a very fast pace. It is also cheaper, and it results in better quality finish because there are less number of joints. Also, it is earthquake resistant. We were able to construct more than 1,144 dwelling units in around 22 months. The project was inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister himself, and also it got mentioned in the Mann Ki Baat program. It has all the facilities like the swings, the gardens, the DG set, rainwater harvesting systems, drainage, etc. That you can see in the photograph. Next. So as we were mentioning, the rising solar industry in the town. So many people are now coming up with the innovative solutions like automatic sprinkler systems. So you need not worry how to clean your solar panels at 6 a.m. every day through automatic controller. The pump will start working and the solar panels shall get cleaned. Also, how to position it. So for bigger projects, people are coming with softwares about shadow analysis, and these are being supported by the Startup India program at the district and the state level. Next, how has it helped in the sustainability aspect? We have been able to reduce 1,39,000 metric ton of greenhouse gases, which is equivalent to planting of 43 lakh trees. This is the photograph of coming to the district level initiatives that we took. This is the photograph of a neonatal intensive care unit, which we set up at 2 places in Upleta and Gondal. Upleta is around 90 kilometers from the headquarter, and Gondal is around 40 kilometers. There was lack of neonatal care facilities in these towns. Earlier, the children had to be referred. So we found that there was a unique opportunity because there were trainee interns, doctors there, not interns, but there's one course called CPS course, which is a kind of a diploma course. So these people were doing their diploma course, but they were not having good equipments on one side, and the other side we had doctors who could be trained. So we decided to use various funds of the District Mineral Foundation, the NHM flexible funds, and various grants to procure these equipments, and as a result, please next slide, we were able to treat more than 835 neonates in the last 1 year. We procured neonatal ventilators, portable X-ray machines, baby warmers, etc. Also equipped them with better medicines like lung surfactants, which are usually available at the medical college level. And this also, we got a study evaluated by AIIMS Rajkot, which has also appreciated our efforts. Coming to Poshan Abhiyan, this requires a whole of society approach. So we tried to do whatever we can involving all the stakeholders. So one of the innovation was we got the NRLM women make chikkis, which are basically made from jaggery and groundnut, and we funded them through the miscellaneous funds like Jila Panchayat funds, the DMF, etc. So on one side, the nutritional status of these children improved, and on the other side, the rural women, they also got employed. Similarly, we got the NRLM women self-help groups make the wooden toys, which were distributed to the 330 Anganwadis, again using the local level funds. Next. Poshan Vatikas we developed to provide fresh vegetables and also a sense of greenery in the Anganwadis. In municipal corporation areas, they provided water coolers to 211 Anganwadis. CSR also we deployed, and Amul Dairy is delivering flavored milk to the Anganwadi centers. And the various NGOs like Rotary Club, they are providing protein powder and other nutritional supplements to these Anganwadis. Next. Convergence has been a core focus because there are many areas which are at the cross-section of these schemes. We did an analysis and found that an average PMAY rural beneficiary is beneficiary of 7 other government schemes like Pradhan Mantri Ayushman Bharat, Ujjwala Yojana, Har Ghar Jal, Poshan 2.0, Mission Indradhanush, and Ujala Yojana, etc. Next. To ensure that there is success in any of the social sector scheme, it has to be very heavy on the Jan Bhagidari aspect and behavioral change communication. Especially Poshan Abhiyan, we conducted a lot of events, field visits, exposure visits, Gram Sabhas, events, etc. In PM Swanidhi also, the loans were sanctioned in a mega loan mela kind of format so that a message goes in the community that it is our top priority. In Pradhan Mantri Awas Rural also, PM Vishwakarma also, we launched good events, good campaigns, and again made good use of the Viksit Bharat Yatra campaign. Next. Because of the focus on these schemes, especially Har Ghar Jal, etc., we were able to upgrade our SCADA system for the water distribution. Earlier, there used to be zonal wars between various wards of the cities. the ward which was more active and which would pump more water, suppose they would rise at 12 a.m. in the morning or say 3 a.m. in the morning and start pumping, they would get the lion's share of the water supply. But now we have a real-time bulk water audit system where we know that what are the levels at various tanks, and there's a equitable distribution of the resources within the city. Next. One of the key aspects of the award scheme was a focus on promotion of transparency and grievance redressal mechanism. Many of the schemes, they are covered under the Citizens Charter, which is mandated by the government. For example, tap connections have to be provided within 20 days. Social audit was conducted regularly for schemes like Har Ghar Jal, where Pani Samitis played an active role. Arogya Samitis are also functional for keeping an oversight on missions like Mission Indradhanush, Matra Vandana Yojana, etc. And we have centralized call center for almost basically all the schemes. Some are at district level, some are at the state level. And for example, for the solar rooftop Yojana, we would use these call centers for proactively calling the prospective beneficiaries and also solving their grievances. Next. No effort can be sustainable without focus on capacity building. We trained more than 11,000 participants under PM Poshan, and also in Vasmo, we trained the Sakhi Mandal members to make them operators of the water distribution systems. Next. Here's a case study of one Mr. Shivubhai Ravjibhai Sindhav. He is a rural beneficiary of Pradhan Mantri Awas Rural. So totally he has got a capital subsidy under various schemes to the tune of almost 3 lakh rupees. And he is a Divyang beneficiary. So we also did one more major campaign in our district, that was we tied up with Alimco, that is a Government of India enterprise, Artificial Limb Corporation of India. And we conducted Divyang Sadhan Sahay camps for in each of the blocks. And he got a motorized tricycle worth rupees 45,000. Like many of his other beneficiaries, he has been able to move around freely. And also he's earning around 13,000 rupees per year because of the surplus energy, surplus power he is generating and injecting in the grid. So my next, rather the final concluding humble suggestions or other humble experience that I would share with all the esteemed dignitaries here is that I have found it that the more we collaborate with the various stakeholders like NGOs, they give us fresh ideas which perhaps we are not able to get from our official machinery, so that was quite useful. Also, setting short-term and long-term targets would help in getting certain tangible results at the end of our tenure. And during the process of evaluation, I got to interact with many beneficiaries, and it was very heart-touching and heartwarming to hear their stories, how the small vendors were disturbed because of the corona, and because of the micro loan given by the government, how their business has now reached to a respectable level. So more interaction with beneficiaries, somehow I feel that because of our regular responsibilities, duties, we are lost in reviewing data over paper. But a regular interaction with beneficiaries and measuring outcomes is a very much essential thing. And we definitely, I made it a point to take certain projects for what we call Swantah Sukhay, means for one's own satisfaction. So these were the core philosophy with which I worked in that district. I once again thank you all for a patient hearing, and I again thank the DRPG and team for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prabha, for that very elaborate presentation, and I hope you all agree with us that it is some tremendous performance in the field. In case of Rajkot, amongst the 11 schemes which were monitored, they had minimum achievement in one scheme which was at 56%. 10 schemes were above 60%. So that was, so all throughout, all 11 schemes they were doing phenomenally well. So thank you. Now, much different from the slightly developed district of Rajkot, we have on the other extreme the district of Gomti from Tripura, where Shri Tarit Kanti Chakma, that's basically, he did some phenomenal work, and the district is quite rural in the setting. And to tell the story of the development work done in Gomti, and Gomti also matched Rajkot in performance in almost all the schemes. So, Tarit.
A very good morning, everyone. I would like to extend my gratitude to respected Secretary Sir DRPG, respected Additional Secretary Sir, respected seniors, and my dear colleagues. Next page. I'll just give a brief description of my district. It is one of the 8 districts of the state of Tripura, having a population of almost 5.20 lakhs right now. And the literacy rate has become 100% right now, because Tripura has just declared that it is the 3rd state of the country to be 100% literate this month only. And we basically telling this district is entirely almost rural district, with around 64% belonging to the ST and ST tribes. There are 3 subdivisions here. We are having 8 blocks in total, and the number of urban local bodies is very less, only 2, and the number of population is also very less here. Next page. As Sir was also pointing that there are some districts which are called protocol districts. My district also belong to that kind of category. This is the Matabari temple, one of the 51 Shaktipeeth temples of the country. Next page. Next page. I'll just give a brief details regarding the schemes and the percentages that we had actually been able to achieve. Starting from Har Ghar Jal, we have been able to achieve around 86% as of today. One of the reasons for not achieving 100% is that because it is a hilly terrain, and there are even after multiple biddings also, the bidders are also not coming, and that is the reason, like sometimes whenever we are also placing the work order, even in the midway also the bidders are also, or the workers, the contractor, actually they are leaving the project. So we are having, because of those paucities, we are unable to do this 100% saturation for the Har Ghar Jal, that is a Jal Jeevan Mission. Regarding PMAY Gramin, we have been able to saturate almost 98%. Regarding PMAY Urban, here we have been able to achieve almost 80%. Mission Indradhanush, we have been able to do 96% here. Regarding the Ayushman Bharat PMJAY, I would like to highlight that we have been able to do 80%. The reason being, in the 2011 census, all the population was not being able to cover. So basically what the state government did was, they had launched their own Chief Minister Jan Arogya Yojana, wherever the PMJAY left out beneficiaries has been included, and basically we are actually striving to get it 100% very soon. And regarding PM Swanidhi, due to the low urban population, the number of the coverage is here, also is here, but it's all 100%. PM Matru Bandhana Yojana, 95.2% we have been able to do, and KCC we have been able to saturate almost wherever the applications we have been able to got. Regarding PM Biswakarma, again we have been able to do the processing of whatever we have got from the different Gram Panchayat level. And regarding the Saksham AWC and Poshan Abhiyan, that we have been able to do 96.93%. And PM Suryaghar, as highlighted by my previous district, we have just recently launched there, and it is not as flashy like Rajkot district. It's being rural district, and the number of persons coming to the fore is also very less. But we are actually trying, and upcoming we are having around more than 210 households in the focus. Next page. The schemes I have just highlighted regarding the percentage saturation and everything. Next page. Next page. I would just like to highlight the challenges. Next page. I would like to highlight this particular fact that if I compare my district with the district of the presentation that presented before me, Rajkot district, the area of Rajkot district is almost equivalent to the state of Tripura. But still, like whatever the problems that exist are actually different as compared to the other mainland states also. So I would just like to highlight the different challenges that we actually face there. I mean, basically, I can also talk on behalf of other districts of the northeastern states also. There are the devastating floods that occur almost every year because the number of months that we actually get rains in the northeast India is quite high, like 6-7 months. Sometimes it extends, and the rain is quite heavy. So devastating floods of 2024, we had around 1.25 lakhs, 1,25,000 households were affected, and they were actually have to be moved, and they have to be airlifted by the NDRF team, which came from Bihar and Guwahati also. So because of the river Gomti, from which the district also owes its name, the number of the households being affected is very high. And basically, if we say like out of 12 months, we have around 6 months of working months, and the other 6 months there will be spell of working period and spells of non-working period at the same time. Regarding to the geographical terrains and monsoons, as I said, like geographical terrains is one thing. I mean, it is all hilly terrain and all, and it's all muddy. Unlike the big hilly states like Uttarakhand and all, which are mostly rocky, यहाँ पे maximum ये मिट्टी वाला ये है geographical texture. So whenever the roads are being made and all, they actually we have the landslides and all, the roads being damaged, and whatever the infrastructure we build, that also gets damaged and all. And reaching to the remotest areas, I mean, carrying a single brick, which the brick costing around 12 rupees at the factory, brick kiln industry, it will be reaching at 25 rupees to the interior part, because head loading and taking by the vehicles, and sometimes vehicle cannot even go. For this purpose, even the bidders who are actually coming in for the JJM or maybe for the PMAY houses, it become a gigantic task that we have to go and we have to request the beneficiaries, where the beneficiaries have a part to play to actually be a part of the different schemes. And cultural and social barriers, I want to highlight this fact, like there are 19 different tribes in the state of Tripura, and each and every tribe has their own language. They speak their own language, they have their own customs, they have their own set of rules and all. So basically, overcoming this cultural and social barrier and making them understand the nosity or the genuineness of the government schemes is something that we have to go on. We have to take the help of the PRI bodies and everyone here at one go. And skill labor and trained personnel also one thing. State government has taken a lot of initiatives to actually have the more trained personnel and skilled labor. But still there are some, I would like to highlight, like one mason is actually building 10 houses at one go. So today if he is unable to go at one house, he is going to one house, then he will be unable to go at other 9 houses. Next page. Jan Bhagidari, as I said, like different tribes, different cultures, different language. We have to go, we have to talk to them. It's not like we go there and we talk to the language that I'm talking, maybe in Bengali or English, so they won't be understanding. So there is a gap also, language gap. So we have to take the help of the local PRI bodies, and the Panchayat secretaries and the GRS, RPM are there who are actually helping us in this regard. Regarding the financial inclusion, here again the bank's coverage to the interior areas also is also one thing that is difficult to be reached, because right now all the schemes are mostly DBT, and the persons has to come to the banks, have to check the banks that the money has been credited, and accordingly they will start the work. So these things we have to take care, we have to nudge them again and again. And regarding the areas with low network connectivity, so most of the schemes right now are mostly have something to do with the internet connectivity, starting from the geotagging, starting from the MIS entry, and starting from whatever the different even the money that is being debited to the accounts. We have to network connectivity is something that has to be relied on. Next page. I would like to highlight this that regarding the quantitative aspect, I mean no one is to be left behind. The quantity, how we actually have to achieve the 100% saturation, that is what I wanted to highlight here. I have kept my presentation mostly with pictorial so that it is easier to understand and can get the attention of the audience here. We had kept the aim of 100% saturation. 100% saturation means like whenever we are doing the survey, no one is to be left behind, so that everyone has to be covered. So that was the main focus of ours. Now, how it is being done, it is the involvement of the elected representatives and strengthening of the institutions. So wherever possible, we are trying to actually have the role of the PRI representatives, the pradhans, the upapradhans, the members, the sabadhipatis. We are actually trying to involve them at all the different levels, because basically telling if we are actually unable to get their help, then it is not possible to implement the schemes at the different levels. And strengthening of institutions, we are actually having the different panchayat buildings being made, the different panchayat houses being made, and the GP areas. And to tell also this particular thing that Tripura belongs to the 6 scheduled areas, as most of the states of the these northeastern states. So basically there is a dual government existing there. We have to take care of those particular institutions also, because there are different, I mean, there are in a state there are MLS, there in our state there are MLS, but there are MLS of the 6 scheduled areas also. So we have to take care of those persons also. And sometimes if the government are of different parties, that becomes a difficult for us also. And use of digital platforms, social media, YouTube, etc. we have been trying to do. And regarding the IEC and BCC campaign, we have been trying to get as much as possible through the help of the social media, also through miking also. We are going to the interior villages, doing more miking there, so that we can be able to reach more and more. Next page. And using these different programs launched by the government of India, say Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra. So state government had done one good thing, like they launched their own campaign, Pratik Gare Susasan. So we actually had merged these particular two things together, and we had done more than 400 campaigns in the whole district. So actually we were able to actually gather the information that was necessary regarding the beneficiaries details and everything. And district vision in 2047, we are the only district of the state to actually have our own district vision. We had made our own district vision, and we basically, if we know the problem, then we'll be able to solve the problem. So basically, we are trying to have something that we are going to achieve in 2047. Based on that thing, we'll be working so that we can march in the particular direction there. Next page. This is the qualitative aspect. So we have looked into the quantity. Now qualitative aspect, how does the quality doesn't get affected, what needs to be done. So basically we have focused on the feedback mechanism. So we are having Gram Sabha, regular Gram Sabha. We are having regular field visits also. We are having a lot of administrative camps, so that we are getting maximum feedback from the ground level. So if there is something amiss, if there is something gap from there, so we will be able to fulfill those gaps. And we also, regarding the qualitative aspect, we are trying to get recognition through GI tagging. In the last 1 year, from our district itself, we have got 2 GI tag. That is, one is the Mathabari Temple Pera, and another one is the Risha, the local handicraft. So we have been able to, we tried our level best from our district, and we have been able to get 2 GI tag from our own district itself. That is a part that being played by the district administration. And regarding the auditing to look into the quality, that the quality of the different schemes is being done very nicely. We are having our social audit, we are having the AG audit, we are having the internal audit at the same time. And coming to the next point, periodical review meeting we are having with all the line departments, basically telling if we are able to take along the line departments. So as being said by sir also, that district collectors are just the face, but the thing is like it is being done by all the line departments as a whole. So if we are able to take the line departments along with us, it becomes more easier for the implementation of the different schemes and for the saturation as such. So we are having the periodical meetings with the BDOs, we are having with the SDMs, and we are having with the block level officers also. We are having periodical meeting, and that's monthly meeting for everyone. So a lot of meetings are happening, so that like whatever whatever the improvements are happening, that can also be reflected, and that can be got and that can be worked upon. Next page. As highlighted, like regular field visit is one of the norm for the quality of the schemes being implemented at the ground level. And grievance redressal mechanism, we are taking care of this particular thing. CPGram is the central government initiative. We are having the CM helpline 1905. Anyone aggrieved with any of the schemes, they can call there 1905. So it's a CM helpline launched by state government. So any complaint being launched, it is going to the CM office. The CM office is forwarding the same to the districts, and districts are actually forwarding the same to the line department, so that whatever being lacuna or whatever the gaps in the different schemes being implemented, that can be highlighted and that can be worked upon if there is some gaps also. And Amar Sarkar portal, another portal, has been launched by the Honorable CM. Here he is interacting directly with the particular these particular locals. So Tripura is one of the states where 100% e-office implementation has been done. Here even there is no presence of the physical files. I mean the blocks, the districts, the state. We are actually doing everything on the e-files here. So what I'm trying to say is that we're trying to have a very this clean and e-office implementation, so that like whenever the files are there, that is not getting stuck and all. And regarding the QR, it is given in the slash here. QR, we have made a QR code. We have given the QR code in all the Gram Panchayat and the BC, that is the village council for the 6 scheduled areas. We doesn't have the Gram Panchayat office there. We are having the BC, village council offices there. We have the QR code installed in all the Gram Panchayat offices, where anyone can scan the QR code and they can launch any complaint. That is a unique thing done by our district, which is not an state initiative, it is an initiative of the district itself. Regarding the clean and green office, we have been trying to have a clean environment for all the offices. And regarding the digital infrastructure usages, we have been trying to use the digital infrastructure at the maximum. And this is Smaran to do tasks. So this is a app being made by the district itself, wherever the officers they can put the different tasks that is to be done for today. And if I put something that the task I have to do by today evening at 4 p.m., that particular app will give me a reminder telling that you have to do this particular task and all. Next page. Some glimpses of the clean and green office of the one of the SDM office. And at the same time, as I said, the green office, we had done 1 lakh plantation on this 5th of July this 2024. And just previous month, we have planted 1.5 lakhs plantation in a single day. So we are focusing on the plantation part also at the same time. Next page. Regarding the some photos being given of the one hospital here. This is the CSC, Community Healthcare Hospital. This became first in the whole of the state for being in the Kayakalp category, for being able to have a very clean hospital in the whole state. So this is an offshoot of Kayakalp is an offshoot of Swachh Bharat Mission. So basically, we are actually also trying to nudge the hospitals to have a very clean and green environment also. Next page. Different photos of the behavioral changes that we are initiating. There are eco toilets being set up in different places. There are washing hands of the kids in the Anganwadi centers. And in front of block offices, we are keeping these bins made of iron, so that people can put up the plastic bottles and all. Next page. Innovative aspects, I want to highlight that we are trying to have the model panchayats. So in most of the blocks, we have been trying to have these solar powered panchayats along with the comprehensive CCTV system. So we are actually trying to have this particular panchayats with the latest technological advancement. And we are having the safe drinking water facilities to the panchayats. You can see in the photo, we are actually ensuring this particular by giving water cooler for all the panchayat offices and the BC offices here. And striving for the achieving ISO certification. Recently, last year itself, we have got the National Panchayat Awards also, under which we have got 5 crores award from the Government of India. Under this, we are actually utilizing all the money for the ISO certification of all the Gram Panchayats of the district. We are striving to have ISO certification of all the Gram Panchayats in the state. And we are having the yearly calendar of the blocks and panchayats, where we are actually giving them targets. And we are fortunate here, you can see in the photo, Honorable Governor, also we invited him to launch the calendar, where there are different deadlines and the schemes deadlines that we are going to have for this particular year. And so, next page. Same here, we are having regular Mahila Sabha, Bal Sabha, and follow up for the execution of the projects here. That the picture is being shown here. And online service delivery is also one thing that we are giving from the blocks that have ROR, record of right. We are having the birth certificate being given from the block offices also. And Divyangjan friendly panchayats, we are having separate sitting arrangement, the wheelchairs at the panchayats in almost all the panchayats in of the district. Next page. Model Anganwadis, so we are having the model Anganwadis with the solar powered Anganwadis and CCTV system. We are giving them the safe drinking water and sanitation because the kids are coming there. And it is our duty and the part of the government to give them the basic facilities.
Tarin, 1 more minute, please. 1 more minute, sir. 1 more minute.
Sir. That's it then. Next page. And recognition of the employees is one thing, and we are trying to give recognition to the employees for whatever the work being done. Next page. This is highlights of the visit of the Ministry Sport Assessment Team. Next page. Next. 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 Success stories next. 2023, this Bhumi Samman achievement, next page. 2024, we got the National Panchayat Awards, 5 crores one we have got from the Government of India for being the top district in the country. Next page. Next page. 25, we have got this award from Honorable Chief Minister at the state level, the best district in the state. Next page. Next page. This is the DRPG, we have got the PM Excellence Awards. Next page. Next. 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 Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Tarit Kanti Chakma, ex-BMN Collector Gomti, for that detailed presentation. As you would see, Gomti is as complicated place to deliver successful results, whether it is hilly terrain, 6 months flood, or multiple tribes, multiple languages, and under such challenges, the district has been able to deliver such wonderful results. Small incremental initiatives like Smaran, DM himself driving to-do list to the officials, I think they make a lot of impact. So the message here is that if a remote district like Gomti can achieve this, then why not the other districts and other states? So with this message, I now invite our third speaker for the day, Ms. Ayushi Sudan. She is collector of Kupwara in Jammu and Kashmir, and it is in the Kashmir side of the Jammu. So she will tell again the stories and the phenomenal works it has been done in the district. Thank you. Ayushi, the floor is yours.
Respected Secretary DRPG, Srinivas Sir, Additional Secretary Puneet Yadav Sir, Sarita Ma'am, esteemed seniors and colleagues, a very good morning. And I would like to first of all thank DRPG for the wonderful opportunity to present our initiatives in this particular conference. Just to bring into context a brief about Kupwara. Kupwara is the northernmost district of the country and Jammu and Kashmir. It has a very long LOC of around 170 kilometers with very high altitude ranges, with paths which are covered under snow for 6 to 7 months at one time, with immense tourism potential, the highest producer of walnut in the country, and primarily rural and aspirational. Next. This picture essentially encapsulates the essence of Kupwara. This is in fact a block in Kupwara called Keren. The river is Kishan Ganga. On the left hand side we see the Keren block of Kupwara district, and on the right hand side we see POK. And this captures the sense of Kupwara in the sense of its remoteness, its immense potential, and the fact that it is aspirational. To begin with, we identified the gaps in our service delivery. The first gap that we identified was that because of the past poor law and order, as well as an overall low per capita income, there was little to no private sector, and as a result, limited number of job opportunities. The second gap was with respect to the tough terrain and the climatic adversities. With heavy snowfall and very tough terrain, the working season for Kupwara was actually pretty low. So as a result, the infrastructure projects would take a long time to get executed. But however, we saw this weakness as an opportunity and tried to push for tourism in the sector. The third was low access to clean drinking water. At the inception of JJM in 2019, we had only 37% of our households who had access to clean drinking water. Although we had bountiful water resources, we were not able to capture the runoff, which presented an immense challenge for the district. The fourth was the poor market opportunities for the people in Kupwara, and low footprint of banking sector also. And the fifth, apart from Manrega and a few other schemes, limited knowledge of existing schemes of both the UT government and the union government presented a challenge with respect to the uptake of several schemes. Next. So we decided on these particular focus areas. First, with extensive outreach and stakeholder engagement, and creating private partners at the local level, at the subdivisional level, block level, and the district level. We tried to enhance the awareness of the various schemes. Second was capacity building. Capacity building of our existing staff, as well as private partners like youth clubs, Pani Samitis, women SHGs, so that they could take ownership of the rural economy and overall economy of the Kupwara district. Third, because women played a very limited role in the private sector, and they had an overall poor literacy level as well. We focused on gender sensitization with focus on SHGs and women literacy. Fourth was grievance redressal. Like the other two districts, we also had IG grams, CP grams, and our own UT government state portals like Samadhan, Mulakat, wherein grievance redressal was made at the doorsteps of the individual. As well as, with the help of public darbars, block divases, by Prabhari officers at the village level, we tried to inculcate a very robust feedback mechanism for our schemes being implemented at the block levels. And fifth, the regular follow-up and monitoring by our subcommittees. As a result, we charted out this 6-point strategy. The first was accountability and regular monitoring. We constituted a district task force whose task was to monitor the performance of select indicators at the district level on a regular basis. In fact, some special performance trackers were also developed for certain sectors. For example, education, ICDS, which I'll be taking upon later on in the slides. Second, to improve community participation, we ensured that each village was assigned a Prabhari officer under the Back to Village program, who not only tracked the progress of the village in time, but also tried to bridge the gap between the government and the people, as well as resolve certain village level issues on his own. Third, online services. We tried to create as much as CSC touch points, improve our banking correspondence, improve the number of our banking correspondents, bank sakhis, and try to inculcate the habit of using online services in the rural areas. With the help of the various Government of India and UT government's portals like Jan Sugam, Revenue Plus, most of the services were now available in the online mode with all the people. And we also try to facilitate our movement to border sector using our own portals called the e-pass portal. Fourth was private sector and NGO engagement. We engaged several NGOs like IOCL, SIDBI, some local NGOs, Rotary Club, etc., to meet infrastructural gaps in very key sectors, especially with respect to health, education in our border areas, and tried to even engage these NGOs in social sector for our Nashamukh programs, etc. Fifth was convergence in schemes. A lot of these schemes were implemented in convergence with each other. For example, flood protection measures were being done in convergence with Manrega, solarization was being done in convergence with districts, district capex. With SSA, we try to improve the infrastructure in our schools. Sixth was the youth engagement. We carried out a big exercise of identifying the skill gaps among our youths and tried to skill them against the trades and then linked them using our existing government sector schemes and promote self-employment. As a result of this, we were able to improve our beneficiaries in almost all the schemes over time. So on the left-hand side, the bar shows the figure of 2022, and on the right-hand side of 2024. Next. Next. Under JJM, While we were at only 50% in 2022, this figure increased to 84% in 2024 with respect to FHTC coverage. This was done as a result of the regular monitoring being done at the district level, as well as capacity building, strengthening of our Pani Samitis, taking ownership of our water assets. Apart from that, we tried to ensure water source strengthening. And in convergence with Manrega and other schemes within the district capex, we tried to promote groundwater recharge using recharge structures. In the last year itself, we were able to build more than 450 recharge structures in the district, more than 150 Amrit Sarovars, which eventually helped in water source strengthening. We also realized that during our peak season, especially when paddy cultivation was going on, a lot of water was being diverted for irrigation purposes. And therefore, we realized that we had to ensure that our traditional schools had to be revived. We had to ensure desilting in these schools so that this water doesn't get diverted, the drinking water doesn't get diverted for irrigation purposes. And again, we tried to converge the two schemes, Manrega and IWMP, for strengthening of our cool systems in order to meet both the irrigation and the drinking water requirements. Next. Under PMAYG, we were able to build more than 10,000 households across the district. We saturated not only the SECC data, but also the non-SEC data. And like Rajkot, we also converged with Manrega. Every household which we developed under PMAY was also provided 90 labor man days under MG Narega. So as a result, when we completed our 10,000 households, we actually generated more than 7 lakh man days just to cover this particular component. We also converged it with SBM, with JJM, Ujjwala. Every household was ensured a gas connection, water supply, electricity connection. We also tried to adapt to the local climatic conditions. In areas, especially in our border areas where the snowfall is very high, we realized that a particular design type of stone and wood is more suitable. And therefore, we try to modify the design type of our PMAYG houses for that. And as well as, we also realized another issue when we were implementing the scheme. We realized that there was less number of trained manpower at the local level. So to improve the skill base at the village level, at the local level, we tried to train and empanel local masons under RCT and Skill India to ensure that we are able to construct our houses in a timely and ensure quality in the same. Multi-agency verification for these houses was also crucial in identifying gaps at very crucial junctures and then rectifying the same. Similar to the PMAY rural, we also implemented 1,500 houses in the urban sector. Although Kupwara is mainly a rural district, we have 3 MCs, and for that, we use a similar strategy for that of PMAY and ensured timely construction of the same. Next. Under Mission Indradhanush, we were able to achieve 100% saturation, and this was achieved as with the help of 2 things. Expansion of our cold chains to our remote centers, especially our border areas. We tried to introduce solar-based ILRs to ensure that power cuts don't affect the immunization schedules. Apart from that, with micro-planning and a focus on hard-to-reach areas and deployment of mobile immunization teams and effective use of real-time tracking tools like eWIN and UWIN digital platforms. Next. Under under Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, we saturated all our households. And out of these households, when we took up an analysis, we realized that more than 70,000 beneficiaries actually took benefit out of these, out of the scheme, with an approved claim of about 127 crores across the district. This not only strengthened our private infrastructure, but also our government infrastructure, because the same claim fund money was in fact used by our government hospitals to improve their infrastructure needs. For example, an STH in Kupwara with a dysfunctional OT used the claim fund money that we received from PMJY to make it functional and to get the right equipment in place. Next. Under PM Swanidhi, we carried out a vendor survey wherein we identified around 750 vendors. Not only were they linked to all the digital payment platforms, we also recognized that they were a vulnerable group. So to cover them under social security, we integrated this scheme with other schemes like PMSBY and JJBY, so that these vulnerable group are also, they also have financial and social security coverage. Apart from that, hand-holding through our local DIC was also done, not only to strengthen our credit linkage, but also to ensure that installments were paid on time and they progress as the scheme progresses. Next. Again, this is a scheme where we achieved 100% saturation, Matru Vandana Yojana. With line listing of the pregnant women, with the help of joint Asha and Anganwadi teams, block-wise action plans, a very effective use of the VHSND days for the mass enrollment, and making the incentives of this particular scheme contingent on meeting specific goals, like getting the required number of ANC registrations, getting the right vaccinations, etc. We were able to achieve 100% saturation under the scheme. Under Kisan Credit Card, we covered more than 1 lakh farmers in the district. We realized one issue with our agriculture sector, that was low cropping intensity. And to counter that, we try to go for crop diversification and term loans. Combined with PMFPY, we were able to achieve tremendous improvements in the various the crop productions, which you can see in the slide. Next. Under Saksham Anganwadi, again, we had achieved 100%. We also try to digitize all our Anganwadi centers. We launched a specific program in Kupwara district called the Kuposhan Mukt Kupwara Abhiyan to tackle the SAM and MAM children, rainwater harvesting structures, installation of digital devices like Alexa, CCTV cameras, Poshan Vatikas, child-friendly chairs, all were made available in these Anganwadi centers to ensure to ensure a peaceful environment for the children as well as the pregnant ladies. Next. Under PM Surya Ghar, we mobilized more than 15,000 applications in Kupwara district and carried out massive IEC in local dialects as well as door-to-door enrollment drives. We tried to train our local youth as well as our SAG members to convert them into solar sakhis or solar mitras for doorstep applications, and try to introduce a real-time dashboard for installation progress and meter status. I'll be covering only 4 sectors with certain highlights in the district. The agriculture sector, as I previously mentioned, we had very low cropping intensity and very mundane practices of single crop or at maximum single crop coupled with a little bit of horticulture. So we tried to introduce alternative cropping for crop diversification. As a result, we were able to achieve oilseed production, increase our oilseed production, fodder production, and try to give thrust on polyhouses. Why? Because during winters, most of our lands were covered under snow. And through polyhouses and through vegetable cultivation, we were able to provide an alternative income for our farmer. We also tried to create a new kind of entrepreneurs called the Krishipreneurs. We realized that the processing level in Kupwara district was actually pretty low, and as a result, the youth, which were especially educated, did want to come in for agriculture in Kupwara. Therefore, formation of FPOs through these educated youths, and then processing.
Ayushi, just a minute, Ayushi, I'm interfering. 2 minutes only, please. Our next session will begin at 11.
Right, sir. And linking them with different schemes like the PMEGP, NRLM, and HADP, which is a local scheme, we try to create more employment opportunities within employment opportunities for our educated youth and try to convert them into Krishipreneurs. We also focused on cluster-based approach and try to introduce a niche crop in a particular sector or a cluster to ensure that the farmers are able to make proper gains out of it. Next. Second was we try to create new employment opportunities to address the first gap that I had discussed. We created more than 25,000 jobs in the last 2 years, dovetailing the existing self-employment schemes under a specific initiative that we took in Kupwara called the Hunar Month Kupwara. We strengthened our ITIs and polytechnics, and we try to ensure that we scale up to a maximum of a minimum of 3,000 individuals within a year. We try to create ecotourism sectors, and because of the massive jump in tourist footfall, we try to meet it with infrastructural improvement as well as registration of homestays. And as I previously had mentioned, we try to expand the role of women in the village economy through our SAGs. As a result, more than 75,000 women joined our SAG movement in Kupwara district. These are some of the glimpses of the private sector units that have been established under various schemes. In tourism sector, where in 2020-21, we were only getting a couple of thousand tourists in a year, there was a big jump made in the last 5 years. We reached up to 4 lakh a year, and this was done as a result of improved security scenarios, registration of homestays, new border infrastructure, and collaboration with other stakeholders, especially the armed forces. Lastly, the education sector, wherein we launched a program, next please, wherein we launched a program called the Zimmedari Project, where we created a dedicated dashboard to rank our schools across 6 thematic areas and 85 KPIs for better planning and monitoring at our level, and also to foster competition at the school level. We also had a dedicated program on foundational literacy and numeracy, wherein, in collaboration with Pratham, wherein we introduced assessments as well as certain bridge courses, which resulted in improvement by 25% in our foundational literacy and numeracy in the classes of 3rd to 5th. We made an extensive use of technology with the introduction of smart classrooms, with more than 350 smart classrooms being introduced in the district. This is one of the report cards of one of the schools that we had ranked just to encapsulate the Zimmedari project. Next. Some of the glimpses of the improved infrastructure in our schools, libraries, the robotics labs. Next. In health, while we achieved 100% ANC, 100% immunization, now we focused on health equipment strengthening. Next. And new buildings for HWC so that they could be a focal point for new initiatives, especially NCD screening. Next. These are some of the glimpses into the CSS schemes implemented in the district. Next. The key takeaways that we had was contextual customization, empowering our field functionaries, celebrating our small wins, motivating our teams, and using technology as an enabler. Next. It's a small clip of 30 seconds that we'll just play. It's a testimonial of a tribal woman in Kalarus who's just received water for the first time after independence. Next. Thank you.
Thank Thank you, Ayushi. A big round of applause for all our three speakers. I am sure all of you will agree that at least these three ladies and gentlemen, they had very good reasons to say in the field, मेरे यहाँ तो कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता, पूरा अर्बन इलाका है, डेवलपमेंट क्या करें, और मेरे यहाँ तो सारा का सारा पहाड़ी इलाका है, डेवलपमेंट क्या करें, बाढ़ आ रखी है, और मेरे यहाँ पूरा का पूरा लॉ एंड ऑर्डर वाला सिचुएशन का इलाका है, काम क्या करें. But they have demonstrated that if there is a will, you can actually deliver, and which is why they were recognized by as a PM awardee, and Honorable Prime Minister himself conferred the award to them. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I am sure your speech today has been motivational enough for some of our audience here. They might have felt that इन्होंने जो किया है मैं इनसे भी 2 कदम आगे जा करके दिखाऊंगा. Thanks a lot. We'll conclude this session. Thank you.
May I request esteemed Director, Dr. Tushaba Shindeji, to please join us on stage and present small tokens of gratitude to the chairperson and all speakers. Can we have another overwhelming round of applause for the session when the day starts with such brave and brilliant stories? You know the national conference is going to be highly impactful. Thank you so much, chairperson. Thank you all speakers for adding your inspiring stories, for setting the bar so high when it comes to good governance practices. That is what the motto of this national conference is, where we are here to learn from each other. Thank you so much, Dr. Shinde. Thank you once again, chairperson and all speakers, for the absolutely brilliant session. And quickly, we are moving on to the next session. And enlightenment continues as we focus on Prime Minister's awarded. Chief Minister's Bright Student Award to being the first IAS officer from the district of Nilgiris, Tamil Nadu. His journey as a civil servant has been truly inspirational. He'll be focusing about the development work and the good governance practices in his district. May I request Shri Rajashri Shah to please join us on stage. Shri Rajashri Shah is a distinguished 2017 batch IAS officer of Telangana cadre. Apart from receiving prestigious Prime Minister's Award for Excellence in Public Administration, the IIT Kanpur graduate also got SKOCH Award for Arogya Pathsala initiative, which has enhanced health, hygiene, and overall development of over 35,000 students in government schools and junior colleges across Adilabad district. This project was part of his effort to improve educational infrastructures and student welfare. Before the current tenure, he served as District Collector, Medak. And also Shri Saju Wahid A. May I request you to please join us on stage. The Collector and District Magistrate for Dhalai, Tripura. He is presently serving as the District Magistrate and Collector of Dhalai District in Tripura. He was instrumental in implementing the innovative Balika Manch initiative to combat child marriage, an effort that earned him the Chief Minister's Civil Service Award for his extraordinary performance in Tripura in the year 2025. He was selected for the Best Electoral Practice Award for 2023 by Election Commission of India for his contribution to accessible elections. In his previous postings, he served as District Magistrate and Collector, South Tripura District, Belonia Collector of Higher Education, Tripura. He has also served as Sub-Collector and Subdivisional Magistrate, Sonamura, and Deputy CEO at Chief Electoral Office, Tripura. I think we have an enlightened panel. Can we have a round of applause for the chairperson and speakers for this session, and over to ma'am to start the session ahead.
Thank you. A very good morning to all of you. After a very engaging session one on the awardees of the district program, it's my privilege and pleasure to chair this session. Shri V. Srinivas, Secretary, Government of India, Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, Shri S. N. Tripathi ji, Director General, Indian Institute of Public Administration, Shri Surendra Kumar ji, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Odisha of the AR Department, Shri Puneet Yadav, Additional Secretary, DARPG, other esteemed secretaries and principal secretaries from various states, award-winning officers and distinguished dignitaries. This session is about the initiatives awarded by the Prime Minister's Award for Excellence in Public Administration 2024 under the Aspirational Block Program. And today, as we gather here, we are going to engage with these administrators who have, in the most innovative and transformative innovations which they have steered in their own respective blocks, transformed the administration at the grassroots level. And with their initiatives, this is an opportunity of celebration of the spirit of India's governance transformation journey as it is unfolding in the real time at the block level through a very quiet transformation, perseverance of the administrators who are committed to improving the lives of the most underserved regions of our country. And the Prime Minister's Award 2024 has, for the first time, spotlighted the Aspirational Blocks program. As we all know that this program was launched on January 7, 2023 during the second National Conference of the Chief Secretaries. It aims to transform 500 blocks across 329 districts from 27 states and 4 union territories. And the ABP focuses on improving governance to enhance the quality of life of citizens in the most difficult and underdeveloped blocks of the country, to fast-track the development in these by converging the existing schemes, by defining the outcomes, and by monitoring them. There are key performance indicators, 38 of them, which measure the progress of these blocks under 5 themes of health and nutrition, education, agriculture and allied services, social development, and basic infrastructure. And the blocks are ranked on the basis of the incremental progress that they have achieved thereby instilling a sense of healthy competition among them, and financial incentives are also awarded on a quarterly basis. This is a scheme that is steered through by the Niti Aayog. And this program, as the Additional Secretary has already in his previous session explained in detail the process of selection of the aspirational blocks, which are finally selected based on the quantitative as well as the qualitative criteria. There is 50% weightage here also for the blocks, and there are screening committees, there are field visits conducted for the selection of these awardees. Also, the extent of impact on the actual service delivery is thereby captured. What we find is that all these initiatives, they have been able to score more than 90% in their respective areas. The key parameters, if also we have a look at the key parameters, they are the ones which are aimed at taking the most underprivileged or the marginalized sections of our society along in the process of development. So if we talk of health KPIs, there are 7 health KPIs which include percentage of pregnant women registered for ANC, the percentage of institutional deliveries, the low birth weight babies. All these refer to the section of the society which is not a real pressure group, as we can say. It also aims at improving the structure, the quality of health delivery institutions in in the blocks. Then there is an emphasis on screening for the various lifestyle diseases. There is a hypertension screening percentage of screening for diabetes, percentage of TB cases which are treated successfully. These are very important aspects to monitor the health parameters. Looking at the nutrition parameters also, there are pregnant women who are taking supplementary nutrition. Then it is about how many children are enrolled at the Anganwadis, percentage of children enrolled under 5 years, and the SAM and the MAM, which was already mentioned in the previous session also at the district levels. Similarly, look at the other criteria, shows how the basic infrastructure part covers the water facilities. Then there is the how many households have these tap water, how many villages are declared as defecation free, and one of the important ones in basic development which we find is indicative of the emerging digital transformation in the country, which is also responsible for bridging the gaps of development, is the percentage of Gram Panchayats with BharatNet facility. And how many households are constructed under the PMAI is a long-standing target. Most of the field functionaries would know. These are the areas which have been always important, and now through the program of ABP, the focus on, the national focus is towards seeing that the last mile delivery takes place. About the 4 speakers today, we have from the Ghamaria block in the Saraikela Kharsawa district, Shri Rajiv Shankar Shukla ji from Jharkhand. He has shown how the convergence at the grassroots can deliver outcomes in clean energy, wash and inclusive education, and how by engaging with the communities directly through the Chintan Shivir and Ratri Chaupal, how he has been able to frame dialogues. I would invite Mr. Shukla to talk in detail about the initiatives taken by him to bring about local ownership for success of this program. Mr. Shukla.
Very good morning to everyone. Being the first speaker after the chair on the session on aspirational block program, I feel that it's both my responsibility and I also have a leverage to elaborate on the context which has already been set with respect to the aspirational block program by the chair. So to begin with, next slide please. I will briefly discuss the context of the aspirational block program. It was inspired by the fact that even among the developed districts, there may lie certain pockets of underdevelopment. And it is very important to clinically focus on their development so that the true inclusive development is realized on the field. And to give an example, Saraikela Kharsawa district was never an aspirational district. But when the aspirational block program was launched, 3 of its relatively underdeveloped blocks were recognized as aspirational blocks. And they could get the much desired, much needed priority from the administration. Now again, the implementation of aspirational block program was totally supported by a perfect launch pad which was provided by the aspirational district program, particularly because of its standardized key performance indicators and a granular understanding of primers through which we could devise our strategies to address various problems and also to implement various government schemes on priority. So, taking forward from the context which was set from aspirational district program, aspirational block program realized that block can serve as an eye in the needle of service delivery at ground level, and once you have identified the eye, the rest of the problem is relatively easy. Next slide, please. Now, this context was also supported by detailed strategy which was a part of implementation of aspirational block program. And since this is something which is common to almost all the aspirational block programs, I'm taking it a bit ahead of other slides and discussing the strategy part a bit beforehand. So the strategy involved among most important interventions, conduct of Chintan Shivars and Ratri Chaupals, which were kind of participatory planning through stakeholder engagement. For example, in Gamharia block, we would be holding Chintan Shivars and Ratri Chaupals in all the villages with all the panchayat representatives, all the village headmen. Apart from that, it will also include involvement of the frontline workers and the block level officers. And in that way, it ensures both horizontal as well as vertical integration. Horizontal in the sense that we saw that the distrust between the public and the officials were addressed. And vertical in the sense that we saw that the distrust among the officials, especially the frontline workers and the block level officers, and then again, the block level officials and the district level officers, that was also addressed. So this could have happened only by providing the kind of opportunity where we could sit together, we could discuss not only the formal things, but also the informal things. Followed up by the conduct of Chintan Shivars and Ratri Chaupal, we focused upon the block development strategy because through all these brainstormings, we got enough ideas to come up with what would be the best suited or a tailor-made situation for granular problems in different villages. And Saraikela Kharsawa district was the first district in the country to come up with its block development strategy, reflecting on the spirit of the Constitution of India. Our officers enacted, adopted, and gave to ourselves our block development strategy, which served as a guiding light in implementation of aspirational block program in Gamharia block. One of the unique initiatives in the block has been the ranking of frontline workers through a monthly scorecard that measured their performance against the key performance indicators of the aspirational block program. And the photograph of the best performing frontline worker would be affixed at the notice board of the collectorate. It will feature in the newspaper, and there would be a positive cooperative competition among the frontline workers. The kind of competition that we see among others, we try to bring it at the ground level and lead a development from the ground. And this helped us basically because it worked on the principle of recognition of efforts and also fixing of accountability, not by negatively judging someone or putting someone in the bad light, but by providing the kind of desired nudge to improve without lowering the morale of the officers who are working in the ground. Another major shift in the strategy was a shift from measuring incremental changes based upon delta ranking towards saturation of different schemes. And when we are addressing or when we are aiming towards a saturation, then we are aiming to achieve all that we have before us. For example, the service provider as well as the people for whom we are working, they also have equal level of satisfaction when we feel that there is no one who is left behind and everyone has been covered by the mandate of the scheme, by the mandate of the program. Now, coming to the next slide, please. This is basically the block profile of Gamharia block. Gamharia block, once it used to be a left-wing extremism affected block with more than 30% of its population as the scheduled tribe population. The block is spread across 21 panchayats and 187 villages. It has fair coverage of various government institutions like Ayushman Arogya Mandir, CHC Center, other health institutions and educational institutions as well. Next slide, please. We conducted a SWOT analysis of the block in order to devise both our block development strategy and also to chalk out various intervention strategies to address those problems which were persisting in the block. So the strength that we identified was presence of dedicated frontline workers and relatively more aware community on the one hand, and also presence of industries in and around the areas of the block. It also had exposure to the urban population. Among the weaknesses that we could identify, we found that we had scarcity of human resources. Also, the institutional capacity was not that strong, and we also had relatively low literacy in the block. Opportunities that we saw was in terms of implementation of various government programs and various schemes of the government, use of technology to deliver timely and transparent services. It also had scope for greater community participation, which we saw as an opportunity. And among the threats, the most important one was lack of availability of sufficient funds and behavioral issues in the community, especially some practices like witchcraft or witch hunting, or which we call Dayan Pratha, which is common among the relatively rural and underdeveloped areas of our state. There were several ways to address these problems and to take the various innovations in different fields. Next slide, please. So these are 4 important innovations which we focused on and which helped us in achieving our objective. The first was, as I discussed briefly, the frontline worker scorecard, because it created a cooperative competition among the frontline workers who are at the fulcrum of implementation of most of the government programs, be it the Anganwadi worker, be it the ASHA or the Swasth Sahiya, be it the ANM or the Jal Sahiya. And we found that when we conducted the Ratri Chaupals and Chintan Shivars, where all the stakeholders would be sitting together, they developed a chemistry of their own. And they started to work as a part of a team, which was very helpful in realization of the objectives and the tasks which we were supposed to achieve. Similarly, presence of industries in the neighboring areas was a good support for us. And earlier, while their support was more in the nature of ad hoc supports, we tried to link all their supports to some of the key performing indicators of aspirational block program. So if we have to get some CSR support from any industry, we will ensure that this is linked with some of the key performance indicator or the broader themes of aspirational block program. For example, it can be related to construction of a model Anganwadi center. It can be related to assisting the CHC in getting Kayakalp award or getting NQUA certification for itself. Similarly, we also used technology to deliver service both in a timely manner as well as in a transparent manner. One among the most important such intervention was use of smart classes in +2 and class 10th. Basically, this was to help those students who were not having sufficient support of subject-specific teachers. So suppose a school doesn't have a teacher for the subject of physics, so we would be conducting online classes through some startup, and it will be helpful in covering both their syllabus as well as in solving their doubts. Similarly, another important pillar of our intervention was empowering the SHGs for social development. SHGs have long performed well and been recognized as kind of support for economic development and vehicles of economic development, but we leveraged their potential not only for economic development but also for social development. That was another important takeaway from the implementation of the program in Gamharia block. Next, please. This slide basically discusses about the health and nutrition related intervention. I will briefly say that our focus was more on the health and nutrition requirement of the adolescent girl, and to ensure that quality ANC antenatal care is saturated through conduct of regular village health sanitation and nutrition days. And we also ensured that digital hemoglobinometers were used in all the VHSNDs. And all these results were monitored through an app called DG Nidan, which was launched with the help of the DMFT fund, which was available in the district. Again, leveraging all the resources that we have with us to achieve the common goal. Again, with respect to the health and nutrition part, the team building during Chintan Sivir and Ratri Chaupal was very helpful, because Swasth Sahiya, ANM, Anganwadi worker and Jal Sahiya, the four of them came together to ensure that no one was left behind in their village, in their hamlets. So instead of planning at the district level or at the block level or at the panchayat level, we went down to the village and to the hamlet level. Next, please. And this is the result. As you can see from the slide, we saw significant improvement in supplementary nutrition, Anganwadi centers infrastructure, reduction in the number of SAM and MAM children, and also in terms of ensuring 100% hypertension and diabetes screening. Next, please. In terms of education, as I mentioned briefly earlier, setting up of smart classes, online classes for those subjects where subject-specific teachers were not available and we were running short of time, so we had to devise quick interventions. So that was one of the important intervention. Apart from that, we also ensured that there was sufficient focus on the education of girl children. So by ensuring separate functional toilets for them, by ensuring availability of menstrual hygiene lab at all the schools and all the hostels, this was achieved, and we can see the result. Next slide, please. Where there was increase in the number of girls' toilet from 60% to 99%, and it also directly correlated with their performance in examinations and their retention and transition rate, which can be seen from the slide. Next, please. Agriculture and allied services, the most important intervention was formation of a chamber of farmers on the line of chamber of commerce. So we organized them through the cooperatives and empowered them by providing sufficient guidance as well as funding. We were trailing behind in terms of soil health cards. So we roped in the KVK and also entered into a PPP partnership to ensure that 100% soil health cards were prepared for the farmers. Another important intervention was to roll out the Gajia Barrage irrigation project, which was kind of inoperational because of the dispute among the community and land-related issues. And again, taking forward the goodwill which was generated during the Ratri Chaupals and the informal discussions with the community, we could convince them to make sure that the program was implemented. And this single project has potential to irrigate one-fourth of the entire block. So it in itself was a significant achievement for us. Next, please. This slide shows the achievement, for example, in terms of distribution of soil health card. we had significant achievement. And also in terms of animal vaccination, we used mobile animal vaccination vans to see that even the remotest areas are covered. Next, please. In the area of social development, as I mentioned earlier, we leveraged the potential of the members of self-help group to lead from the front the social development sector, be it addressing the problem of witchcraft, witch hunting, or anti-narcotics campaigns, or the campaign against alcoholism in the rural areas, which was very rampant and also a reason for violence in these areas. So these were all done by involving and by bringing at the forefront the members of the self-help group. And I'm very proud to say that we had more than 500 Lakhpati Didis in Gamharia block itself by the time we nominated for the PM awards. Next, please. And this is a brief indicator of the transition in the social development sector. Like eligible households in SSG fold increased significantly, and also the banking touching points increased in the block significantly. Next, please. In terms of basic infrastructure, there were sufficient interventions by dovetailing the funds available under 15th FC, untied funds in the district, DMFT funds, CSR funds, and whatever resources we had to make sure that all the basic infrastructures are available at a saturation level in the village and in the panchayat of Gamharia block. Next slide, please. And as can be seen, we have 100% coverage of ODF plus, and I'm very sure that in coming few weeks, we would be in a situation to ensure that all the villages would be converted into model villages as well. We also have live BharatNet connection in all the panchayats, and these live BharatNet connections have been now taken towards the high schools and the +2 schools of the block. All of them have been covered with these live BharatNet services. Next, please. Another key feature of implementation of aspirational block program was implementation of Sampurnata Abhiyan. And this is where we saw a marked shift from the aspirational district program to aspirational block program, because as I told earlier, we were focusing upon saturation. Because in the same village or in the same panchayat, if we provide a particular service to a particular person and we leave someone else on some ground which has been devised by us, there is going to be a feeling of injustice among those who are left out. And this feeling of injustice, this feeling of resentment, this feeling of being left out was addressed by implementing the programs in saturation mode. And we could achieve 100% institutional deliveries, supplementary nutrition for pregnant women, and screening of hypertension, diabetes, etc., soil health cards, and various other indicators. We could achieve 100% saturation under the aegis of the Sampurnata Abhiyan, because this gave another opportunity for community engagement and another opportunity for the frontline workers to recollect all their will, all their energy, and utilize it in the ground. Next, please. Now, coming to the way forward, having been associated with the aspirational district program from its inception and also with the aspirational block program, my takeaway has been that it has enabled responsive governance. It has helped us by capacity building of our frontline workers who were not being given adequate attention earlier. It has also contributed in the already ongoing movement towards community empowerment. In our period, we saw first such measure during the launch and implementation of the Swachh Bharat mission, and the aspirational district program and the aspirational block program has enabled us to carry forward that movement. It has also touched upon the behavioral and transactional aspect of administration by bringing together different levels, different verticals of administration and service delivery at a single platform. The quality of service has also improved, and to conclude, it has brought the goal of the government of India, the state government, the district administration, and the block administration at same pace. And it has created a kind of consensus ad idem, which means meeting of mind at same point in same manner when it comes to implementation of government programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shukla. So what we have seen in the Gamaria block in Saraikela, Kharsawa district is the implementation of the 3 core principles of the aspirational block program: convergence, collaboration and competition, used in the best possible manner to saturate services, saturation in all the key performance indicators, and almost 50% or 100% marks out of 50 received by the block for their performance. Good congratulations to them for setting this example of good governance. Now I would request Shri Inbasekhar K, District Collector of Kasaragod district, to speak on the transformations brought about through digital inclusion in the Parappa block, and how they have deployed the digital governance platforms for not just the delivery of the services but also saturation of the key parameters.
Respected Secretary Sir, Shri V. Srinivas Sir, Director General, IIPA, Shri S.N. Tripathi Sir, ACS, Government of Odisha, Shri Surendra Kumar Sir, Additional Secretary, Shri Puneet Yadav Sir, and Joint Secretary Ma'am, Sarita Ma'am, and dignitaries. Good morning to all of you. This Aspirational Blocks program, one of the very well designed program of Government of India. The main feature of this program is it is data driven. You get to see in numbers whatever developments are taking place in the field. And one more important thing is there is a reward mechanism. Whenever there is a quarterly ranking released by Niti Aayog, you get some funding from Niti Aayog, which can be used to improve various indicators. And as Shuklaji said, there are 38 indicators across 5 sectors, and we have to improve or saturate these indicators. That is our primary job. So if you take Delta ranking of hard block, we got 463 rank in June 2023, just 1 month after I took charge as a district collector. So we all know that once we land in the district as a district collector, we all want to do something, and definitely this was a great opportunity for me. And later on, when we reached December 2023, our rank improved, and in September 2024, during this period, we got All India second rank, and in the both in composite index and also in the Delta ranking. So we got totally 3.5 crores from Niti Aayog to spend on various sectors across the 38 indicators. So that was our accomplishment. So being as a good governance practice conference, I would like to spend more time on what are the best practices that we have done in our block and the district. Next slide, please. So what was the action plan? Next. So Chintan Shivir. So this is the very starting point of this particular program, wherein we called all the panchayat presidents and members and the district level officials and block level officials at the block. I went there personally, and I took sub-divisional magistrates, all the district level people, and we were sitting the whole day and discussing with the people, and we come out a block development strategy. So this was like very, very important and fundamental document over which we will be doing all our works in coming months. Next. So this is the block development strategy. We do SWOT analysis for each theme. We have 5 themes, 38 indicators. We do SWOT analysis and identify critical gaps which need our interventions for improvement. Next. So it is not only sufficient that we call the people representatives. It is important that we have to conduct awareness programs in all the panchayats, and we need to involve the people. That is we call Janbahidari. So as per the Niti Aayog instruction, we conducted Sankalp Saptah across 1 week. We had each day we had one theme, and we had to conduct programs on those themes. So we arranged so many programs across the panchayats and entire block, so that the people get the awareness about this particular program, because people participation is the very, very important thing for the success of this program. Next. So Jan Bhagidari, see, in the last day of Sankalp Saptah, you can see we conducted a public rally in the small hilly town of Parappa. So the people participated very with lot of enthusiasm, and we can see that with the traditional cultural fervor, they actually participated in this program. Next. So what was our strategy? So if you take the particular important thing about this particular program is we should have a very clear-cut strategy through which we are going to improve this indicator. So what I did, I visited all these panchayats. So it's not like every month we conduct monthly meeting, but also it is equally important we have to visit these places, and I interacted with all the panchayat presidents and members. So they were very happy to that collector is coming to their panchayat and interacting and asking about what are the problems in the particular panchayat, even from the lowest democratic functionary, the members. So they were very much happy to receive me and tell about their problems. So this has made me my job almost half done, because whenever we tell some of the indicators to improve, we have to tell them that this is to be done, and they do it. So for example, we'll have to conduct mass medical camps. So to conduct mass medical camp, we need doctors and the health mechanism. But we need people. People have to come forward and they have to participate in the camp. For that, we need people participation. That was ensured by creating a collaboration between the local self-governments and the district administration. Next. Then capacity building, it is very important. It is not that the district collector is staying in the district sometime and doing something, and after we leave, it is important that the people are having the capacity to continue the program. So capacity building, what I did, I took all these panchayat presidents and the self-help group chairpersons in the panchayat to some remote location. It's a resort, in the hilly resort. I took them and I trained them. I told them, these are the indicators we need. This is the period of Sampurnata Abhiyan. So July, August, September 2024, we got 3 months, and we need to improve 6 indicators. I mean, we need to saturate these indicators, and we need their help. So I took a class, and I told them to discuss among themselves and present a plan. So this whole day went on like this, and finally they came up and they told about what all the things they are going to do, and that was kind of success. Next. And this is very important, micro action plans. For each target, for each indicator, we need to do the micro action plan. For example, if we are doing, say, NCD screening for hypertension and diabetes, it is important that we need to conduct so many camps. We conducted 824 camps within the span of 2 months, and we need to communicate the schedule to the people. And we need their participation. Without people, we cannot do the screening. So we need their support. So we need to create a plan for each indicator, even for soil health card. We have to take samples, and we need people. We need a lab to analyze all those things, and we need to distribute that. So we need a very critical plans. So we prepared micro action plan by the participation of the people, and we ensured that it is all done and also we need to do monitoring, district level monthly meetings. Even though we say district level monthly meetings, it is everyday monitoring. Every day we need to call on those people and ask what are the developments taking place. And whenever we are getting results, we should also take corrective steps why it is not improving. Certain indicators are not improving. So what should we do? For example, when we did the soil health card analysis, after giving the instruction in the meeting, next day I visited the soil health lab. Then I understood that there is some instruments are not working. Then I had to call people, then it was done. So it is like these micro interventions is very, very important in the aspirational blocks, because in the aspirational blocks we have so many challenges, like starting from human resource, the systems, fund. We have so many challenges, but it is important that the collector is directly involving in each and every stage so that we achieve these targets. Next. And this is very important. Our approach was never we did we did something from top to bottom. It is always bottom to top approach. The local level people are involved, and we only told them what are the things to be done. As I told, these 38 indicators across 5 sectors, what are the things to be done that we told them, we educated them. So their participation was very important, and they planned everything, and it was implemented. And finally, this active media engagement is very important, because the local media, they should know about this particular program. Then only people will understand that it's the priority block, and whenever collector along with the district level officials coming to block and taking meetings, it is important that people understand the importance that we give to this program. So that is how the local planning is very important. Next. So Sampurna Abhiyan, this is the I would say this is one of the best thing happened to in the entire episode. Next slide. Why? Because they gave 3 months. Niti Aayog gave us 3 months time with 6 indicators, and we need to saturate it. So it was like kind of say examination, and you have been given a syllabus, you've been given some time, and you need to work hard and achieve it. So this NCD screening, hypertension, diabetes, we saturated with 100%. We conducted 824 camps. We screened around 90,000 people within 2 months, and we achieved this. And ANC registration, again, it was around 60-70%, but to make it 100%, to reach the unreached, it is very important that we mobilize the people, and soil health card generation, again, we achieved the target. And supplementary nutrition distribution, we have 14,000 children in our Anganwadis, and of which we could able to reach them 95%, and all the pregnant women, we could able to reach 100%, because imagine the reasons mostly that we cannot reach the 100% is that the last mile connectivity, because these people are mostly from disadvantaged section, mostly tribals, living in the faraway places, and the Anganwadi worker will have to take the materials, rations, and to reach that place and give them that supplementary nutrition and mark them in the portion tracker. It is very important, and it cannot be done by one single Anganwadi worker. It is not physically, it is not possible. Practically, it is not possible. So we need to talk with the local ward member, and with their support, with the community support, it is possible that we can reach out everyone. And it is a big thing to reach out, because once we did these things, we could see very clearly, that malnutrition levels are coming down. So this Sampurna Abhiyan is the great, I would say, one of the governance perspective. It is important that we give target, we give time, and we ensure, we follow up, and we ensure that it is done. So this is the great thing. Next. And this is the launch of Sampurna Abhiyan. We conducted a tribal medical camp, and we took Sampurna Abhiyan, there is a oath, and I was just telling the oath, and all others were repeating. So then we conducted Poshan Mela. Next.
In the Sekar, can you wind up in a shorter time, because
yes,
we are expecting the MOS.
Yeah.
Right?
So then so it is very important that we also appreciate the people who are working with us. So once we achieve all these things, I distributed the certificate and memento to 595 people. Again, it is very important to appreciate the people who have worked with us. Next. And this is the sector-wise interventions. I am not going much into this. This is a health intervention. We could achieve 100% in NCD screening. Next. And our newborn low birth weight babies are very less. Next. Nutrition, again, we could reach out to each and every pregnant woman and the child. And one important thing is Mission Anganwadi program, for which we got best district collector award from the state department, wherein we find Anganwadi, wherever the Anganwadis are not having own building, we find some land from government, and we ensure that the buildings are coming up. So that is one thing. Next. And education sector. Next. Basic infra, all the villages are ODF free, all those things are there in the slide. Next. And agriculture, this very important thing is this soil health card that we achieved 100%. Next. And social development, revolving fund distribution, that we opened account in the nationalized banks for all these groups. That was done at the very big mass camps we were conducted, and we did this. Next. And this is one program that I would like to say that along with Alimco, we distributed these assistive devices to the differently abled people. Next. And this is ABCD campaign. See, we have 6 basic documents to give to the tribals: Aadhaar, voter ID, and this birth certificate, ration card, health insurance. Some people were not having it, and we ensured this campaign and ensured that the tribals are getting these documents. Next. And next. So these are the beneficiaries, like 1,798 people across the 4 panchayats got all these documents. That's a big thing for them. With this, they can access all the government services. Next. And this is many indicators, like 12 indicators were saturated during this period. Next. And this many 20 indicators, like high performing indicators. Next. And those we have challenges. We don't have an institutional delivery point in our block, so we are working on it. Definitely, we will be able to achieve that also. And these 6 indicators need a lot of improvements. Next. So our source of funds. Next. This is mostly from panchayats, and there is a special package of the government of Kerala is there. Next. And the way forward, we have planned proposal for additional allocation of 3.5 crores. Next. And these all the projects are like, it's related to the 38 indicators, and it was approved in the last empowered committee. So we will be implementing all these programs. Next. Next. So the future action plan, out of 7 panchayats, the 4 panchayats we have already announced as a TB Mukt panchayat. 3 panchayats we are like working on. Definitely we will be able to achieve that also. Next. Next. So ensure that media engagement equally important. People understand what we are doing, and it also should be shared with national agency like Niti Aayog. Next. And we were the first block panchayat block in the state to fulfill all these indicators in the Samburnada Abhiyan. Next. 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 Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Indrasekhar. Thank you so much. So, what we have seen is how the conceptualization of the NITI's aspirational block program gives direction actually of development, clarity on the direction of development, and then focus on those areas. And they have taken some very good steps of localizing the planning and also involving local community, which gives sustainability to the progress in these blocks. And we are told that the Honorable MOS is on his way, and we will give a break to this session and resume the session on the aspirational block program after the inaugural session and post lunch. So with that, I hand over the stage to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, esteemed Chair, for permitting us to interrupt the session right now, but we will continue and resume the session once the inaugural session is over. Thank you so much. To the speakers, we will hear 2 more amazing stories of success once the inaugural session is over. May I request humbly everyone to please ensure that your mobile phones are in silent mode, and even manager. Pension at Prime Minister's Office, Science and Technology, Earth Sciences, Atomic Energy and Department of Space, Dr. Jitendra Singh. Esteemed Secretary, DARPG, Shri V. Srinivas. Esteemed DG IIPA, Shri S.N. Tripathi. Esteemed Additional Chief Secretary, General Administration and Public Grievance Department, Government of Odisha, Shri Surendra Kumar. And esteemed Additional Secretary, DARPG, Shri Puneet Yadav. It's been an absolutely honor to have such special dignitaries for this two-day national conference, and it's an age-old practice of the land to greet and welcome special guests with bouquets of fresh flowers. May I request the host team to present flower bouquets to dignitaries on stage, please. Can we have an overwhelming round of applause for the Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Union Minister of State, and dignitaries present on stage? Their presence is making this two-day national conference on good governance practices truly special and unforgettable for each one of us present here. Host team doing the honor of presenting bouquets of fresh flowers, a beautiful sight on stage. May I now request esteemed Additional Chief Secretary, General Administration and Public Grievance Department, Government of Odisha, Shri Surendra Kumar, to please officially deliver the welcome address.
Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Mohan Charan Majhi ji, Honorable Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh, Secretary, Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, Shri V. Srinivas ji, DG, Indian Institute of Public Administration, Shri Surendranath Tripathi ji, Additional Secretary, DARPG, Mr. Yadav, distinguished guests, award-winning officials, delegates from across the nation, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to all of you to the National Conference on Good Governance Practices here in Bhubaneswar. Over the next 2 days, this forum will serve as a confluence of some of the brightest minds in public administration, distinguished practitioners, innovators, thought leaders, all united by a shared commitment to advancing the frontiers of governance in India. We are honored to have you us with it today, the presence of Honorable Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh, whose visionary leadership in personnel, public grievances, and pension reforms has shaped the agenda of governance at the national level. I extend a special welcome to Honorable Chief Minister Shri Mohan Charan Majhi ji, under whose stewardship Odisha continues to pioneer initiatives that place people at heart of administration. My special gratitude also goes to Shri V. Srinivas ji, Secretary DARPG, whose dedication to administrative reforms has been instrumental in the organization of this landmark event. Last but not the least, I also extend a heartfelt thanks to my ex-senior colleague, Shri Surendra Tripathi, who has taught us so much with regard to administrative innovations, and I think he rightly deserves to be a part of this conference today. This conference is convened at a critical juncture as India accelerates its journey towards transformative growth, inclusion, responsive public service, and the likes. One of the main objectives of this gathering is to showcase and celebrate the success stories, those initiatives recognized with the Prime Minister's Excellence Awards that have delivered measurable improvements in the lives of citizens. This meeting of minds is designed to provide a platform for cross-learning amongst the district collectors, senior officials, and practitioners from across the states, facilitating the deep exchange of experience and new ideas. Aim to deliberate on administrative innovations and policy reforms and their role in achieving holistic development, with particular focus on aspirational block program and innovation in service delivery. I am positive that the deliberations will lead to catalyzing new partnerships and create a replicable blueprint for citizen-centric governance by leveraging technology, process re-engineering, and best administrative practices. With people being at the core of this entire exercise, our ultimate measure of success as public servants and administrators lies in the well-being and empowerment of the citizens that we serve. The discussions and outcomes of this conference are designed to have a direct, positive impact on the people of India by encouraging the adoption of proven models of efficient service delivery that reduce delays, improve transparency, and make government services more accessible. It also aims for promoting process re-engineering that minimizes bureaucratic hurdles and simplifies procedures, making it easier for ordinary citizens to benefit from the welfare schemes of essential services. Before we embark upon this complex journey of good governance, it is critical that we ground ourselves in the fundamentals of governance itself. Governance is more than administration. It is about creating robust institutions, enforcing the rule of law, ensuring accountability, and building enduring trust with the citizens. Unless the foundations are strong, clarity of law, transparency of process, integrity in execution, even the most well-intentioned schemes and reforms are at the risk of falling short. Therefore, it is extremely important that we first understand the fundamentals of administration before we move forward for achieving the next level of good governance. As we embark on this two-day journey, let us remember that our endeavor is not merely to celebrate administrative achievements, but to weave a web of knowledge, commitment, and innovation that will uplift millions. Let these deliberations spark new collaborations. Let us pledge ourselves to the principle that good governance is not a privilege, but the right of every citizen. On behalf of the State Government of Odisha, I once again welcome each and every one of you. May the conversation here sow the seeds of change that blossom into a new era of efficient, transparent, and compassionate governance across India. Thank you. Jai Hind. Bande Utkal Janani.
Thank you so much, sir, for those overwhelming words of welcome. May I now request esteemed Secretary, DRPG, Shri V. Srinivas, to please set the context and speak about the significance of platforms like this, sir.
Honorable Chief Minister of the Government of Orissa, respected Shri Mohan Charan Manjhi ji, Honorable Minister of State for Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, respected Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, respected Cabinet Ministers of the Government of Orissa, Dr. S.N. Tripathi ji, the Director General, Indian Institute of Public Administration, Shri Surendra Kumar ji, the Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Orissa, my distinguished colleagues, Shri Puneet Yadav ji, Srimati Sarita Chauhan ji, Additional Chief Secretaries, Principal Secretaries, Secretaries of Government of Orissa, Prime Ministers, awardees, distinguished delegates to this conference across India, I extend a warm and hearty welcome to the Honorable Chief Minister of the Government of Orissa and to the Honorable Minister of State for Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions to the National Conference on Good Governance Practices at Bhubaneswar. I also extend a very warm welcome to my distinguished colleagues, Dr. S.N. Tripathi ji, Shri Puneet Yadav ji, and Shri Surendra Kumar ji, as also all the distinguished cabinet ministers who are attending this event today. This national conference has been curated around the Civil Services Day theme of holistic development of India through holistic development of districts and holistic development of blocks. The Honorable Prime Minister in his Civil Services Day address had said, holistic development of India is not just a theme. It is our commitment, our promise to the people of this country. It means that no village is left behind, no family is left behind, no citizen is left behind. the Honorable Prime Minister has called on the civil service for a sankalp, sahyog and kshamata, commitment, collaboration and capabilities so that India's tryst with the destiny of Viksit Bharat is achieved. This conference showcases the transformation in public governance in India, where young civil servants are thought leaders and innovators. Sir, in this conference, we have district collectors from Jammu and Kashmir to Kerala, from Arunachal Pradesh to Gujarat, who are participating from across the country, and over 70 officers have come from across the country. And since morning, we've heard many stories of commitment and community mobilization which have been presented in this conference. The theme, as I said, is holistic development of India, and the Prime Minister's award scheme has been curated so that the holistic development across 11 priority sector programs can be undertaken. Last year, 11 such schemes were identified and 1,588 nominations received from over 750 districts. And these nominations were assessed on qualitative, quantitative, and governance criteria. There have been several success stories that you have seen. For example, in Rajkot district, as was presented, the case study of Shivbhai Rajiv Bhai Sindhu, which said that he has benefited by almost 3.05 lakhs across 11 programs. And 8 of the 11 priority sector programs have reached saturation. 120% has been achieved under the PM Surya Ghar Bijli Yojana. Similarly, for the first time, we have 2 districts of Tripura, Dhalai and also Gomati, which have presented. And sir, out of a population of 5.12 lakhs of Gomati district, the holistic development of India has covered a population of 2.15 lakhs under the PM Jan Arogya Yojana and almost 1 lakh households under Har Ghar Jal. The approach is to ensure that no individual is left behind. Similarly, the case study of Kupwara that was presented, 1.28 lakh beneficiaries of Har Ghar Jal and 5.05 lakh beneficiaries under PMJ. So, community mobilization by adopting 6-point strategies have been taken up. Similarly, under the aspirational block program, convergence, participatory planning, monthly ranking, as also data-driven monitoring have been implemented. So smart classes is something that we are witnessing across the aspirational blocks. We also have a number of innovations that are being presented, like the Uttarakhand UK GAMS, Assam's Shiksha Setu, Uttar Pradesh's Sugamya Pustakalaya, and Arunachal Pradesh's Digi Kaksha. We also have several district collectors of Odisha who will be speaking on the sideline as part of this conference, and their presentations by 7 district collectors would be made tomorrow. I will briefly show you how far we have progressed in terms of holistic development of India through a representation of maps scheme-wise. If you could just show the presentation, please. If you could go to the presentation, please. Sir, this was the Prime Minister's quote from the Civil Services Day on 21st April 2025, which said that holistic development of India is not just a theme, it is our commitment, our promise to the people of the country. No village left behind, no family left behind, no citizen left behind. Next, please. Sir, we have taken 11 schemes which will be going up for saturation for 2 years' time. Last year we had a different set of schemes, and once they were saturated, they were phased out. So out of the 350 centrally sponsored schemes and about 170 odd centrally sponsored schemes and 350 central sector schemes, these schemes have been identified. So Mission Indradhanush, as can be seen, has almost achieved saturation with almost 90% across most states. So in all likelihood, by next year, we would be achieving full saturation in terms of the immunization programs, the additional immunization programs. Next, please. In terms of the Pradhan Mantri Jan Awas Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin, there are states which have achieved 90%, but there is some areas where saturation is yet to be achieved. It is hoped that in the next 2 years' time, this scheme would also witness around 90% saturation. Next, please. The Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Urban, this has progressed again at a rapid rate, and most states have reached around 75 to 80% in terms of achievement levels. Next, please. The Saksham Anganwadi, which is the Poshan 2.0, this is around 50 to 60% saturation. There is some work left, and it is hoped the inclusion of this scheme under the PM awards will take it and provide greater impetus through leadership for the district collectors. Next, please. The Kisan Credit Card Scheme for farmers, animal husbandry and fisheries. This is a scheme that is under implementation, and 2 years of monitoring through the PM Award scheme will provide tremendous impetus for field implementation. Next, please. The PM Swanidhi scheme has grown rapidly across states, and implementation levels are between 50 to 70% on a pan-India basis. Next, please. The PM Vishwakarma scheme is again a scheme that has been rapidly expanding, and the Har Ghar Jal Yojana, next please, has also been rapidly growing across all states. Next, please. The PM Surya Ghar Bijli Yojana has witnessed rapid progress in Gujarat, and Rajkot district's example was showcased, wherein which every house that is being built or every apartment building has a solar panel that is established with it, and it has brought tremendous transformation in terms of electricity availability. This is a scheme under implementation across many states. The PM Jan Arogya Yojana, next please. Next please. PM Matru Vandana Yojana, these are two schemes of the Health Ministry that are included in the PM Award Scheme 2025. Next please. The Aspirational Block Scheme has had tremendous impact on the lines of the Aspirational Districts program at micro level to bring field level transformation. Next please. The inclusion of these schemes integrated into one PM award ensures that the holistic development of India can be taken up on a timely manner. I would like to thank the Honorable Chief Minister of Government of Orissa for giving us time and for accepting our request to host this conference in Bhubaneswar. I would also like to thank Honorable Jitendra Singh Ji. This is his 29th regional conference that is being chaired and held under his leadership, and his vision and dynamism have imparted a new meaning to administrative reforms across India. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughtful insights with us and reminding us the importance of good governance practices in nation building. Ladies and gentlemen, Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji once said, India will shine through its villages, and today, under the able leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, we say this with immense pride that our villages are shining, our districts beaming with confidence. We are bringing changes to lives of millions of people, spreading smile through some of the best good governance practices. So coming up next is a very short audiovisual that will tell you more about the Prime Minister Award-winning good governance practices for the year 2024. The AV, please.
हम हैं वो आईना जिसे देख कर देश संवरता है।
अब भारत को भरोसा है उन पर जो चूकते नहीं, जो थकते नहीं और जो हारते नहीं। जिन्हें साहस से परिणाम बदलना आता है। आज के देश को कल विकसित बनाना आता है। कोशिशों की तस्वीर में जीत का रंग भरने वाले ऐसे ही विजेताओं के विजय का उत्सव है प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स अवार्ड्स फॉर एक्सीलेंस इन पब्लिक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन।
इस भरोसे का बहुत ठोस कारण है आज का भारत आने वाले 25 साल की इस 21वीं शताब्दी के लॉन्ग टर्म विजन को ध्यान में रखते हुए एक के बाद एक कदम उठा रहा है, व्यापक स्तर पर काम कर रहा है।
अब भारत को भरोसा है होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट के इन विजेताओं पर, जो सिर्फ मिसाल ही नहीं, हर अंधेरे को मिटाने वाली मशाल बने।
हम हैं वो आईना जिसे देख कर देश संवरता है।
हमने कभी जिंदगी में सोचा ही नहीं था हम ऐसे मकान में रह सकेंगे। अब हमारा भी एक पता है।
पीएम सूर्यग्रह मुफ्त बिजली योजना में सोलर लगाने के बाद एक तो लाइट का बिल खत्म हो गया है और ये फ्यूचर जनरेशन के लिए भी बहुत जरूरी है।
যেতিয়া মই PM চৌধুৰী লোনটো ললো, লোৱাৰ পিছত মই বস্তুখিনি ভাল বস্তু আনিছো, আপোনাৰ গ্ৰাহকবোৰ বহুত বাঢ়িছে।
अब भारत को भरोसा है तरक्की की नई पहुंच पर, नई उन्नति पर, नई ऊंचाइयों पर, जिसकी कहानी कह रहे हैं एस्पिरेशनल ब्लॉक्स प्रोग्राम के विजेता।
हम हैं वो रोशनी जिसे ओढ़ कर देश चमकता है।
हमारे स्कूल में जब से ICT लैब आया है तो हमें कंप्यूटर चलाना बहुत अच्छे से आ गया है और मैं अब ऑनलाइन और ऑफलाइन के सभी काम आराम से कर लेती हूँ।
ജലജീവൻ പദ്ധതി പ്രകാരം ഇപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവർക്കും വെള്ളം ലഭിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവരുടെ കാര്യം ഭംഗിയായി നടക്കുന്നു.
भारत को अब भरोसा है इनोवेशन पर, जिसकी आभा एक नई आशा को नया रूप देती है, जो संभावनाओं को हर सरहद से आजाद करती है, जिसके उदाहरण हैं हमारे विजेता।
हमारे जागने का हौसला है ये, हमारी जीत की मंजिल गिराया है।
পোষণ ট্যাগারের মধ্যে আমাদের একটাই লক্ষ্য আছে, কোনো মা এবং শিশু যাতে ছুটে না যায়।
स्कीम के जरिए हमारा हुनर ही हमारा सहारा बन गया।
শিক্ষা সেতু এপৰ দ্বাৰা ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীসকলৰ শৈক্ষিক নথিপত্ৰসমূহ এতিয়া ডিজিটেলি সংৰক্ষণ কৰাটো বহুত সহজ হৈ পৰিছে।
रेल से संबंधित मेरी जो भी समस्या होती है मैं सुगम्य पुस्तकालय में आके अपनी समस्या का समाधान करती हूँ।
अब भारत को भरोसा है इसे विकसित बनाने को, इसकी मिट्टी से किए हमारे वादों पर कि हम वो बीज बो कर रहेंगे, हम वो पेड़ उगा कर रहेंगे कि जिसकी डाली पर बैठने सोने की चिड़िया लौट आएगी।
हम हैं पतवार जिसे थामे वो तूफान से लड़ता है। हम हैं वो रोशनी जिसे ओढ़ कर देश चमकता है। हम हैं वो आईना जिसे देख कर देश संवरता है।
I was expecting a louder round of applause for this absolutely inspiring audiovisual. I think the message is loud and clear. We have to take development to those who need it the most, and together we definitely can. Ladies and gentlemen, on this Red Letter Day, we are also releasing an e-journal on the theme, Minimum Government, Maximum Governance. May I request Honorable Chief Minister Odisha, Shri Mohan Charan Majhi, and Honorable Union Minister of State, Dr. Jitendra Singh, to please do the honor of releasing this e-journal by pressing the button of the remote. This e-journal will disseminate information and definitely instill a sense of inspiration for those who are working hard towards good governance practices. Ladies and gentlemen, as a physician, he has taught us to love fellow humans, have empathy. As a columnist, he has taught us to be brave and fearless. As an academician, he has taught us to be doing our share for nation building. And as a nationalist, he's teaching us every single day to keep nation above everything else. It's an absolute honor to have the presence of Honorable Union Minister of State, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji. May I request you, sir, to please share your words of wisdom with us.
Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Mohan Charan Manjhi ji, at the outset I have to thank you. आपने अपना कीमती समय से कुछ पल हमारे लिए निकाले हैं. हमारा प्रोत्साहन भी हुआ, हौसला अफजाई भी हुई और व्यक्तिगत तौर पर मुझे इस बात का भी संतोष है, हर्ष है कि आपके मुख्यमंत्री बनने के बाद पहली बार औपचारिक तौर पर आपके साथ कार्यक्रम करने का अवसर रहा है. All the honorable ministers from the state government, our colleague from the Department of Administrative Reforms, Public Grievances, Government of India, Mr. Srinivas, Director General, Indian Institute Public Administration, and a very senior bureaucrat, Mr. S.N. Tripathi, Additional Chief Secretary, Surinder ji, our another colleague from Delhi, Mr. Puneet Ahuja, and senior officers from the Government of India, Government of Odisha, representatives and delegates from different states and union territories drawn from across the country. Now, as Mr. Srinivas was telling you, this is possibly for the second time that we are in Odisha within just about 3 years. And I think it's important to understand the sentiment behind having these regional conferences. He is very good at maintaining statistics. So Mr. Srinivas said this is my 29th conference. But I think more important than that is that ever since independence, the number of governance conferences organized by this department has been just 41. Out of which 29 have been held under Prime Minister Modi. Which means this is nearly more than twice of what was done in the early 60 years. So that also is a reflection of the tone, tenor, scale, speed with which the government headed by Prime Minister Modi is being run. And out of the 29, he is kind enough to give my score. I think 21 of them have been organized under him as secretary. And the other unique feature is that most of these conferences were earlier being held in the Vigyan Bhavan in the national capital. So it was our considered view that we have to pull out this entire exercise from the confines of Vigyan Bhavan. And I suggested to Mr. Srinivas, they want me to appear taller than Srinivas, so thank you. And I suggested to him, and he graciously accepted, that we would not go by random, we would go zone-wise. So if one conference is held in the north, second one in south, then in east, then west likewise. And they have had last 2 or 3 conferences in Maharashtra, in south, up there in north, and now they are back in the east. And east, I think Bhubaneswar had to be a natural choice because this is one of the most respected study centers in East India. ever since the pre-independence times. And the other unique feature of the state of Odisha, and particularly the city of Bhubaneswar, I know how much of you living over here realizes that it has a unique character of having adopted the latest cutting-edge technology, while at the same time not giving up its ancient ethos and connection with the legacy which stands locked in the time of Konark Temple. And I have been in and out of this, as the lady was kindly referring to my forays into academics and teaching. So I have been out and in of this city for the last several decades. And the first time I think I came here was just about 4 days after the super cyclone. That was the year 1999. And I was just now referring that to the Honorable Chief Minister. We had a huge conference over here. I was supposed to be one of the organizers. Everything went haywire. There were not many of hotels. And the delegates were also hesitant to come. We were left with only just about 5-6 days. So the other organizers asked me whether we should go ahead. I was not sure. So the senior most amongst us those days was Professor M.M.S. Ahuja. He's a nationally known name, no more among us now. Of course, one of the founder faculty at the AIIMS in New Delhi. And he was a hard task master, so nobody dared to speak to him. So they all pushed me to make a call to him and request him to get it postponed. तो जब मैंने फ़ोन किया तो प्रोफेसर साहब ने कहा कि मैं कहा सर सभी ऐसा ऐसा कह रहे हैं कि इसको हुआ तो बोले जितेंद्र सिंह इस मुल्क का नाम क्या है So I got confused. I thought I had annoyed the old man. तो मैं चुप रहा बोले नहीं मैंने पूछा इस मुल्क का नाम क्या है तुम्हें आता है कि नहीं मैं कहा बोले इस मुल्क का नाम है हिंदुस्तान यहाँ एक दिन तूफान आता है दूसरे दिन अकाल पड़ता है तीसरे दिन बाढ़ आती है चौथे दिन साइक्लोन आता है और साथ साथ ज़िंदगी चलती है सो वी हैव टू गो अहेड एंड आई थिंक वी वर द फर्स्ट पोस्ट साइक्लोन डूइंग दैट एकेडमिक एक्टिविटी इन दिस सिटी डेलीगेट हमारे पास 136 ही आए क्योंकि बहुत कम अटेंडेंस हो पाई थी बट वी वेंट एट सो आई थिंक दैट इज़ द काइंड ऑफ academic attraction that this city of Bhubaneswar enjoys. Now, as far as the Modi reforms are concerned, of which we are over here to discuss for the next 2 days, I think broadly speaking, they have impacted at 4 levels. A, of course, they are indeed very revolutionary reforms, which have created a revolutionary transformation in governance, as Prime Minister says, perform, reform, and transform. So they have actually lived up to that mantra. And it's surprising that these should have been brought in soon after the midnight of independence, but they took 60, 70 years before Prime Minister Modi took over. The second impact is, if we realize deeply, these are no longer confined only to governance. They have a huge, huge socio-economic impact. And each of these slides which are being shown, Mr. Srinivas, apparently they seem to be governance reforms. But intrinsically, they have a socio-economic transformation impact. Like, for example, immediately after this government came in, they issued the orders that no longer will the youth be asked to get their certificates attested by a gazetted officer. And sent out a huge, huge social message. They look at now, this is a government which has the capacity to trust the youth of this country. Then there was evolution of interview, which provided a level playing field, so it's a kind of a democratization of job opportunities. So on and so forth, even in many of the departments headed by Mr. Srinivasan, like for example, pensions, you created the provision of divorced daughters or the separated daughters also being claimants to their parents' family pension, even if they don't have a judgment from the court. Then so many so. So these are not only governance reforms. In fact, these were the reforms waiting to happen because of the changing social milieu that we live in. And the social evolution or the society's evolution or the societal evolution is a dynamic process. So they have lived up to that. Thirdly, these reforms have changed the mindset of an average or a common Indian. Your entire way of looking at things is different. You have huge amount of self-esteem, confidence, and you think you can also do it if someone else can do it, which is reflected in the manner now we have the civil services results. Year after year, you have girl toppers, and that too from places which were never known to make it to the civil services list, or from the colleges which were not included in that elite list of colleges that we usually are referred to in this country. And fourthly, and that is, I think, a matter of pride for the department also, some of the reforms introduced through this department have created global models. One of them is the CP grams, which we may be talking about, and I'll refer to the grievance model. Yes, you can clap because there's no complaint against clapping. So rather, they'll be aggrieved if they don't clap. So secondly, the digital life certificate. So these are some of the models to study which we are now receiving officers from different countries, and they have received wide reputation across the country. The basis of all these reforms has been citizen first, as is also part of the theme of this two-day event. And when we say citizen first, usually it sounds like a good sermon, a very, academically idealistic phrase. But if you ask somebody how to spell it, how to translate it on the ground, it becomes difficult to explain. So I think the easiest, simple way is another global success story which has emanated from this government is the Swamitva program, which is again technology-driven, because all these reforms have been technology-driven. You use the space technology, you use the drones, and you can map your farm, you can map your land. You have put Patwari out of job. अभी हमारे यहाँ मंत्री भी बैठे हैं, मुख्यमंत्री जी बैठे हैं, और जो हम सार्वजनिक जीवन से जुड़े हैं, हमारे कई बार अनुभव हुआ कि पटवारी की अगर आप प्रमोशन कर देते तो ये सिफारिश लेके आता कि साहब मुझे पटवारी ही रहने दीजिए, मुझे सिफारिश नहीं करनी. सो ओवर द इयर्स इट वाज द मोस्ट कॉवेटेड जॉब. पटवारी से हटना ही नहीं चाहता था वो. सडनली ओवरनाइट यू हैव पुट हिम आउट ऑफ जॉब बिकॉज यू हैव मेड सिटीजन मास्टर ऑफ हिज डेस्टिनी. तो ये एक साधारण उदाहरण है सिटीजन फर्स्ट. और ऐसे ही चलते गए तो सिटीजन फर्स्ट will be also replacing many of the functions of the collector himself. Another success story is RuPay is another success story. और कल ही रिपोर्ट आई है UPI की. UPI has overtaken Visa card. Visa was for the international travelers was the favored card. But now it's been taken over by the Indian option because they find some of the enabling provisions in it which they find more handy and more useful. इसी 10-11 साल का one more feature is, which is unique, because all these reforms could have been possible only because, unlike the earlier governments, this government did not follow the status quoist approach. आमतौर से सचिव का भी स्वभाव रहता है कि बहुत ज़्यादा क्रांतिकारी फैसले लेने का क्या फ़ायदा, कल को ट्रांसफ़र हो जाएगी. और मंत्री के दिल में भी दुविधा है कि उसने तो हर 5 साल के बाद इम्तहान पास करना है. तो कहते हैं कि साहब जैसा चला और जैसे पिछलों ने किया वही ही करो. उनके गुण अवगुण ही अपना करके गाड़ी आगे चलती रहे. बट दिस वाज पॉसिबल बिकॉज मोदी हिमसेल्फ फॉलोड दैट अप्रोच एंड encouraged others to approach, to break the taboos of the past, to take out-of-box decisions. There have been at least 1,500 to 1,600 rules which have been done away with by this government. Usually, the governments take pride in bringing in new rules. जब कोई पद से हट जाता है या कोई रिटायरमेंट के बाद अधिकारी या कोई पूर्व मंत्री, वो अपने नाते नातियों को बोर करने के लिए यही कहानियाँ सुनाते हैं। मेरे ज़माने में मैंने ये किया था, चाहे वो सुनने वाले दिलचस्पी रखता हो कि ना हो, मैंने ये कानून लाया था, मैंने ये कहा। तो मैं इनसे कह रहा था कि आप क्या सुनाएंगे, आपको ये सुनाना होगा कि मैंने ये कानून हटाया था। मैंने सेपरेटेड डॉटर्स के लिए जो कानून बना था उसको हटा दिया। मैंने बच्चों को जो अटेस्टेशन का कानून था वो हटा दिया। सो आई थिंक दिस इज़ द फर्स्ट टाइम अ गवर्नमेंट विल टेक प्राइड इन रिफ्लेक्टिंग ऑन दी, और रूल्स भी विच वर ऑफ द ब्रिटिश लेगेसी। एक हमारा कानून था जिसमें अगर सुबह टॉयलेट साफ ना किया गया हो तो आप उसको नज़र बंद कर सकते हैं अटेंडेंट को। अब उस समय उसका औचित्य रहा होगा, आज से 200 साल पहले जब अंग्रेज़ सरकार नई नई यहाँ स्थापित हुई, यहीं से शुरू हुआ था, कलकत्ते से, ईस्ट इंडिया से ही, क्योंकि उस समय सैनिटरी प्रोविजंस नहीं रहा करती थी। टॉयलेट्स और रसोई घर आमतौर से मेन बिल्डिंग से थोड़ी दूरी पे रखा जाता था, और यदि वो सफाई सही समय पे ना हो तो एक न्यूसेंस बन जाता था। तो उस समय का कानून आज भी चल रहा था, और इसलिए एंड एट द सेम टाइम आई ऑल्सो हैव टू कॉम्प्लीमेंट मिस्टर श्रीनिवास। इस सारे जो काम हुए इनके कारण इनके विभाग को भी एक प्रमुखता से सामने आने का मौका मिला। The DRPG, Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, was one of the lesser known departments in Government of India. Today it has become one of the most visible departments. And it's a nodal department for so many governance reforms. And by virtue of this circular governance conferences across the country, he's become one of the most familiar central government bureaucrats across the states. और ये जो इन्होंने मॉडल तैयार किए डिजिटल लाइफ और सीपी ग्राम इत्यादि, और बाहर से आकर के अधिकारी इनसे शिक्षण प्रशिक्षण लेने लगे, तो इन्होंने उसका हर्जाना कैसे वसूल किया, उसका वोट हासिल करके ये प्रेसिडेंट बन गए इंटरनेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विसेज के। क्योंकि जब भी कोई नया बैच आता है तो कहते हैं साहब आपको 2 सप्ताह में सिखा तो दूंगा लेकिन वोट मुझे डालना। और ये करते करते आई हैव टू कंग्रेचुलेट हिम। Just about last week, in a very tough contest, he was elected as the president of this prestigious body of bureaucrats drawn from across the world. इसके अतिरिक्त, they have also been able to come out with some innovative experiments which are worth emulating not only by the other ministries but also by the state governments. Like for example, 4 साल से ये विभाग स्वच्छता अभियान चला रहा है। It's a dedicated campaign during the month of October. So 21, 22, 23, 24, 4 साल में इन्होंने स्वच्छता तो की, लेकिन भारत सरकार में 1162 करोड़ रुपया जमा करवा के दिया। And that is mostly by disposing of electronic, the electronic articles which had been thrown away with or done away with, क्योंकि दफ्तरों में अक्सर स्वभाव होता है कि अगर माउस ख़राब हो जाए तो आप ज़ोर से धमका देते हैं अटेंडेंट को, तो जाता है डरता डरता जाके नया कंप्यूटर रख देता है, और कोई बाद में इस बात का पता नहीं लेता कि वो गया कहाँ गैजेट। तो इतना सारा जंक इकट्ठा हुआ था जिसको इन्होंने मार्केट में फ़रोख्त किया जहाँ पर के असेंबलिंग होती है। सो जस्ट बाई इलेक्ट्रॉनिक स्क्रैप they have also proved, and again this is a social reform, कि बहुत सारे लोगों को ये मालूम नहीं था। We had a group of ladies who came to ask us कि साहब हमें बताइए कहाँ बिकता है, हमारे घरों में तो इतने सारे मोबाइल पड़े हुए बच्चे फेंक देते हैं। So which is also in keeping with making wealth out of waste and giving cues to the rest of the society. बाकी डिजी लॉकर, उमंग, PM अवार्ड जो इन्होंने दिखाया, we have changed the entire format. Earlier it used to be individualized, now it's flagship driven. So the outcome is twofold. A, that all the collectors virtually are now competing for it because they have to prove their performance. And secondly, most of the flagship programs which get included, they get a boost. जैसे उनका PM आवास योजना को इसमें include किया, तो suddenly we had 4 crore houses built. And therefore, in the end, I would just finally conclude saying that we have much achieved, and the aspiration जो इन्होंने कहा, of course that was also idea from this department, प्रशासन गांव की ओर, from aspirational districts going down to the aspirational blocks, then down up to the panchayats. We hope to do so. Only in yesterday's cabinet meeting, another feature has been added to it, 100 aspirational districts across the country where agricultural parameters will be raised in the same pattern as was in the case of the aspirational districts. And now I think if you draw it, the comparison with the earlier 10 years of the UPA government, the huge difference is so huge, so large that it does not even require worth comparison. And now is the time for concentrating, focusing on planning a roadmap for Viksit Bharat 2047, which also has been started. They have started preparing a document on Viksit Bharat. And for that, this conference of this nature is highly relevant. Because as Prime Minister keeps saying that each and every citizen ought to contribute depending his or her capacity or capabilities, if at all we look forward to achieve the optimum results. So there we need the cooperation of the state governments, the UTs, also healthy exchange of practices, even coupling of states could be done. States having similar issues, similar problems could actually be aligned with the other one or two states so that they can have a permanent working relationship, even informally. They could reach out to each other. And also, I would suggest that from now on, we could also have this aspirational pattern, competitive development of these states pattern. So I will suggest to Mr. Srinivasa, we could have a pattern depending on parameters, like we have 41 parameters in a special district, we could have parameters of governance. Already they are producing governance index for the districts, for the states. They are rating them also. We could make them more precise so that then we would know where my state stands and where do I need to reach. And there actually the role of all these senior officers who have gathered here from different states would come handy, so that, and particularly the young officers, because the experience has been that the aspirational districts which did the best had the collectors who were newly recruited. Many of them had been assistant secretaries with us, which is also a new experiment started by this government. So we can post some young collectors, because they will also have the urge to see their state or district rising to that level in 2047, because they are going to be around there, unlike many others. So they could be asked to lay down a map which could carry on along with their lifespan. So if we could do that, I think we would have served this purpose. Thank you very much for all the cooperation from the state government. We hope to be back again soon.
Thank you very much, sir. These strong words will remind us, inspire us to work hard, put better efforts to build a strong Bharat at the grassroots. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, his strong values, impeccable leadership, out-of-the-box approach, pro-people policies have made people come closer to the government within a very short span of time. In Odisha, we say this with immense pride, that development is reaching beneficiaries without blockages, barricades, bottlenecks. And the biggest share of credit for that goes to our Honorable Chief Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I request Honorable Chief Minister Odisha, Shri Mohan Charan Majhi, to address the House. Sir.
Jai Jagannath, Honorable Union Minister of State, Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, Science and Technology, Atomic Energy, Earth Science and Space, Minister of State in PMO, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, Honorable Ministers of Government of Odisha, Secretary, Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, Government of India, Sri V. Srinivas, Additional Chief Secretary Sri Surendra Kumar, DG, Indian Institute of Public Administration Sri Surendranath Tripathi, Additional Secretary DRGPG Sri Puneet Yadav, distinguished guests, senior officers, eminent leaders, prominent innovators, ladies and gentlemen, and media friends. Namaskar. A very warm welcome to all of you to the sacred land of Lord Sri Jagannath. It is both an honor and a privilege for us to host the prestigious National Conference on Good Governance Practices here in Bhubaneswar, the temple city, a symbol of Odisha's evolving journey from tradition to transformation. Let me begin by extending my sincere gratitude to Honorable Union Minister of State, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, whose visionary leadership in the spheres of governance, technology, and personal management continue to inspire public administration across the country. We are indeed privileged by your gracious presence. This two-day conference is not just an exchange of policies and models. It is a reaffirmation of our shared belief that governance must be people-centric, technology-enabled, and future-ready. We believe that good governance is not the prerogative of a few, it is the right of every citizen and the duty of every public servant. Each state has charted its own governance innovations, and when we come together on platforms such as this, we do not merely showcase achievements, we build a shared knowledge infrastructure for a stronger and development India. I would like to share that Odisha has embarked on a path of transformation through empowerment. From disaster resilience to inclusive development, from citizen-centric services to data-driven administration, we have redefined how governance interacts with the people. Odisha has demonstrated a consistent commitment to learning, adoption, and improvement. Honorable Minister, I commend the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances and your ministry for institutionalizing this conference as a mechanism of cooperative federalism. Your initiative ensures that best practices are not confined to one region or department, but are replicated, adopted, and improved upon nationwide. As we discuss critical areas such as historical development of districts, digital governance, public grievances redressal, service delivery, performance benchmarking, and the role of artificial intelligence in administration, let us approach this with humility, openness, and a spirit of collaboration. Odisha is steadily moving towards paperless governance. Our annual budget presentation is now entirely paperless. For internal government communication, we have implemented OSWAS, Odisha Secretariat Workflow Automation System, a fully automated system that has significantly reduced response times through digital signatures for nothings, comments, and approvals. This has made the governance more responsive and transparent. As part of this initiative, most of the citizen service are now available online. Basic services such as obtaining birth or death certificates, residential certificates, benefits from various schemes are just a click away on mobile devices. Our grievance redressal mechanism is nothing short of revolutionary. In addition to personally addressing people's grievance as often as possible, we have an own platform for automated grievances redressal that highly effective. As part of our governance reforms, we have embraced the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji to transform government officials and shift India from rule-based to rule-based governance. We are empowering civil servants by transforming them from Karmachari to Karmajogi. To enhance transparency in governance, we have introduced a work passbook system. Under this initiative, every upcoming infrastructure project will be documented with details such as budget estimation, timelines, and progress. It will enable state-level oversight, advanced analytics, and public access to information, fostering greater transparency. Odisha is proud to contribute to this collective journey, not just as a host, but as a committed stakeholders in India's administrative evolution. We must have from bureaucracy to responsiveness, from files to data, and from compliance to outcomes. India's civil services must become mission-driven, youth-inclusive, innovation-friendly, and above all, citizen-centric. Conferences like this provide an opportunity to shape that narrative. As we begin this important dialogue, let us remember that the ultimate test of governance is its impact on the life of the common citizen, how easily they access services, how quickly grievances are redressed, how transparently the government functions, and how inclusively their dreams are supported. Once again, I welcome you all to Odisha, a state that cherishes its heritage and culture while pursuing a bold vision as we approach the centenary of our statehood in the year 2036. I am confident that this two-day national conference will be a rich and transformative experience for all participants, offering valuable insights, meaningful exchanges, and actionable ideas to strengthen governance across the nation. Let this conference be a milestone in our journey towards to new India that is efficient, equitable, and empathetic, an important step towards India realizing Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji's vision of a Viksit Bharat by 2047. Thank you all. Jai Hind, Jai Jagannath.
Thank you very much, sir. These powerful words will unite us all in the mission to build a stronger, brighter Odisha through good governance practices. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Government of Odisha, we have a small token of gratitude for Honorable Union Minister of State. May I request Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Mohan Charan Majhi, to please present this wonderful gift to Honorable Dr. Jitendra Singh ji. This is beautiful silver filigree that Odisha is known across the world for. We also have a GI tag, and the Akriti is of a sailing ship that represents the maritime tradition of Odisha, and also that we are sailing in the same ship to build a great nation together. Thank you so much, Dr. Singh, for your presence, for those words of wisdom. And on behalf of DARPG, They also have a special gift for the host team for being the befitting host. So may I request Honorable Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji to present this token of love to Honorable Chief Minister Shri Mohan Charan Majhi. Such love and acknowledgement feels absolutely overwhelming. This is a beautiful artwork from Rajasthan, dedicated to the artisans of the country. Thank you so much, sir, for this love and acknowledgement. And with that happy note, may I request Additional Secretary, DARPG, Shri Puneet Yadav Ji, to please propose vote of thanks. Sir.
Thank you. Respected Shri Mohan Charan Majhi Ji, Honorable Chief Minister, Government of Odisha. Respected Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, Honorable Minister of State for Personal, Public Grievances and Pensions, Government of India. Respected Ministers of the State Government of Odisha joining us today. Shri V. Srinivas, Secretary DRPG, Government of India. Shri Surendra Kumar Ji, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Odisha. Shri S.N. Tripathi, DG IIPA, dignitaries in the hall, distinguished PMA awardees of 2023 and 2024, speakers, guests, delegates of the conference, and ladies and gentlemen. It is my proud privilege and honor to deliver the vote of thanks for this inaugural session of this National Conference on Good Governance Practice being held in the historic, progressive, and vibrant city of Bhubaneswar. On this occasion, I extend my deepest gratitude to Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, Honorable Minister of State Personnel, for gracing the conference. As we all know, Sir has been at the forefront of DRPG's administrative reforms and good governance initiatives like CP Grams, Swachhata campaigns, e-governance, and PM Awards for Excellence in Public Administration. Sir, your gracious presence and inauguration of the conference has added immense value to this event, and your words have infused purpose and direction. I also extend my deepest gratitude to Shri Mohan Charan Majhi Ji, Honorable Chief Minister, Government of Odisha, for gracing the conference and sharing his valuable inputs and thoughts. The commitment of Government of Odisha for adoption and dissemination of good governance practices is reflected in this conference being held in Bhubaneswar today. Sir, we look forward to hearing the Odisha success stories during this conference. I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks to Shri V. Srinivas Ji, Secretary DRPG, for his valuable guidance and leadership in conceptualizing this conference and driving the agenda of good governance through his untiring efforts. I also convey my sincere gratitude to Shri Surendra Kumar Ji, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Odisha, for his wholehearted support in co-hosting this conference and for the warm hospitality extended to all the delegates. I also thank all the dignitaries, including Shri S.N. Tripathi Ji, DG IIPA, my colleagues Shri N.B.S. Rajput, Principal Secretary, Government of Odisha, and Srimati Sarita Chauhan, Joint Secretary, DRPG, and the Additional Chief Secretaries, Principal Secretaries, and Secretaries from states and UTs across the country who are attending this conference. A special word of appreciation and thanks to all the PMA awardees from the years 2023 and 2024 who are presenting their transformative initiatives in this conference. I also thank all the officers and delegates from various states and union territories who have joined us here in Bhubaneswar. We look forward to your participation, engagement, and listening to your unique governance experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is just not an event, but also an excellent opportunity for continuous learning, recognizing innovation, and sharing and spreading of best practices. Last but not the least, our friends from media who are witness to this spectacular conference, a word of thanks and appreciation to them. Thank you all once again for your presence and best wishes for learning and sharing experience during the next 2 days. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Now, there is a request that all the speakers and PMA awardees may kindly come forward. There will be a group photograph along with the dignitaries, Honorable CM of Odisha and Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji.
Thank you so much, Shri Yadav. With this, we wind up the inaugural session. Namaskar, Jai Hind, Vande Utkal Janani. Everyone is invited for lunch. For delegates, the lunch has been arranged on the first floor. And for the officials, it's at the cafeteria to your left side of this convention hall. Thank you. We would like to cherish the memories of this day. So bringing all the speakers and special guests together for an official group photograph with the Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Union Minister, and all dignitaries. And this photo will be etched in our memories forever. Can we have a round of applause for the conference, the success of it, and the speakers and guests who are together to share their thoughts and experiences.
to be a little rushed because of the inaugural session, and we got the vision for good governance as laid down by the Honorable Prime Minister, and how the department has, along with the officers all across the country, working to realize the dreams, the objectives. And I'm also, I would like to quote from what the Honorable Prime Minister emphasized in his Civil Services Day 2025 address, that governance must now prioritize development, equity in delivery, and urgency in execution. All these three are being carried forward by these innovative ideas with public participation, sustaining the transformation of governance at the levels of the block. And I would request now Mr. Inba Sekar from the Kasaragod district to speak about the Parapa block. We could not hear him completely, and therefore I would request him to resume his presentation. And
Can somebody load the presentation? Previous slide. Previous slide. Previous slide. Previous slide. Previous slide. Previous slide. Previous one. Yes, yes. So, thank you for this second opportunity, sir. These are the sector-wise interventions and achievements I would like to, I won't take more than 10 minutes to tell all these things. Second, next slide. Next slide, yes. Health and nutrition, this is the one indicator, one sector which the Niti Aayog gives more importance. Almost 60% of weightage is given to this health and nutrition. As I said previously, we had detailed micro plans to conduct NCD screening. This NCD screening is done among the 30+ population. We had such a line listed population in the block, around 90,000 people, and we had to conduct 825 camps. And if you see these photographs, even our medical teams have conducted these camps during night time and remote areas, remote tribal areas, because these the family breadwinners are not available during daytime for this test. So we had to conduct night camps so that they can also participate. Very elaborately, we conducted these camps. Within a short period of 2 months, we could saturate these particular indicators. That is the great level of participation by the people. Next one. And as I said, we don't have institutional delivery point in the block. They have to come to the district headquarters for delivery. So again, but because of our nutritional, kit, all those things, we could see the low birth weight babies are very less. So that is because of the very much interventions by these Anganwadi workers and Asha workers. They take the pain to ensure that all the pregnant women are getting this nutrition kit and all. Again, this NQS accreditation, again, 55% of our institutions are accredited, and we have submitted 1.5 crores worth of projects to ensure remaining institutions also NQS accredited, so that our rank will go high. Next one. And nutrition, this is what I've been telling this. Once we ensure that the nutrition kits are available to all these children, we could see that the severe acute malnutrition and medium acute malnutrition, these two cases are coming down, that we could see in the record. And also the portion tracker, again, it's very important that we need to monitor them. We need to train the Anganwadi workers to handle this app and ensure that they are properly monitoring, and the measurement efficiency. That also we have achieved 100% only because we trained these people and ensure that they are properly briefed about the app and the implications. And Mission Anganwadi is the special program that we have taken in the district. Wherever the Anganwadis are functioning in the rented buildings, we ensure that we identify land, either it is government land, mostly it is a government land, or wherever lands are not available through sponsorship. We get land and we keep projects by means of convergence of the fund from district panchayats and the Gram Panchayat, and we have the special development package for Kasaragod. So we funded such around 13 Anganwadis we could sanction during this time for this block. Overall in the district, 66 Anganwadis have given administrative sanction. So this program was appreciated, and we got Best District Collector Award from the State Women and Children Department. Next one. And education, we really concentrate on children with special needs. During this April-May month, what we do, we gave training to the school teachers to handle children with special needs. And it was really very much overwhelming to know that most of these children are getting good education, and one such student was participating in the last year SSLC examination. So we have very well developed curriculum to ensure that these teachers are trained. Now around 65% of our school are having trained teachers to deal with children with special needs. That is very much inclusive, and the children with the special needs are getting the benefit. And also you would have seen in the video, we are also giving self-defense classes to the girls children. It is all funded by the block panchayat, and we are also planning to improve and other schools also. Next one. And basic infra, so all the villages are ODF free, BharatNet, this is the net facilities are there. Jal Jeevan Mission is like we are having projects running now, so we are planning to saturate by 2026. Next one. And agriculture sector, it is predominantly agrarian economy. If you take this particular block located in the northernmost part of Kerala, and bordering with the Coorg district of Karnataka, predominantly agriculture, predominantly rubber and coconut, arecanut based cropping. So we had to concentrate on this giving soil health card, PM Kisan card and all to the farmers. And one important thing is that we have some very active 41 milk societies in our block. For them also we have conducted a special program for them. And we have 4 FPOs are very, very actively functioning. Next. And social development, revolving fund distribution. Earlier, these self-help groups are having accounts in the cooperative banks through which we cannot sanction this revolving fund. So what we had to do, we had to open account for these banks, for these groups in the nationalized bank. And we conducted mass camps by the panchayats and district lead bank, and we ensured that 1,240 bank accounts were opened in the nationalized bank, and we have distributed the, now we are in the process of distributing the revolving fund to these groups. And next one. And this is one program. We have also started a program called iLead program in the district, where we are giving skill development programs for the differently abled persons in the district. So that was a special program. For that also we got a state award from the Social Justice Department for the best administration, best district in the state. So through this, we are planning to, we have been giving these devices to the differently abled people. Next one. And this particular campaign, I told about the importance of which the tribal people mostly they lack a lot of documents through which they can access the government services. In the absence of any Aadhaar, voter ID, birth certificate, and ration card, health insurance. These are the 6 services that we are giving through this program. And this is conducted very structured way. We conducted a mass survey of this particular panchayats, and we bring all these departments, some 6-7 departments are there. We bring all of them to the particular panchayat and we call the people, and then and there we conduct an inquiry and issue the document so that these people are having document. Not only that, once we issue the document, we also activate their DigiLocker. So these documents will be available for them in their DigiLocker so that they can access anytime. Next one. So the implication, these are the, we announce the local MLA or somebody will be coming and announcing that this panchayat is ABCD campaign panchayat, so that the people also, they came to know about this particular program. Next. And these are the beneficiaries. If you see 1,798 people, that is 4 panchayat in this block. The remaining 3 panchayats also we are conducting this. So once that is over, we assume that all this tribal population having basic documents with them, with that they can access the government services. Next. And these are the indicators which we saturated. So it means 100% we could screen the hypertension and diabetes, supplementary nutrition program for women, pregnant women, and measurement efficiency. Again, the measurement efficiency, we had to take these devices from other part of the district and take to these blocks and had to achieve this measurement efficiency. Now we have proposed a project to purchase devices using Niti Aayog fund. And the operational Anganwadis with functional toilets, that also now 100%. Schools with adequate number of girls' toilet facilities, FPOs, beneficiary PM Kisan, soil health cards, villages declare ODF free, Gram Panchayat BharatNet, live BharatNet connection, everything is saturated. Next. And these are the high performing indicators. It's more than 90% wherever it has to be more, or in case of SAM and MAM, it should be less, and it is declining. And most of the education related indicators are like annually done, and we expect that this time it will be reaching 100%. The transition percentages are always 100%. It is not reflected in the data, but this time it's going to be reflected. And the tuberculosis, we have given a special drive. Importance of the tuberculosis is the vulnerable population, like tribal populations, are very much vulnerable to this tuberculosis. And whenever we are finding or diagnosing this tuberculosis in the very later stages, the possibility or the probability of treating them is very less. So we have to maintain this particular indicator more than 88%. So to do that, we need to diagnose these people well in advance so that we give treatment. In the terminal stage, if we find them, then they will, if they are dying within the 6 months, then this percentage will come down, our rank will come down. So we have taken up a drive to ensure that all this vulnerable population in the panchayat are screened for the tuberculosis, so that we will announce as a tuberculosis free panchayat. 4 panchayats out of 7 panchayats we have already announced like tuberculosis free. The remaining 3 panchayats also this time we are planning to do. And this NQS certified facilities also, with this the project approved by the empowered committee, we would be like able to complete. Next one. So though we say we have achieved a lot, there are many areas, some areas we'll have to still work on. That one particular area is institutional delivery point. We don't have an institutional delivery point in that particular block. Only one Taluk hospital is there, and it is the terrain is so undulated. The reaching to that hospital from any corner of that panchayat is any panchayat is very difficult. So that now we are making facilities. Facilities are already available. The HR has to be posted, and that is already pending with the state government. And even then, there is no delivery happening at the home and all. It is always like they've made a special arrangement so that before even 1 week from the delivery date, they've been taken to the district hospital and they'll be given free food, everything, accommodation, and that's why we are ensuring that there is no delivery at home is happening. And as I told, the percentage of schools having trained teachers to teach the children with a special need. Now it is 63%, but it will be increased. We are trying to make it 100% so that the particular children also having good facilities for them to learn. And self-help groups getting revolving fund, now it is only 28%. Because of some technical issues with the portal, we could not able to achieve 100% during Sambandha Abhiyan, but now it is happening. That also will be achieved. Next slide. And our source of funds, so the source of funds are mostly, next slide, from the panchayats, and we also have the special package for Kasaragod. From there also we give some funds to this particular block, being an aspirational block. So you can see the most of the projects are taken in the health sector, sanitation sector, then nutrition. So these are the areas where we are concentrating by the panchayats. Next one. And the way forward, next. So as I told, we have already submitted proposals to the Niti Aayog. It has been already approved. So we will be doing our work. So another 3-4 months, we will have this work to complete. Next one. So whenever we are submitting these projects to the Niti Aayog, we should ensure that we are taking up projects in line with those indicators, those 38 indicators, so that what happens, we also concentrating on those indicators, and also we ensure that our ranking also improves in the Niti Aayog ranking. Next. And the TB action plan, as I told, we have prepared a special micro plan for all the 7 Gram Panchayats. And our NCD practice was lauded by NHM Kerala as a special as the program through which we could able to achieve 100% saturation. And our IBCD campaigns in the remaining blocks will be completed. And continuous monitoring is required. It's either Poshan Abhiyan. We have faced the fatigue. Different people they are working really hard to reach out to the remote locations, but unless we take monthly monitoring, sometimes they also take rest. So we should not allow that. We should continuously monitor it and ensure that it is happening. So we as the member secretary of the district planning committee, we also should ensure that we are keeping a tab over the panchayats projects and all, so that it is all aligned with our indicators, so that our indicators are improving even more. Next one. Next. And as I told, so these are some of the photographs and news articles. It is very important that we brief the media about this program, so that there is a larger public support that we are getting for this program. Next. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for this second opportunity. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Inbasekar, for this detailed presentation, and our best wishes to the team of Parappa and district Kasaragod for their concerted efforts through community involvement for realizing the goals of holistic development, which is no village left behind, no family left behind, no citizen left behind. Our next speaker is DC and DM Sri Rajarshi Shah, DC of Adilabad District, Telangana. He will talk about the initiatives taken in the Narnoor block. This is a tribal-dominated district, and how the needs of the tribal majority population has been looked after, taken care of for development will be presented by Mr. Rajarshi.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Respected Secretary DARPG Srinivas sir, Director Indian Institute of Public Administration SN Tripathi sir, Additional Chief Secretary Government of Odisha DARPG Surendra sir, Additional Secretary DARPG Puneet Yadav sir, Joint Secretary Madam, all other senior officers and esteemed colleagues, a very good afternoon to all of you. I would like to thank Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances for providing the opportunity to present the work done under aspirational block program in Narnoor block in the Adilabad district of state of Telangana. This first slide just talks about the Adilabad district. It's in the northernmost part of the state of Telangana, bordering Maharashtra district. And Narnoor block is interior block around 60 kilometers from the district headquarters, and it's also near to the Maharashtra district. This aspirational block program, it started in January 2023, and as pointed out by the chair, it revolves around the strategies of collaboration, convergence, and competition. So collaboration among all stakeholders through Chintan Shivers, Sankalp Saptas, and self-help groups. Convergence through innovative financing and finances of central state governments, district administration, and competition which was energized through Sampurnata Abhiyan by Niti Aayog. Next slide, please. This is overview of Narnur block. As you can see, we have a high ST population, and in the ST population also there are many tribes. So they speak different dialects. It can be Gondi, it can be Lambadi dialect, it can be Marathi, Telugu. So different dialects they speak. And another thing is, though we have Gram Panchayats 23 only, but habitations are more. So there is a tendency among the local tribes to create new habitations, which poses a challenge to provide services in the newly formed habitations. That also just I wanted to highlight through the overview of this block. Next, please. So why actually Narnur was selected for the aspirational block program? As I told, like we have a high tribal population and different tribal groups, and particularly vulnerable tribal groups are also there in Narnur block. When we have an idea of the social development and the human development indicators, which was just through socio-economic caste census. So as you can see in 2023, the block was performing very poor in many parameters. It can be percentage of low birth babies, less than 2.5 kilograms, so it was also high. Then NQAS certified facilities, we were not having any NQAS certified facilities. Severely acute malnourishment prevalence in children was high. Girls' access to functional toilets, it was also very low. The screening of non-communicable diseases and other diseases also was very low. School dropout rates were also high. And basic infrastructure, it can be drinking water facilities and toilet facilities in Anganwadis, that was also very low. And villages declared as ODF plus, so that was also very low. So because of these developmental backwardness, judged on the parameters of human development indicators, this block was chosen as an aspirational block, and we started this program in January 2023. Next. So I will be talking about the different strategies which we adopted and different steps which we adopted in the different sectors. First, I would like to dwell upon how did we transform the healthcare. Again, it was focused on the three pillars, and it was community-led and inclusive interventions were adopted. So for mobilizing the community, as there were huge myths and huge doubts among the local tribal leaders, local tribal communities also, particularly among the pregnant women, that why they should access the health facilities. So in order to dispel those myths through Chintan Shivers and through involving the traditional structures also, not just elected representatives of Sarpanches, but also involving the traditional structures of Gram Patels and Nayaks, we created awareness, dispel the myths that it's important for the pregnant ladies to access antenatal care services and also to go for the institutional deliveries. So we are also showcasing the different interventions under the Jan Bhagidari, where village Patels only, they are leading and they are dispelling the myths. So because of this, it led to the 100% ANC registration in the first trimester, and also institutional deliveries also was improved. It also was achieved 100%. We do have an institutional delivery set up in the Narnur block only, but to ensure that these pregnant ladies, after their third ANC and after the fourth ANC, they do actually go for the institutional deliveries, the support of the community and the frontline workers, it was very important. So this we achieved through community mobilization and taking the help of all the local public representatives and Gram Patels. Second, creating awareness through the traditional formats also. As we told, like the different dialects are being spoken. So in order to create the awareness, we also need to converse with them in the different dialects. So our traditional Kalajatas, so basically they created awareness through in the different languages. It can be Gondi, it can be Lambadi, it can be Marathi. So different kind of languages, we created the awareness on all the healthcare services and all the important aspects of the communicable and non-communicable diseases. The third important challenge was how to reach the remote areas. So particularly in the PVTGs, since they were residing in the remote areas, so how to reach them, in that this Janman initiative, this came into rescue. So under the Janman initiative, we actually put in the mobile medical units. Mobile medical units, as we know, it consists of the entire setup of a doctor, of a paramedical staff, medicines, all the equipments are there. So this helped in ensuring the doorstep delivery of healthcare. So this came in handy because though we had crunch of the healthcare staff, but because of the Janman initiative, we could pool in the healthcare staff and we ensured that the doorstep delivery of healthcare is possible. This ultimately ensured that the diabetes and hypertension as well as sickle cell anemia screening, so all these parameters we will be able to achieve 100% screening. What was earlier very low, because of these initiatives and because of the convergence of different schemes, we could achieve 100% screening. Another important challenge was under TB Mukt Bharat Abhiyan, how to ensure that TB screening, particularly of the vulnerable population, presumptive TB screening through X-rays has to be achieved. So we had an X-ray facility which was far away from the block. So we devised the strategy of putting in a portable TB X-ray machine, and because of that, we will be able to ensure the tuberculosis screening of all the 30+ aged individuals and of all the vulnerable population. This also helped us in achieving good results in the TB screening. Next. Particularly anemia was a challenge in the block. So in order to ensure that how to tackle the anemic cases and how to ensure that weekly iron folic acid tablet, weekly iron folic acid administration program is being monitored, we introduced a local app. So we named it as Narnoon Monitoring App, and in which ASHAs, ANMs, and all the healthcare staff, so they were basically told to do Thursday visits to all the schools and residential schools. They tracked their visits, and also they posted the photos and the students, how many students they administered the tablets. So this helped in ensuring that this weekly iron folic acid administration tablet program was streamlined, which was very crucial in tackling the anemia. In order to ensure that we provide good diagnostic services, so the health facility in Narnur, it was basically linked to one diagnostic hub, a nearest diagnostic hub. So any kind of screening, any kind of diagnostic results, it was ensured by linking it through a diagnostic hub, a nearby diagnostic hub under hub and spoke model, which ensured that the results are available to the healthcare providers also as well as to the patients also. So this helped in designing an electronic health records and ensuring a data-driven health services. As I told, earlier, before the start of the aspirational block program, we didn't have any facility related to the NQAS. Actually, the block was not at all aware what is the National Quality Assured Standard facilities. So under the Sampurnata Abhiyan, this was a very key important indicator. So we energized after our staff also. We made them aware what are the NQAS standards, and we then pooled in the funds from different district administration funds and other funds, and we ensured that 2 sub-centers, they are upgraded to the National Qualified Assured Standards also. We installed a blood storage unit. Again, this was installed taking into the consideration of the high anemic cases, because if a severe anemic case is there, then we had to rush that anemic case for the blood transfusion to a very far off facility. But installing a blood storage unit at PHC only, we ensured that any case of blood transfusion is being done at the nearby health facility also. Telemedicine and telegynecology also, we are now planning to launch in the coming days, because specialist services are still we are lacking in the community health center at Narnool. So in order to fill those gaps, we are in talks with NGOs, and we are starting a telegynecology services soon. Other specialist services also, it can be dermatology, it can be physician services, all these specialist services also we are in the loop line to start in the PHC Narnool also. Apart from that, since Niti Aayog interventions, they do talk about the saturation of indicators. But Narnool did need a special focused, tribal focused intervention, and particularly school-based health interventions. So for that, we started a Girijan Poshan Mitra campaign. Girijan Poshan Mitra campaign was started in all the tribal ashram schools. In that, weekly iron folic acid tablets and Mahua laddus. So though Mahua was a popular fruit, Mahua has been a popular fruit in the tribal areas, but the consumption has decreased over the years. So what we did, we started a unit of the Mahua laddu in Narnool block only, and we started supplying Mahua laddus from that block to the ashram schools, and now we have expanded to the all KGBVs in the district also. So this has given a very good result. In fact, mahua fruit has been studied by ICMR also. It's a very good fruit. It's a wholesome fruit. It has macronutrients, micronutrients. It can fill in the gaps of hidden hunger also. So this has given us tremendous good results, and we have been able to reduce severe anemic cases because of this special intervention. For the menstrual health awareness also, as the awareness was very low, so we roped in the NGO, and we ensured that for 1 year, free sanitary pads distribution and installation of vending machines, installation of incinerators, and creating menstrual health awareness also, not just among the girl students, but also among the community. So ultimately, our focus has been to tackle the anemic cases. It can be through iron folic acid supplementation, it can be through mahua laddu, it can be through menstrual hygiene. So this was a challenge in Narnur, which we have been able to address through these initiatives. Next. Talking about the nutrition, particularly for the pregnant and lactating mothers, and also for the children in the Anganwadis. Again, we adopted a multi-tier strategy, again taking into consideration what are the special challenges in the Narnur block. So the government of Telangana has also been supplying a Balamrutam Plus. It's a specially designed product which particularly tackles to the SAM cases. So administration of this Balamrutam Plus, and along with local products, the local products which can be available, the local products which can be created in the Anganwadis and also at the homes also. So it can be through Ragi Java or through Jaggery rice. These all were encouraged to the pregnant ladies, lactating mothers also, as well as the mothers of the children, so that the gap of the severely acute malnourished and all those gaps were filled through this mix of these dietary patterns. We ultimately trained our teachers. So through this Sampurnata Abhiyan and in the initially stages of Chintan Shavir and Sankalp Saptas also, how to ensure that growth monitoring is done properly. We provided the growth monitoring devices. We created training and all provided different kind of charts also to the teacher, so that growth monitoring was also done properly. And because of that only, then we could be able to identify SAM cases, and we provided them this multi-tier dietary patterns, which helped in tracking their consumption as well as in the improvement in the nutrition levels. Wherever, apart from the diet also, if the improvement in the nutrition levels were not introduced, we told them to basically refer it to the nearby health facilities also. So through the monthly medical health checkups at the PHC Narnur or at the referral centers in a tertiary care also, it was again possible because of the convergence between the health department and women and child welfare department. So apart from the nutrition also, because of these medical checkups also, we could ensure that early detection and early response was also given. Giri Poshan was also particularly implemented, taking into challenge for the PVTG habitation. So there we introduced this millet-based diet. It was funded from the district administration only, and Anganwadi teachers, they were clearly trained to ensure that the millet-based diet is given to the PVTG children, and the hidden hunger was tackled, and this introduced that SAM cases, particularly among the PVTG children, it reduced, and the nutrition coverage also increased. Next slide.
You can make it a little fast.
Yes, ma'am. So this talks about the strengthening of the Anganwadi ecosystem. So again, we adopted a convergence strategy. We upgraded the Anganwadi centers and ensured a low-cost solution of sediment filter-based safe drinking water. It's very low-cost solution and also very easy to manage also. Nutri Gardens, and also through Delta ranking, as our earlier speakers also told. So in the Delta ranking, in Narnur aspirational block also got a grant of 1 crore. And through those grants only, again, we adopted the strategies to ensure that there is saturation in indicators. So through that, we are providing indoor and outdoor play materials in order to instill the activity and in order to instill the early childhood education among the children. This is a classic example of Jan Bhagidari. Particularly, there was an abandoned PHC, and when there was no Anganwadi facility in that village, so the people only, they came forward, inspired by the commitment of the Anganwadi teacher, and all the people, they came forward, they contributed themselves, and they made an abandoned primary health center into fully functional Anganwadi center. And afterwards, it was also reimbursed by the district administration. And because of these now fully functional Anganwadi centers, all the activities, it can be Poshan Pakhwada, Jan Bhagidari activities, they have helped to ensure the maternal child nutrition awareness and other active participation also. Next. Talking about education, we took this novel initiative of model mother school committees. So instead of contractors taking up the school infrastructure repair works, we designed a committee in which the parents, the SHG members, and the village organization, they are the members, and the execution of work was being done by them only to create a sense of ownership and to ensure the quality of work. So this helped us deliver successful results. And now all the high schools have separate girl toilets, the basic drinking water facility, electrification, all the minor repairs, major repairs, etc., all have been achieved because of this initiative and the work done by the model mother school committees. In order to ensure that learning outcomes are improved, though we have some dearth of the staff, so we took the steps of the digital classrooms. So digital classrooms, even if the staff is not there, so through the installation of the digital classrooms and also the support of the CSR partners, so virtual learning and offline digital content access was also ensured, which helped in ensuring the learning outcomes. Also, we have established the science labs and also process with the establishment of the science labs and the STEM labs. In the few schools, it has energized other schools also to take up these labs, and with the help of the Niti Aayog grant in it, we are also establishing more labs in the other schools also, which will help in improving the learning outcomes. Next. So, in order to ensure that the outcomes and the learning outcomes, particularly in the 10th standard and all other English literacy programs also, we designed the special academic programs also. The government had introduced English medium. So after the introduction of English medium, there was a challenge among the 10th grade students how to have good scores. So we designed a specific coaching for the 10th grade students, again with the help of some NGOs, and we were able to conduct it successfully, and accordingly it ensured that those earlier when the 10th scoring was below 60%, now it has increased to 80%, and in the coming days we are hopeful to make the scoring better also. Badi Bata program, again it involves all the communities, all the parents, village elders and teachers. So this is a door-to-door step enrollment drive which ensured that enrollment has increased. Now actually there is a demand in Narnur block. Earlier when the schools had been closed, now the demand is coming among the community only, through the community only, to reopen the schools. And this academic year also we have been successfully able to reopen the schools and increase the enrollment in the government schools also. In particular, tribal welfare primary schools, which particularly deal with first to second standard only, so their benches facility was not there, so introduced the Shishu benches also. That is also a novel concept, low height Shishu benches, which helped in improving the student learning environments as well as ensuring the greater enrollment and retention. For the English, particularly for the English speaking, English reading, listening and writing, we introduced different programs across different grades with the help of the NGO. It was again a data-driven decision making. First, early assessment was done before the start of the program. What were the student levels that were judged, and according to the different levels, it can be poor performers, it can be good performers, it can be aspirants. Accordingly, we designed the specific strategies as per the grades, and we have also seen wonderful results. It can be in the vocabulary improvement, it can be in the debates, and it can be in the young oratory clubs. These all we have undertaken to ensure that there is language proficiency, because generally students, they speak in the local dialects. English awareness is very less, so that is also very important. Recognizing this need, we undertake this program. Inclusive education also, and for the well-being of all, we undertook the different initiatives. It can be health day, 6-day wellness school initiative programs. Food committees were formed, particularly to ensure that there is quality food service delivery. For children with special needs also, we targeted and we roped in the special educators and also inclusive education resource persons. Because of that, the children with special needs enrollment has also increased. And now we are also providing the special aids in those children with special needs centers called as Bhavita centers. Apart from that, in the PM Shri schools and all other residential schools, with the convergence of funds, we have organized the experiential learning exposure to the different facilities. It can be in Maharashtra also, it can be Hyderabad also, so that this is encouraging the students to show the interest towards innovation and entrepreneurship, and also towards the other areas. Next. Agriculture was also a challenge, particularly in different key performance indicators. So in all the key performance indicators, it can be in the PM Kisan direct benefit transfers, it can be in the soil health cards. Through the involvement and through making our staff aware about all these key performance indicators, we ensure that 100% saturation has been achieved. The two important things which was done is farmer producer organizations were energized. So there were 2 farmer producer organizations which were energized, they were established, and they had started running a ginning mill in Narnur only. So earlier the ginning mill and earlier the procurement centers which were far off in the other mandal headquarters, other block headquarters, now because of these ginning mills and procurement centers running in Narnur only, farmers, they are facing good accessibility to the markets. Their transport costs, their logistic costs, all has reduced, and they are getting a better price. Also, it has ensured the credit linkage. So instead of going to the money lenders, now they are getting the credit linkage through the FPOs. So this has also reduced the interest burden, because outside money lenders, they charge very high interest rates, but compared through these FPOs, the interest rates have also reduced, which has ultimately ensured that the farmers' incomes are increased. We have taken initiatives to promote organic and sustainable practices also through biofertilizers and through vermicompost with the help of NGOs and other technology partners like Krishi Vigyan Kendras. Oil palm has been a big success in Narnur block because cotton is a single crop which is grown throughout the entire Kharif season, but multi-cropping has been introduced through the oil palm, and which has ensured that more farmers now they are coming forward and taking up the oil palm plantation. We are also planning to take up a LAC FPO. So Lakka is a product which was earlier prevalent in Telangana. But over the years in Adilabad district also this LAC production has decreased, but the demand is there. So with the help of the Niti Aayog grant and aid and the Prime Minister award, we are ultimately taking up this task also, and we will be establishing a LAC FPO. This revolving fund will be there, and we are planning to take up it with around 300 families, around 6,700 trees. So after the brooding of the LAC, we are hopeful that over a period of 1 year, each and every family will be earning an amount of 50,000 to 60,000. So this will also help in increasing the farmer incomes. Next.
Rajni, you may like to conclude.
Sure.
Yes, right?
So talking about the water resilience, these all steps we have taken through farm pots and check dams and other initiatives. We have also adopted a novel 3-tier farming, which also it has been started in 90 acres, and more farmers are coming forward. Next. SHGs have been a pioneer, and they have been the main change agents in the Narnur success story. So it can be through the revolving fund, and it can be through the convergence of different schemes. Particularly, state government is also providing interest-free loans, which has encouraged the SHGs to open the different enterprises. Under the Vocal for Local initiative, we have started Mahua Laddu project also. So earlier, in the start, when only 20 kilograms monthly sale of Mahua Laddu was happening, now the sale has increased to 150 kilograms in a month. So this has been a huge success, not only in Adilabad district and Adilabad town, but we are now supplying it to Hyderabad and other districts also. Next. For the digital divide, as I told, like there are many remote habitations. So we thought to start the model CSCs at the different junctures wherever it's needed. And through the convergence of the Prime Minister Employment Guarantee Program, this model common service center has been started. One has been started, one is again in operational. This novel initiative of grievance redressal, again through the use of technology. Daily grievances are being accepted at a portal created at the block office, and monthly public hearing is also being undertaken. We have opened a website also where the real-time information is available in the different languages, and this has ensured that key performance indicators are being tracked and transparency is being promoted. Next. So these all initiatives are underway with the support of Niti Aayog also. And drinking water also, though we have ensured the 100% functional tap water connections, but still there have been some challenges in few areas. So we have devised the strategies and installed the RO plants, and also in the schools and habitations also. Through Jal Utsav campaign also, we created awareness, and through the convergence with EGS and other funds also, we have ensured that throughout the year sustained water supply is being ensured. Next. This I was talking about. Through the support of Niti Aayog, we have taken up the tank desiltation project also, which has been completed successfully. It has ensured that the storage capacity of tanks are increased, and the farmers, they receive the good quality of silt, which has again improved the soil health also. Under the Jal Sanchay Jal Bhagidari also, different water body restoration recharge activities have been taken up, which are
Please conclude,
visible.
Rajeshri. You may like to conclude, please.
So, because of Narnur has been a water stressed block also, the groundwater extraction level has been high also. So, because of that, we have taken the different initiatives, and we have ensured that in terms of the drinking water access, in terms of the irrigation access, irrigation water access to the agriculture, different initiatives have ensured that there have been improvement in indicators. However, for the way forward, we need to improve upon other two sectors of the basic infrastructure and social development also. With the support of Niti Aayog and with the convergence of different schemes and different stakeholders, we are hopeful that our journey will be successful in the coming days also. So I would like to again thank the entire team of DARPG and all the senior officers for providing me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Narnur, and we can feel the passion, we can feel how the involvement in the micro-planning and how with micro-planning and Jan Bhagidari, they have taken development rooted in, local traditions and customs, making it more sustainable, continuous, with ownership by the community. With these, they may carry on with this good work to achieve whatever is remaining in the district, in the block. And now I would like to call upon Shri Wahid A, DC and DM of Dhalai district of Tripura, to speak on the initiatives taken in the Ganganagar block of Tripura, Dhalai district.
Very warm good afternoon to one and all. Respected Secretary Sir, respected Additional Secretary Sir, respected Additional Chief Secretary Sir, respected Director Sir. First of all, thank you DRPG for giving me an opportunity to talk before the August audience regarding what we have done and what actually made us eligible for PM Award. On a lighter note, happy news is that I have only 14 slides to present, including welcome and thank you. So I'll try my level best to finish it off in 10-15 minutes. So before starting the presentation, I would like to tell, as PM awardees, we were very fortunate enough to have a personal interaction with Honorable Prime Minister just after the award ceremony. During that interaction, Honorable PM told us that how these programs were designed. In 2018, in the whole country as a whole, we started with the Aspirational District program. And then it was found that not only the district, there might be in the developed district, there will be some blocks which need to be taken care of. So we started with the Aspiration Block program. And it is also possible that in developed blocks, there might be some communities which are need focus. So we started PM Janman with special focus on PVTG. And thereafter, it is also possible that in the developed scheduled tribes, other tribes also, there will be some tribes which needs focus. So we brought out Dharti Aba. So he requested us, there might be some other communities, maybe forward, maybe scheduled caste, OBC, minority, or in the forward caste also, there might be some communities which need focus. So bring out that communities. In that way, we should ensure that no family, no village, no citizen is left behind. So with this, I would like to introduce my district. Dhalai district is an aspirational district. Ganganagar block is an aspirational block, with 70% of PVTG population, and remaining 30 population comes under Dharti Aba. So we can very well know that how Ganganagar block became an aspiration block. So this block have around 17,000 population with 7 villages, and when the aspiration block program was started, our Delta ranking was 456. And in September 2024, we were 3rd in the country and 1st in the zone. In September 2024. Next. So different parameters in health and nutrition, around 6 KPIs out of the 13 KPIs we have saturated. Percentage of pregnant women who have registered for ANC We were 76%, we moved to 100%. The person screened for hypertension and diabetes, that is NCD, from 23% we moved to 100%. Institutional delivery, from 87% we moved to 100%. Pregnant women taking supplementary nutrition, from mere 0.7% we reached 100%. For children who is taking supplementary nutrition, from mere 5.7% we moved to 100%. So other SAM children, we reduced from 4.2% to 0.88%, while Tripura is 2.5% and India average is 1.8. And MAM children, we reduced from 6.1% to 1.49%, while the state is 4% and in all India level average is 3.5%. So how we did? I am not going to each and every parameters, but I would like to focus on only one thing regarding the NCD screening. As you all know, the screening of NCD is a very big challenge because this particular NCD, hypertension and diabetics, is asymptomatic. So it is very rare to have patients come to your sub-centers or any health facility to screen them for NCD. So we have to have a proactive method to go to the society and do the screening. But in the first phase, we found we did as usual, we conducted an awareness program, we conducted the meeting with the local leaders, we conducted all these rallies and all, and we conducted the camps. And we found that only 10-15 people are coming to the facility and doing the test. It was not happening. Then we went to the house-to-house survey to do the testing, but that was also not so successful. So then what we identified that during market days, it is a market day when the whole tribal population or in the remote areas, the people will come to the market area on a single day and they do their marketing and do all their stuffs and they will return back to their hamlets. So it is found that on that particular market day, my sub-centers were closed. So we changed the holiday of our sub-centers from that market day to another day, and we ensured that on a holiday the sub-centers are open so that the people who are coming to the block headquarters or the market can utilize our facilities. Then also we found that the number of people who are coming to the sub-center on the market day was also less. So we started a Sampurnata camp, in which what we did was we started NCD clinic. Along with that, we started distributing certificates, Aadhaar, income, ST, and other certificates also started, and the camp was opened. But interestingly, the people were flocking into the camps in very large numbers, but unfortunately, they were not visiting the NCD clinics. So then we thought that we should put some other ideas. Then we brought out Sampurnata lucky draw. We said that whoever visit the NCD clinic and do their hypertension and diabetes screening will get a token and you will get a lucky draw and you will get a prize money. Then the people started coming to our NCD clinic and started screening, and they participated in the lucky draw. In the lucky draw, the prize which we were giving, initially we were thinking of giving off some mementos and all. Then the local people demand was give us some rice and other nutrition packs, and that was given and it was successful. From 10 to 15 people coming to the screening, it was increased from 10 to 400 people, and we were able to cover 5,916 people survived through these NCD screening clinics through this Sampurnata camp. And it was found that there are some people who were left even after they were not coming to the camps or not coming into the markets, they were engaged in the other agriculture purposes on. So what we did is we went to their hamlets and conducted night movie screening. And we said that whoever do the NCD screening will only get a movie ticket to enter into our movie theater. So that was implemented, and through that we were able to 100% cover the whole population in NCD screening. So this way of changing your strategy, all this done was in a 3 months time. In software development, we call it as an agile model of development. So this can be taken in while implementing any schemes. Instead of straight-jacketed approaches, review whatever it is happening on the field, and if you require to be changed, please change it, and ultimately you will get it, because this requires changes. It should not be on a single plan. It needs. So I would like to call it as an agile model of implementation of schemes. So that is a very good approach which we have got a very good result. Coming to the next, basic infrastructure, we have 99% of PMAYG, now it is 100%. Tap water connection, it was 84%, now it is 90%. BharatNet connections, it was 43%, moved to 100%. Unconnected habitation, where around 15 habitations were unconnected, now it is only 6, and all the 6 were connected in the last month. Electricity connection was 90%, and here we were able to move to 99%. So in this particular thing, what we did is we have to converge many other schemes. PM Divine was there to install mini solar power plants to cover the unconnected habitation with electricity, and we used Manrega for paver block roads, CC roads and other things to unconnected habitation to be connected. And in some cases we have seen that in some habitations, as my friend was saying, we have so many unconnected habitations where we were not able to take our rigs so that we can have the small bore wells or high rig wells. So we had to construct the road. So Rega was brought in, and then it was found that there is no water there. So we had to put solar motors there. So we need to converge different schemes to ensure that this particular facility is provided in that particular village or in the habitation. Coming to social development, SHGs, 83%, which we moved to 100%, around 1,914 eligible household, which was improved to 2,219 and 100% were achieved. And Gram Panchayat, at least the PM Digital Saksharata Abhiyan, which that also we have achieved 100%. So how we did is, before implementation of the National Rural Livelihood Mission, in aspirational district of Dalai, we were having another program which was not successful, which failed. Because of that, the people were not coming forward for membership in the SHG fold. So we had to do some awareness and other activities, but it was also not working. So what we did is we increased the capacity building and we increased the revenue generation of those SHGs who have joined in our SHG fold. And after seeing the revenue generation, after giving the fund, revolving fund coming into their hands, the other SHG members, other people also come forward and then started joining the camps. And there were some issues related to the bank accounts creation, so we had to conduct the Aadhaar camps. The Sampurnata camp which we had done for Nidhi, the NCD clinic, the same thing was used for this also, and we ensured that their bank accounts are corrected and Aadhaars were corrected and they were given all the facilities through SHG. And regarding agriculture and allied activities, the most challenging situation was regarding the soil health card, which was only 0% because it was completely unaware in that block regarding the soil health card facility. So it was very difficult to cover in a very small shortage of time, because we were having only one KVK which were having the soil testing facility. So we had to rope in the nearby districts and also other KVKs of the nearby districts, and also the state facility was also used for testing the soil, and also we used mobile testing labs. And the local SHG members were also trained to collect the soil and make testing done at the soil health testing facilities, and then the certificate was issued. So through this only we were able to provide the soil health card facilities to one and all of farmers in the area. And PM Kisan, we reached 100%. Bovine vaccination, we have covered around 84% of the population. So this is what we were doing in case of agri and allied sector. Regarding education, which I want to tell, because this is a major thing, this will be affected by any aspirational block or any backward block, because in aspirational block or in the backward block, it is very difficult to get teaching staff. Most of the case, 50% of the teaching staffs who were appointed in these schools were on punishment. And the remaining 50% will be suffering from cervical spondylitis, kidney problems, liver functioning, and diabetes. If not with them, it will be affecting their family, and they will be on medical leave. So it is a very hard truth that it is very difficult to get teachers in these areas. So we had to find out some other solutions. We have written letters and letters after letters to the department to appoint more teachers into the schools. Even after appointing, they were reluctant to join the schools. So here what we did is, we have brought down a new scheme called Shiksha Sarathi, in which we invited voluntarily the teachers who was teaching in other schools in the proper area, and asked them to take one additional class for the students from this aspiration block through VC mode. So we set up a smart classroom in all the schools where in the remote block, and the teachers from the other schools, they started taking video conferencing classes to these schools. And through this scheme, and we ensured that there is none of the teachers were absent. If one teacher is taking leave, that other teacher from the another school will be taking the class. And through this, we were able to ensure that the 100% of our Madhyamik and Ucha Madhyamik, that is 10th and 12th students, and when very happy to say that 100% of my students of 10th and 12th in this block have passed their exam in the last academic year. And it is before that, none of them were passed. None of the students were passed in the last 4-5 years from the same school. So this is one of the things which can be replicated in any other block where you will be having a problem with the teachers. And in addition to that, we've also found that there were some children who were getting dropped out mainly because of child marriage. Once the dropout is the first stage, and thereafter it leads into child marriage and then to the teenage pregnancy. So there we have initiated a scheme called Balika Manch. This is a very small children's club, girls club, where we take the adolescence training, and also we take a initiative that if a girl student is absent more than 7 days, the class students, the peer groups, they will be the first one to know that the girl is absent due to what reason. So they will report to the Balika Manch, and then the Balika Manch people will come to know that why she is absent. If it can be because of fever, it can be because of financial issue, or it can be because of child marriage. If in case of child marriage, they will immediately report to the CDPO, and we will send our special coaching or the special counselors to their houses and try to counsel the student and get back. And if it is not happening, then the subdivisional magistrates, the child protection officer will get activated, and then the student was taken to the one-stop center and counseled her and brought back to the school. And through this, the last year in my district, around 110 students, child marriage was prevented and they were brought back to the school. So that is what we did in case of education, and we have also involved so many NGOs in this particular key parameters. And one more initiative, next. Actually, I was going fast. Next. Yeah, one slide back. This is one of the initiative taken by Ganganagar VC, Ganganagar block. This is with the help of Niti Aayog. So this is a climate smart village. In this, there were so many initiatives were taken, but one initiative I would like to brief is regarding the solid waste management. There are solid waste management, solid segregation centers across the country in major urban areas, but it is very difficult to have a segregation or waste treatment centers at the block headquarters, small towns, small rural areas, small markets. So Ganganagar is a block where it is having a very small market, but definitely there will be waste will be generated, but it is very difficult to treat that waste. Second most important thing is it is very difficult to get a location to set up a waste treatment center. Third one is if you involve SHGs, it is difficult to sustain them through by payment. It is very difficult to get a revenue generation model. So here what we did is, first and foremost thing is that regarding the waste, when actually the biodegradable waste becomes waste only after 12 hours or 24 hours of time. So if you can collect that thing, the food or vegetable, fresh vegetables, within 12 hours or 24 hours of time, then that is food or vegetable. So what we did is we started collecting the waste or the remains on the same day and started segregating it on the same day to the vermicomposite. So there was no rotting happening and there was no smell coming up, and that way the ladies or the people who are involved in these particular things were not dealing with the waste but dealing with the extra amount of food or fresh vegetables which is brought from the market. So that way the smell was resolved. Second thing was that the area which we converted into a park, eco park, it's converted into an eco park, and the people started coming to visit the park. So there was no smell and the park was there, and from the park also we were getting revenue, and this was a revenue model which was start. And the last 6 months it is running, and we were able to generate around 40 to 50,000 rupees for the SHGs, and the SHGs were driving the vehicle, and we have also started a small rural hearth where they started selling their vermicomposite and also other products which are made from the waste, and the people started visiting this rural hearth also. So through this model we were able to generate some revenue, and now the whole village is very clean and the whole market is very clean. You might have seen in the video there were some garbage collection and happening, and I was not so sure that this will happen for a long time, but this is continuously running for the last 6-7 months, and it is properly maintained. I hope that in the coming time also it will run. And other things also we have done. Hope these are the some of the 2-3 initiatives which we have taken, in addition to so many initiatives which we my colleagues and my other previous speakers have explained. That also we have done, but I didn't go into that details. I just want to brief what we have done specifically in case of Ganganagar block. That's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Wahid. Those are very innovative methods, especially for reducing school dropout rates and promoting self-employment through skill training and SHG mobilizations. Well done. So, by concluding this session, I would like to say that these 4 award-winning blocks have reflected on the core principle of the aspirational block program, that development must be granular, inclusive, and driven by outcomes. So these blocks are no more outliers, but they are front runners lighting the path for 496 other blocks in the program. And their work can be contextualized, replicated, helping us move closer to the national aspiration of ensuring a balanced regional development. They are living labs of Indian governance, we can say. The officers are no longer just implementing schemes in isolation, but they are building ecosystems of change for a Viksit Bharat, and we have high hopes from all these such blocks to learn and move forward. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. From the host team, may I request esteemed Additional Secretary Shri Vineet Bharadwaj to please join us on stage and present small tokens of gratitude to the Chairperson as well as the speakers. It's been yet another fantastic and thought-provoking session that did speak about life-changing initiatives. May I request Madam Chairperson and speakers to please have one group photograph with these small tokens of love that the host team has to offer, with tons of love and gratitude. Thank you so much, speakers, for sharing those stories that will go a long way in giving us better and brighter practices of good governance tomorrow. Thank you so much to this absolutely wonderful session. We would like to have one official photograph with Shri Bharadwaj and the speakers and Madam Chairperson. This will remind us of the day, our achievements, and that we have a long road ahead. Can we have a round of applause, please? Everyone, be a little generous. Thank you. Thank you so much. Give us a couple of minutes to set the stage for the next session, please.
मैं ये भी कहूँगा, तमाम उम्र में सफ़र में रहा, मंजिल उन्हें मिली जो सलीके सफ़र न थे। कभी कभी ऐसा होता है, at times it happens that you are part of the journey, but you don't get rewarded. But don't get discouraged. There is a department of administrative reform and public grievances. They are looking at you, even if you don't have any father or grandfather. One more thing I would like to say, that whatever you do, somebody is noticing. That somebody may be Government of India, we call it key ministries, but real tala, real lock is at the level of district. And that lock keeper, the चाबी जिसके पास है, जो ताले वाली चाबी जिसके पास है, उसका पासवर्ड आपके पास है. I always call it राम रसायन तुम्हारे पास है. If you take up development as a password, that password lies with the collectors. And I am happy that few of the youngest mind, brightest mind are not only sitting by both the sides of me, but also sitting in front of me. It's always easy to talk to idiots. It's very difficult to talk to intelligent people, and it is impossible to impress intelligent people. But these are the people who have not only impressed their government, impressed the various lines of scrutiny about their proposal. Even people from DARPG has gone remotely to see them, whatever they are claiming has actually happened. So friends, they are the achievers of the day, and when you are listening to them, they deserve a big round of applause for all that they say. Because I also believe in one thing, that जो पानी से नहाते हैं वो सिर्फ लिबास बदलते हैं. Those who take bath with only water, they only change their clothes. जो पानी से नहाते हैं वो सिर्फ लिबास बदलते हैं, जो पसीने से नहाते हैं वो इतिहास बदलते हैं. ये वो लोग हैं जो पसीने से नहाए हुए लोग हैं. इनके पसीने की खुशबू और बदबू से हमें कुछ नहीं लेना देना, लेकिन इनकी जो खुशबू एरिया में फैल रही है, जन कल्याण के लिए हुई है, वो काबिल तारीफ़ है, काबिल गौर है, और इनके इतिहास, इनकी कहानी सुनने लायक है. हमें गर्व है कि हमारे साथ बहुत अच्छे अच्छे लोग बहुत अच्छी अच्छी बातें लेके आएंगे. One thing I will certainly tell to my panelists, that tell them something which is unique in your district. I mean, you can go out of box from your PowerPoint also, so that takeaways are visible. Every collector is the same. There is no different pay to another collector. But how come some person does better? We all have mind, friends. It is the mindset that matters. If your mindset is proactive, if mindset has end in mind, if mindset has what you call it winning mindset, you can achieve anything. These are few who have achieved. Out of 1600, getting listed 6 times, then getting 1 time and becoming sweet 16 at the Government of India level is not a small journey that they have crossed. So these are a very big round of applause. Let me request my colleague Sanjita Samaddar, who is from Uttar Pradesh, and mesmerize you with her achievement and the way she wants. Go ahead, ma'am.
Respected DG IIPA S.N. Tripathi, sir, members on the dais, my colleagues and from DARPG, and most importantly, the young and dynamic collectors from all over the country. It's absolutely one of those, most breathtaking moments to witness what our young collectors are doing across districts, across the country, with their innovative spirit, with their creative mind in terms of resolving problems for citizens. So today's, I have been asked to kind of share with you one of the most important foundations of public service for which we come in, which is largely focused on redressing the grievances of our citizens. So this is the public grievance redressal system, which is in Government of Uttar Pradesh. And I'll walk you through what the system looks like and how it has been a game changer in a state with the highest population of the country, 17% of India's population, almost 250 million people. And with that, you can imagine the commensurate number of grievances which would come up in a state like Uttar Pradesh. So, well, the picture wasn't rosy. Next. As you can see, there is a benchmark year in Uttar Pradesh, which was 2016-2017. Let's say 2017. People who worked in UP, before 17 would realize that the entire public grievance redressal system was fraught with challenges, very difficult journey, and the journey has not been a very an easy one as well, but it has been an immense teamwork. And this entire new system of Jan Sunvai or Samadhan, which we call it, has been an entirely homegrown product, a homegrown benchmark system of public grievance redressal system, which has been much appreciated by DARPG, by Secretary Sir, by additional secretaries in Government of India as well. So if you see this, what were the larger challenges that we faced way before this entire IGRS system came in? 250 million people, all with lots and lots of grievances across all sectors. Largely, we had very isolated systems, at different levels. DM level, the police, the CDO, then the ministries, the various commissions, the CM, the deputy CM, you name it, and there were as many systems of taking in grievances which were very isolated, disconnected, they never spoke to each other. Again, the information flow was very opaque, so nobody knew what was happening on the redressal system. The low disposal rate obviously culminated in also very low satisfaction levels. So I'll give you anecdotes. When we were working in Secretariat, on different places around 10, 12 years ago, when I was there, we would see this, the central government, the CG grams and the PG portal, the central government grievances coming in actually sacks, jute sacks, multiplicity of jute sacks, and you can imagine what would be the follow-up, the tracking mechanism of identifying the complaints, putting it to the correct department, and then finally getting a redressal done. So largely that was the picture. Again, there was no facility to track and monitor the grievance, and forget the possibility of tracking the feedback as well. So obviously there was no singular place where grievances could be kind of registered or even sent to the higher authorities. Next, please. Then, as I said, the benchmark year, 2017, it was realized that this is a system which can't work, and it is very ad hoc. It works in different places across the districts, across the divisions, across the ministries, but there's nothing integrating it. And therefore came up this very homegrown, done with the domestic team, the NIC team, the integrated grievance redressal system. And the objectives are, as you can see, citizen empowerment, obviously to provide the citizens a platform to raise their complaint and also to track what is happening to their complaints. Secondly, it was a centralized platform, so what it does, it integrates. It was a system integrator, integrated the various thousands of places where the complaints would come into a singular kind of portal, and then attributed to different levels of the government, including the central government portal as well. Quality and efficiency was the biggest plank of this entire system. Obviously, automating the workflows, reducing the human interface, and again, tracking feedback mechanisms got inbuilt into this entire system. These were largely the objectives with which the system was built upon. Next, let me show you the architecture of it. Now, the first process was obviously, the first step is the registration of complaint, and everybody, you all are in different states, and everywhere I'm sure you have a public grievance redressal system. Either it could be centralized or it could be kind of decentralized as well. So this is the centralized, uniform, unifying comprehensive framework that we have in Uttar Pradesh. The first is obviously the registration of the complaint, wherein a unique number gets attributed to the complaint. Then it's assigned to a relevant officer in a relevant department. We call it L1. We'll come to that. the L1 takes the action taken, whatever the action is taken, and then that action taken is again uploaded into the portal, which gets tracked by the complainant. The complainant is then asked for a feedback. It's either a phone call feedback or it's an online portal feedback. And depending on the feedback, if the feedback is good, it gets closed. If the feedback is negative, it auto-escalates to a higher level officer than the L1, which would be an L2 in this case, who would again further do two things. If the complaint is such that it cannot be kind of resolved, for example, it's a demand-related kind of a complaint where the scheme is not there, the budget is not there, then automatically it cannot be resolved. So then the L2, what will he do? He or she will do a special closure. Or on the other hand, the L2 will again take a further action, and then that action will be subject to the feedback of the complainant. And hence, this process of auto-escalation is actually the key to this entire thing, that the L1 has that pressure not to do a summary, disposal of the complaint. Next. As I said, this is broadly the architecture. Now, what the IGRS system does is it integrates the various portals which are related to assimilating or registration of complaints across the state, including the central governments, the CPGRAMs. So you can see the various, portals, the CM and portals, and even the physical complaints, everything. These are all the sources that the complaints can come in, and everything gets tracked and by that ID which is generated by the IGRS portal, including, you can see the anti-corruption portal, the Bhumafia portal, and so on. Next. So what are the processes that we started with when the IGRS system was kind of, absolutely beginning? So the first thing is, how do you classify the complaints which are going to come? It will be everything under the sun, and for any governance system to understand the plethora of complaints and then to attribute it to the relevant department, and even within the relevant department, the best and the ideal level of the officer or the functionary, that was the biggest challenge. And this took months and months of consultation. And what did we have? What we achieved was this entire classification of categories and attributes. So 95 departments were mapped, 250 directorates in the entire government system were mapped, and within this 95 departments and 250 directorates, what came about is, this says 1,000, we again did a review of it, 1,521 categories of complaints have been completely identified and enumerated in the IGRS portal. Now, for each of these complaints, you will understand, for each of these categories, there are 4 levels of officers. So one is the L1, the beginning would be the L1, the L2, the L3, and the L4. Having said so, this entire mapping of complaints actually now touches upon 55,000 officers in the state of Uttar Pradesh. So 55,000 officers cutting across 95 departments, dealing with 1,520 type of complaints is largely the entire, the algorithm of the IGRS. Next, please. So what it helped us to do, just to bring it back, it helped us to identify which are the thematic areas which are consistently getting more and more complaints. And once you identify those thematic areas, that's where the large monitoring, the monitoring focus and the intervention focus kind of goes in. Okay. So now briefly, I've touched upon how the IGRS flow is. You can see the first is obviously the sources of complaints over here. The sources of complaints could be any place, anything and everything under the sun, sources of complaints. Now, where do the complaints ideally go to? It goes to the type of channel. It's right there, the Samadhan Divas, the online, the service centers, the call center. Now here, it's very interesting. Before that benchmark year of 2017, we would barely have 5% of the complaints would be, online or whatever. 95% of the complaints would be physical. Over the years, come 2025, only 30% of complaints are physical and 70% of the remaining complaints are online. So that is a massive move that, that technology has brought in, and how that integration of technology has actually led to not only an increase in the number of grievances, but also in the nature of grievances has changed to an online, to the online portal. So, as I was saying, so once the, the centers, the type of channel, they come through that, now you can see that the complaints would then actually be two types, the physical ones and the digital complaints. So for the physical complaints, there is the entire processing of data that happens, and we have a massive IGRS center, which is like a BPO processing unit with 500 employees across 3 shifts, 500, 500, 500 and all. So what do? They do that essential scanning, the assimilation of the data processing, extraction, and registration on the IGRS portal. The rest, the online complaints are already on the portal. Next, please. Yes. So after the processing of data that happens, there are the centralized servers. Everything gets stored into that. So all the physical complaints are also getting stored into that same portal server, right? So routing of the grievances, again, as I had earlier mentioned, everything will get categorized. Complaint-wise, the categorization will happen, and it will go to the L1 officer. And these L1 officers, and where all it goes to, the routing of the grievances, you can see the various officials that is recorded over there. Next. The officers to whom the complaint goes to is then supposed to take the ideal and the best case redressal, the action, and then that action gets published, and then the feedback mechanism starts. And after feedback, as I initially mentioned, that entire process of escalation to the higher level. Next, please. Some pictures, obviously. This is the Jan Sunwai by Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh is done every day without fail. And you can see the amount of complaints would actually throng to wherever he is, mostly in Lucknow, in terms of the physical complaints as well here. Next, please. Apart from the physical complaints and the Jan Sunwai, there is also the CM helpline. Now, this CM helpline is also a very interesting case of 1076. This, again, helpline is based in a complete call center with shift-wise running. What it essentially does is it integrates 4 other portals, other helplines. The law and order, the women's helpline, the electricity helpline, the fire helpline. So the basic all helplines get integrated, as you can see the numbers, all within this one particular 1076. So any call which comes, and if it's related to a particular problem, it will get diverted to that particular helpline as well. It also obviously captures the feedback. It takes in the complaints. It registers it on the call center executives, register it on the IGRS portal. And very interestingly, what it also does is, suppose, there are these essential special schemes or special drives which are going on. For example, dhan procurement, paddy procurement or wheat procurement. So any drive which is essentially going on periodic, this helpline number also takes specific feedback by calling people on the efficacy or the quality of the drive that is happening as well. Next, please. So this is what is very interesting. Again, a very diagrammatic view of what I just explained it to you. The registration of complaints, it goes to L1. The L1 is the lowest officer with infrastructure, the IT infrastructure. It cannot be a Lekpal or a Patwari because that person will not have the IT infrastructure. So it will essentially be a Tehsildar, for example, in a revenue department. Okay? Then again, the citizen, if it gives a blue feedback, a good feedback, it gets closed. In the event of a negative feedback, it will auto-escalate to the L2 officer. The L2 officer will either special close if it cannot be met with, or again, the same process will follow. Next, please. So this is again by the L1. Please see how the L1 will dispose it off. And next, in the event of a negative feedback, it will go to the L2 officer. The L2 officer either has 2 options. In fact, if it gets closed by a positive feedback, well and good. Next. Again, back to the L3 officer, and so on. Till the So this for multiple level of officers supervision, it ensures that the quality of feedback is good, the complaint is actually redressed, and if it cannot be redressed, then there are ample good reasons for not being able to resolve it. And this will then further get communicated to the complainant. Next. So the last, complaint either closed or redressed. Okay, go on please. Next please. What is interesting here is, the mapping of the L1, L2, L3, L4 the officers who are kind of responsible for it. So it will, as I said, 95 departments, but the quality, the nature of the complaints would be various. 1,500 plus attributes of the complaint. So every complaint then gets attributed and assigned to a particular officer. So for example, I'll give you a very small example. There is the case of Haisiyat Praman Patra, Aay Jati Praman Patra, Nivas Praman Patra. Everything is dealt with by the Revenue Department. But for the Aay Jati Praman Patra, the L1 will be an Tehsildar. But for the Nivas Praman Patra, it will be the SDM. And so on, it will further keep escalating. So largely, the thrust lies on the levels, the supervisory levels, and it will go up to the senior most levels so as to ensure that there is no complaint which is actually left behind in this entire scheme. Next, please. As I said, initially there was no concept of taking a feedback because there was no portal, there was no integration, complaints would come physically, it would get attributed, and at most, the best case scenario was whatever redressal is happening is actually being sent and copied to the complainant as well. But now the system of feedback has become inbuilt in for 100% of all complaints. So for every complaint, there is a feedback system which the person can fill in. आप देखिए वहाँ पे प्रतिक्रिया, क्या संबंधित अधिकारी द्वारा आपसे संपर्क किया गया, क्या संबंधित अधिकारी द्वारा स्थलीय सत्यापन भ्रमण किया गया, and so on and so forth. Next. That's one thing. If the person can type it, well and good. If the person can't type it, then what do? We have a call recording of every complaint. So I wouldn't want you to play that. Go to the next one. And now you can play the call recording, the click icon. Audio.
मुख्यमंत्री हेल्पलाइन सेवा 76 से की जा रही है। क्या मेरी बात अंबुज जी से हो रही है? यांत्रिक गुणवत्ता परीक्षण कॉल रिकॉर्ड की जा रही है। आपने मुख्यमंत्री हेल्पलाइन में लखनऊ जिले से शिकायत दर्ज कराई है चिकित्सा शिक्षा विभाग में KGMU से संबंधित 30/4/2025 में क्या समाधान प्राप्त हो गया है?
हाँ, हो गया समाधान।
दिए गए समाधान से संतुष्ट हैं, शिकायत बंद कर दी जाए?
हाँ, बंद कर दिया संतुष्ट।
जी, जानना चाहेंगे क्या संबंधित अधिकारी के द्वारा आपसे संपर्क किया गया?
हाँ, 3-4 घंटे के अंदर ही।
ठीक है, I think you've got the point.
संबंधित अधिकारी के द्वारा जांच स्थलीय।
So this is the way in which that call center executives actually they record every call and then they kind of record every feedback. And believe me when I tell you that over all these calls, there is an audit. So a quality audit is done by a supervisory team who checks on the feedback, whether it's been rightly recorded, किसी positive को negative तो नहीं कर दिया और negative को positive तो नहीं कर दिया. So there is a system of mutual checks and audits as well. Next, this is the portal. This is the portal that we have. It goes on. And it's an OTP-based system. This is the mobile app that we have. Go on, please. Next. So yes, 50 lakh plus subscribers and 5 lakh officers, as I said. I mean, everybody's widely using it. So it's become a culture now. I don't know if some of you may be from UP. UP does have something called a complaint culture. So now this culture has become even more, now it's become very technologically savvy. People have become tech savvy and use this in a massive way for registering all sorts of complaints over there. And that's also raises some issues for us as well. Next. So what are the benefits of this? What are the key features? Power BI-based analytics dashboard for officers. So as officers, as DMs, CDOs, commissioners, as principal secretary myself, we can sit down, we can use our login ID and password to completely go through every detail of the complaints that have come, the redressal that has happened, the quality of the feedback, and so on. Next. So this is, you know, very clearly you can see every departments are ranked, districts are ranked, DMs are ranked, the best 5, the worst 5, and believe me, everybody is hauled up. We get hauled up every month, almost on a pretty bad basis in terms of the people who are bad performers in this entire thing. What it also helps us to do is very real-time monitoring. So this is not like a static dashboard. Next, please. It's a very dynamic one. At any point of time, one can figure out as to the performance of your own office, the performance of the subordinate offices of any office in terms of redressing the grievances that have come, the quality of the grievance redressal, and so on. Also, another big good feature, next. So one is to see, can you just press on one of the things that will come on? So this is very GIS based. What we've tried to do is not only have a listing of things, but to drill it down, get it very disaggregated by not only the tehsil or the district, but actually by the block and even the gram panchayat. So the portal helps us to identify down the line, deep dive into the level of not merely the districts, till that entire granular level of gram panchayat, of tehsil, and of the revenue village, wherein lies the maximum amount of complaints, the type of complaints, and so on. So this has immense potential in terms of, for a policymaker sitting not only at the state level, but also at the level of districts. DMs can massively use it in terms of checking which are the areas within their district which actually has the larger issue of the grievances, or even unresolved grievances to that extent. Next. So I'll come to largely a very thing that we've kind of always adhered to, is that, whatever gets measured actually gets done. And since you are all doing the aspirational districts, aspirational blocks, you will know it much better than anybody else anywhere, that the parameters and the things that we actually devise a system of monitoring, we pay a lot of extra attention to that. And similarly, what doesn't get measured, we almost tend to kind of relegate to the background. So what has the IGRS system enabled us to do in UP is largely to make sure that the grievances which are coming and which are related to everything that governance is all about gets kind of registered, it gets recorded, it gets addressed, and a feedback is taken on that. And this is largely the system of internal oversight and process monitoring that we have. And for any such M&E system to function well, to succeed, it has to be backed by a very robust review system at the highest level. So what we've been able to do is monitoring of all default references, of pending references, timely feeding of physical complaints, special closures, and monitoring the positive, negative feedback and all. It also has enabled officers to kind of see whether our subordinates are also doing things rightly or wrongly, or are just doing things summarily. So we have the system where we are supposed to also grade the disposal given within our department by the subordinates, and that also ensures, like, yes, there is somebody watching us from above.
The 2 minutes, sir.
Yes, I'll just finish it, sir. It's almost over. So next, please. And who watches over us? This entire system of monthly monitoring and ranking. My colleague is here from Muradabad. He will know that we are all petrified by the end of, around 25th of every month. We are very petrified as to what our ranking will be, because then we get really hauled up by the Honorable CM in terms of the bad performers. So largely a very transparent criteria for ranking of not only the districts, of DMs, of commissioners, of the police department, and of various departments. Next. So we have every month, the top 5, the top 10, the bottom 10, and so on, and that's where everybody will start palpitating. So what's the reach and scope of the IGRS system? Next. You can see the numbers. Grievances registered 5 crores, 50.59 million. How many, almost grievances disposed of, almost like 90-95%. Pending grievances at any point of time in the year. Next. What is interesting is not only the registration of grievances has increased, but also to some extent, you can see that the feedback quality, the positive feedback is also increasing pretty systematically over the months and over the years. Lot of miles to go, I can see that. But still, this is a massive improvement from a system which did not even record the feedback. Next. Let me just have a look at the benchmark here, where you see 2016, 2017. See the benchmark here. The system became functional in 2018, and suddenly you see a spurt of, registration of grievances. Next. And disposal as well. And the entire, this is again the Government of India, the public grievance portal status of CP Grams. We've been consistently ranking in the top 3 by DARPG in terms of redressal of the grievances from the CP Grams as well. Last. Next. So, I'll just summarize it. You've seen the entire, it's a technology driven, it's a platform. Many of you are engineers, you will understand it better than I do. But yes, what are the highlights? The highlights is obviously it's developed on an open source, developed domestically. Again, it provides real-time updates. It helps us to kind of essentially monitor at any point of time what is the quality and what is the level of grievance redressal by any officer in the entire state of UP. Eventually, we are also moving into integration, WhatsApp integration, Aadhaar integration, so that we don't have a lot of, furgy complaints coming again and again from one particular person. So the Gen AI features which are coming up which is already there. Some of it is already there. The chatbot is there, the assistant is there. But largely in terms of how do you, AI is now being integrated in terms of understanding the prioritization of complaints, the categorization of complaints, to essentially see what a particular complaint in a nutshell is and what would be the ideal kind of, an action taken report on that, to understand where are the duplicacies and then to kind of deduplicate the complaints which are coming again and again. And largely with this, I think what I would like to say here is the features are essentially, across, the way it's been made that it can be very well replicated across states. We are already working with Government of Delhi in terms of replicating this entire IGRS in the new government in Delhi. And essentially, I would like to, again, summarize it with the thing that as public servants, when we enter the service, it is essentially a public service, and in all our efforts, what we have to do and what we must do is that, the Janta Ki Sunwai. The Janta Ki Sunwai in different states has very different processes. In UP, it has, every day we have to sit 10 to 12, meet people, understand their complaints. But what we've realized is that in this process, the complaints should not be lost. The complainant should know what is the fate of his complaint, and we should be in a position to get some kind of a feedback, not only from the complainant, but also understand whether we are able to actually function with that diligence and honesty that we had come into the service for. I think IGRS is one of the tools that has been helping officers in UP from the junior most to the senior most level to understand this and to ameliorate in some way or the other the complaints, the 50 lakh complaints that we get. Yes, on any single day, the complaints which get registered on IGRS are 30,000. In a month, it is roughly around 6 to 7 lakhs. So this is the numbers, the big numbers that we are talking of. And the system has helped us to streamline this entire process of public grievance redressal system. With that, thank you so much and all the best to all of you over here. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sanjukta, for making a very comprehensive presentation. Handling 5 crore grievances is not a matter of joke. Only a few people can do it. UP has done it. So it is just a big round of applause. Dosto, this is the age of customer, and citizen is also a customer. But customer does not mean जो कष्ट से मरे वही customer है. अगर उसकी आवाज़ हम सुनेंगे तो लगेगा कि सरकार है जो फंक्शनल है. And this is all one of the good governance practice, that if you are doing something good, people should feel it. If they feel it, they will have trust in the government. Maybe initially there may be more grievances. Maybe UP has become victim of improving its governance. जब तवक्को ही उठ गई गालिब, फिर किसी का गिला करे कोई. अगर ट्रस्ट रहती है सरकार में तब लोग शिकायत भी करते हैं, और जब शिकायत करते हैं उनका त्वरित समाधान या आसान्वित समाधान होता है तो लोग शिकायत और भी करते हैं, और उससे दैट इज सिंबल ऑफ गुड गवर्नेंस. आई मस्ट कॉम्प्लीमेंट यूपी फॉर डूइंग इट एंड मेकिंग इट हैपन. Had it not been solving, people could have not gone to the even digital platform also. Then take care of it. The lesson to be learned is that use technology, but don't use technology to scuttle or give a algorithmic reply. Use technology to understand the people. Suno, meri awaaz suno, and that is the lesson. Now let's go through Arunachal Pradesh, and DM Kurung, excuse me from saying, Visakha Yadav is there. She will talk about DG Kaksha. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. Esteemed DG IAPA, our officials, respected officials from DRPG, officials who have taken part in this conference, and the entire team who has worked, my warmest regards to everybody. So I'll try to keep my presentation short and concise since we are moving towards the end of the session. So sir, our project is Project Digi Kaksha, and through this initiative we aim to create an integrated educative ecosystem which will serve as a foundational growth mechanism, especially at the Indo-China remote villages, which are still neglected in the developmental paradigm of the country. So this is the location of our district. Our district lies towards northwestern border of Arunachal Pradesh. Arunachal Pradesh, and specifically northeast, is laden with a lot of challenges, peculiar challenges, as we have already heard from our previous speakers. Our district Kurungkume, first of all a little bit about Arunachal. Arunachal is the land of rising sun, dawn-lit mountains, and it has 26 major tribes and 102 minor tribes. It has 28 districts, and every district is a different administrative challenge and a cultural heaven in its own. So every district has its own way of dealing with the challenges, and our district Kurungkume shares 1300 approximately border with the Indo-China. Next please. So something about our district which led us to this initiative is, as I've already told, we share almost 1300 kilometers of border with China. As part of the flagship program of Ministry of Home Affairs Vibrant Village Scheme, our district has second highest number of villages, 84 villages, which are underdeveloped, neglected, and still facing the menace of the out-migration. The population is 4,500, however the area is almost 10 times the population, so it is very scarcely habitated. You can see in the picture, sir, that we struggle with even the basic amenities like providing the food security. So whenever a disaster strikes in the district, our major roads and surface communication is cut off, due to which we face the food scarcity, and we even have to frequently take help of the army and chopper services to get the food rations supplied even to the remotest corners of our district. The district is disaster prone. It falls under a very high hazard landslide zone. Almost 10 months in every year we are facing continuous rainfall, especially in the district headquarters, which makes it very difficult for any developmental project and any progress to be consistently driven. In last year itself, sir, in June 2024, we had a major disaster in which our district was completely cut off from the state for about a month. With 55% of the district area still falling under the shadow zone of the 10 administrative circles, we struggle with the basic means of communication many a time. It took us 1 month last year to recoup our district back and restore the water systems, road communication, network systems, and get the population at ease. As of today, we still have only 98% of the National Highway 713, which is connecting our district, complete. Only 98% is still complete. We still have 2% and a lot of sliding zones which need to be fixed for the continuous outreach and connectivity to the district. Obviously, if we follow all these challenges, the HDI parameters, specifically the literacy rates, are particularly low in the district, because of which last year only 28.9% of students in class 10th could pass. It is one of the lowest pass rates in the entire country. We are facing out-migration. According to Census 2011, we have 32 out of 1,000 people migrating every year, and as per the latest stats, it's almost 45. Due to the border areas, sharing border, the eastern part of Arunachal share borders with the Myanmar, which is very close to the golden triangle of the drug nexus. Due to that, there's a widespread use of drugs and alcoholism in the state. According to the official stats, Arunachal is one of the top performers, I would rather say, in opium, Kani, as we locally say, local alcohol, and cocaine. So with the rise of unemployment and drug, it becomes even difficult for the population and the children to give right kind of direction and development paradigm. Coming to elections, specifically in context of Northeast and Arunachal, conducting elections is a very humongous task because a lot of money and muscle is involved. Usual times, the population and the atmosphere will be very nice, but it becomes specifically charged when it comes to election. Because of the lack of connectivity, it is very difficult to monitor the elections. Last year in 2019 elections, simultaneous elections, we had almost 19 repolls, 4 deaths, and then we had 9 B polls and C poll also. And even a chopper was used to evacuate the polling staff from 2 polling stations, and the bridges were burnt, and there was a huge incidence of violence. Thankfully, this year, we were able to conduct with only 1 repoll, with 0 FIR and no incidents of death reported. In this background, with a host of challenges, it is very important that our team planned that we should give a new direction and a new exposure, mostly exposure and a platform to people to learn, succeed, and give newer ways of livelihood generation and education. Next, please. So what is DigiKaksha? DigiKaksha is basically an initiative which created an integrated learning platform with a state-of-art, technologically equipped infrastructure, which will expose the people to the latest developmental opportunities, paradigm, and increase the learning outcomes specifically of children. Our targeted beneficiaries were almost 5,000 in our total population of 45,000 spread across the entire district. For pre-primary students, we focused on the foundational literacy and numeracy. Anganwadi children and workers were trained. For class 1 to 12th, and specific focus to the dropouts to reinduct them into the educational system. We trained SHGs. We created 109 new SHGs under Arunachal State Livelihood Mission, and we trained them with different kind of trades which were particularly prevalent in that area, which was still not targeted. IEC participation, awareness generation, use of SHGs in various movements like drug awareness programs and flagship schemes of government like Swachh Bharat, etc. Youth, specific focus on youth, we would conduct continuous drug recovery sessions, awareness sessions, give them exposure, give them short training courses for participating or giving exams, and some skilling mechanisms also. Next. So this is our project. The first part of it is, first of all, our team gathered to identify a place within the secured boundary of any government land, and we selected one school in the township area, in the district headquarters. We created a multi-purpose integrated infrastructure based on the Bala model, building as a learning aid. And very specific things which were pertaining to the local area, like bamboo and toko patta, which is compressed, which is available in that area only. We use those materials through our local gaon boras, local community participation, and we used a lot of it in the same project. The project was very much designed by our officers alone only. We tried to create every corner, every section of the project in a manner that it will be very attractive as well as educative. Second part and most important part for school children was creating a learning box in which they will be shifted from rote learning to video-based or audio-visual learning. So for that, we tied up with an edutech company, and for the entire CBSE curriculum ranging from pre-primary till 12th, we encoded the entire content into small video lectures of 6 to 7 minutes each, maximum 8 minutes. So every topic was given a session plan. It was broken down into different video sessions. Along with that, there was an activity attached to it. Question answers of the NCRTs were also attached, and some extra content was also given. All of it was in the video format in a very lively manner, so that the student is able to understand what is written in the book, and the teacher doesn't also have a difficulty in explaining. Proper training for the teachers were also given as to how to use this interactive flat panel and the learning Android system, which they learned over the period of 4 to 5 months, in which they also started enjoying teaching through that. It was bilingual because students were not, especially from bastis, as we call, villages were called bastis over there, they were not very well versed with English at all. So it was bilingual. They started on very basic note with phonetics and everything was there. From Hindi, from their local language, they shifted and learned to the English language. We specifically focused on the foundational literacy and numeracy. There were more than 1,000 lectures which were encoded, which were purely based on the activities which had to be performed, which can be easily be emulated in that structure with all the props available for students, for children to learn numbers, alphabets, sentence formation, how to pronounce the words, and henceforth going further in their classes. To get this entire thing up and functioning, especially the infrastructure part, it was very challenging, particularly what might seem very normal for our states located in very accessible areas. To implement such an infrastructure in that area was a challenge, because even the roads were getting blocked all the time. Even to get the materials transported from the capital or from the Assam, basic materials, to get it functioning was very difficult. It would take hours and hours. Sometimes we have to mobilize the cranes and JCBs and just pull the Tata 450 and whatnot, and just to get those things up and functioning over there. So that was the biggest challenge, sir. And for that, we got a lot of community support, social support. There were officers who were even ready to just carry load on their shoulders also in terms of the terrain, because this particular spot was located at the top of a hill, which did not even have a road. So that was the biggest challenge over here. Next, please. For livelihood generations, as of now, we were focusing on how we were focusing on getting the children to improve their learning outcomes and everything. Second part of it was we used this entire platform, this structure, to train our SAGs also. We formed almost 105 SAGs, 85 of them are registered and functional now. 24 of them have even got credit linkage last month, and they got their PLF also formed, and they got their first installment of the credit linkage done. So forming that SAGs, we use this platform to call different teams to train them into basket weaving, bamboo products, handicrafts making, handloom making, gales, which is a traditional dress which is hand woven and is very much in demand, and king chili pickle making, which is very particularly endemic to the area. Ginger, they have very good cultivation of ginger and large cardamom. So we trained them, we showed them how the best facilities and training sessions and exposure we gave them so that they are regularly trained over a period of 3-4 months. It depended on different SAGs. We had a proper plan in collaboration with the SRLM team. With the same idea, we were able to converge all the flagship schemes, specifically PNGAY, as we will see further how the numbers had improved. Immunization of children. Since children were very much excited to come to the place, we were able to give them immunization sessions, nutrition sessions, and all the schemes which were pertaining like Dulari Kanya and all, we would get them enrolled. They would just be enthralled to come and just experience how it was like. Drug awareness and rehabilitation classes were also given in collaboration with police, ITBP, BRO. Evening Pathshala was one of the highlights in this. Evening Pathshala, our officers, our circle officers, subdivisional magistrates, ADCs, and even DC, we decided that on weekends or in the evenings when our time permits, we will also contribute and take classes. We will try to teach them because the learning box had a lot of features, STEM tool, 3D animation and all, and it was all very new to them. So to help them maneuver through it and to make them learn, we took the evening classes, and we came up with the idea of bagless Saturdays, that on Saturdays everything will be activity-based learning. You will not have any kind of rote learning based on books. And small initiatives like bagless Saturdays, nutrition corners, etc. were taken to further have a sense of learning and a sense of drive towards studying in the entire area. Anganwadi workers, we had 375 registered Anganwadi centers in our district, but none of them were functioning to an extent that it would be called operational. So for that, we targeted the Anganwadi workers, the Basti ladies, and we trained them with the facial recognition system. We trained them with the Poshan tracker, and all of the training had taken place in this platform in batches of 70 each. We even tried to focus on adult literacy and digital literacy sessions, although there were no tangible results, but we did take efforts to take the classes over there. And we, just so that we could focus on the tradition and culture, which is so core and which is so endemic to the people in Arunachal, we created one corner which was just dedicated to the culture. Their local artifacts, their local tools, their local things like dao, which is basically something which they use for the animal hunting and all, which is not practiced anymore prevalently, and other sorts of items made of bamboo. We all displayed it. We collaborated with the state education department to particularly print and get the books which has the nomenclature in the local language, local Nishi tribal language. How do you, like ABCD in the local language, so that in foundation we can teach them in their traditional language, and then we can take them through Hindi and English for better understanding. Next. So our transformation blueprint was that we'll create an integrated infrastructure. Then we focus on foundational learning outcomes. We will create activity-based learning centers. We'll replicate this model in every circle of our district. This will lead to reinduction of the dropouts. That rate is very high. Every 5th standard, 8th standard, 10th and 12th, we witness high dropout rates at these 4 milestones in the schools. So we particularly focused on them, which included the skilling of teachers and SAGs empowerment also. And this will converge with all the flagship schemes of Government of India. And field workers would be given stress, and it will just create an integrated atmosphere where everybody would be inclined towards learning and getting exposed better. Next. We tried to quantify the outcomes. So learning improvement, the stats is 3 months old. We just got our CBSE results declared. This is the pre-board result. So it's not properly mentioned, sir. So CBSE, we witnessed that last year it was 29% pass rate, one of the lowest in the country, but this year we were able to achieve 56.8 in the actual boards. So it doubled the pass rate. So that was one achievement which we got. Our SAGs were created, 85 new SAGs, and with 438 members were trained. And 6 SAGs are fully functional in the sense that they have set up their own setups of pickle making, handloom making, and bamboo basket weaving. And they are still, they have started selling it on a low scale in the markets, in the much more accessible places of the adjoining districts. We could achieve saturation in the flagship schemes. It got a little jumbled up, sir, here. In PMGAY, we were able to achieve 7% to 74% because of the social mobilization, awareness, and enrollment. And in JAY, we were able to achieve from 36% to 58%. Immunization, we could achieve 5% increase. Local state civil services exam, for the first time we had 61 people who qualified this exam. Particularly the tribe which resides in my district is actually a major tribe which forms 28% of the total population of Arunachal Pradesh. Despite being 28% of the population, the Nishi tribe, as we say, the dominant tribe in the state, still they don't have that kind of representation in the governance as officers and even in the lower ranks. It is due to the lack of education. So we were able to achieve that. Anganwadi workers which were trained in latest technology and FRS, there were 285 Anganwadi workers which were successfully trained and certified. We had drug awareness session, almost 85 sessions in collaboration with various forces, ITBP, Indian Army, BRO, and even NHIDC. Then we had Airgun Surrender Abhiyan, in which it is very difficult for people to understand since they are very close to nature. Since they are very close to nature, their hunting is very engraved in their way of life. So to teach them, to teach the elderly, we use this platform for this kind of airgun surrender also, and wildlife hunting ban. And then other kind of IEC activities and exposure visits which helped children and youth to curb all the negative practices which are there, electoral violence, drug awareness, and unemployment issues and everything. Next. Sustainability, so we first of all, entire land in the Arunachal Pradesh is community land with no land records. So we demarcated the land of a secured government premise. We had a gift deed with the landowner. We issued a land possession certificate to the institution, and in that we created this setup. Then the entire center was adopted by clan-based welfare organization, which is very strong in Arunachal. So the particular clan which was present was Coloring Employment Forum. This clan-based organization basically consists of well-off people and educated people who are able to, whose only motto is to drive the society and their tribe towards the betterment. So we signed an MOU, and SMC was taking care of the day-to-day operations. We also created a board in which the concerned area admin officer will be the head, and some CBOs and the adoptive agency, the clan-based organization in this case, will be taking monthly review meeting to assess the infrastructural needs. There was focus on convergence with the flagship schemes of Government of India, Vibrant Village Scheme, PM Unnati, PM Vishwakarma, PM Swavlamban, which is very successful in Arunachal, in which we get a loan of 50 lakhs for the budding entrepreneurs, and ARSLM. Next. Replicability of DigiKaksha. This project was started during my first posting at the Indo-Myanmar border in the TCL region, Tirap district, which was in AFSPA area, in collaboration with PGCIL, Power Grid, as a social responsibility initiative. So it was firstly done there. In Tirap, it was done in 3 places. And then in Indo-China border, in Koloriang and Sangram, this project was replicated. So all in all, this project was executed at 5 places, which targeted the adjoining circles and acted like a center point for availing the facilities in the adjoining area. Next. So these are the glimpses from the Tirap district, which is at the Indo-Myanmar border. The first time this project was implemented. Next. So this is the latest project which was executed in January this year in Kurungkume. And this project particularly focused with the theme of functional literacy and numeracy, in which there is one tech zone. In one corner is tech zone, other is reading zone, another is play zone, one is cultural nishi zone, and other is the motor functional development zone, in which all sort of activities are divided into different zones. Next. These are just the views, these are just the glimpses of different infrastructure projects of the 5 projects which have been implemented at different places. Next. This is just the short video which has been prepared, which will, if you could kindly play it. It's just give a glimpse of the project and the area. Can we play the video, whoever is operating? It's not happening.
Actually, the video is not playing from the PPT.
Okay. So this was it, sir. And I would just like to highlight that in particularly working in a context of Northeast, specifically Arunachal, the entire initiative and project was only able to happen because we have a very strong community support and the governance support also. Whenever an officer tries to do something positive in Northeast, or I can say for my state Arunachal, the entire community and the officer fraternity is extremely positive, and we are able to achieve whatever we want to the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Wonderful presentation in a very difficult situation. Friends, somebody like Collector like Visakha went to a site, Narega, and there were 3 laborers working. She asked the first laborer, what you are doing? The laborer says, I am such a qualified fellow, there is no work by this government. I have been asked to break stones for this building. Okay, she said, would you like to work? Okay, we will do it. She asked the second laborer, what you are doing? He says, I was earlier doing X work where I was getting Y amount. Now this school building, I am getting slightly more, so I thought let me come and work in this school. She asked the third laborer, he says, what you are doing? He says, I am building a school for my children. And if I am also getting some wages paid, what else could be better than that? So friends, it's mind and mindset that matters. Some people use those stones to build a school. Some people use those stones to build asset for the state. And now there is a presentation on asset management being done in state of Uttarakhand. Friends, we believe generally that build, abandon and rebuild. There could be midway also, build, repair and never need to rebuild. And that is the approach. If you recognize your asset, be it human or physical, and now government is giving emphasis on human capabilities. All the analysis that you have heard so far is intervention in the area of human development. But there are some areas which are also as important, which is asset of the state, how they need to be built, how they need to be managed, can be used digital in that management also. I have a Director General to speak on this. May I request you, Durgesh ji? Time starts now. It is 15 minutes total.
Good evening to all of you. See, it has been a wonderful day. Very, very learned Chairman of the session, Sri S.N. Tripathi sir, and Madam Principal Secretary, District Magistrate of Arunachal, and my fellow scientists, and heads off and salutations to the executive, the workforce of the country, from Arunachal to Kerala to Jammu and Kashmir, and since morning we have been witnessing the kind of work you do. Salutations to you all. It has been truly phenomenal. Generally we don't come across this kind of interaction because we deal with science technology, so it has been a great learning for all of us. And with the permission of Chair, I just took this permission and a few couplets from my side to this community. Sir, with your permission. आँखों में रहा दिल में उतर कर नहीं देखा, आँखों में रहा दिल में उतर कर नहीं देखा, कश्ती के मुसाफिर ने समंदर नहीं देखा, जिस दिन से चला हूँ मेरी मंजिल पे नज़र है, मैम जिस दिन से चला हूँ मेरी मंजिल पे नज़र है, आँखों ने कभी मील का पत्थर नहीं देखा, पत्थर कहता है मेरा चाहने वाला, मैं मोम हूँ उसने मुझे छूकर नहीं देखा. So with this, this is something important, as you said, human resource management, other things that we have been talking about. Yes, BRICS build schools, institutions, but for that we need to have assets. And at government level, at different levels we have seen it. Grievances are mostly with regard to revenue system, land systems, mostly. So what government of Uttarakhand has tried to do is, and the attempt has been to use this third eye, because technology is not only the enabler, it empowers and it does many things. And this particular application, this is important with regard to this entire Himalayan region, be it Arunachal, be it this thing, especially. Why so? Because land parcel and the kind of khatra, khasoni we have, mapping them is so very difficult. Shadow land parcel she was referring to. So, host of issues we have. So, how can this satellite technology, this space technology can really do this, and coupled with in today's era, 21st century, and this time, because morning Gujarat's presentation we were looking at, phenomenal. So when it is coupled with deep learning, when it is coupled with AI, when it is coupled with machine learning, it does wonders. And in all probabilities and possibilities, we need to have, especially for governance in India, we need to have this unique combination. And further to this, 5 years down the line, when we will have it, this quantum computing, other things, which is coming very, very fast, because this computing is going to be entirely different. So this is going to take a huge issue. Next, please. Next one. Now, this is why this is important, because there is assets. We need to have centralized asset inventory, all states. Once we have it, only then we can plan out what kind of land assets we have, what do we have for any development plan, so on and so forth. And accurate geo-referenced data we need to have, where it is, where those points, those polygons, we need to have. And similarly, otherwise this happens to be those khatra, khatwani, patwari has been referred since morning every time round, and Survey of India in Dehradun it is, and instituted, and some 1757 ever since 67. So it has been continuously also evolving. But now, because it has become so very time consuming, therefore it needs a crystal clear redressal. And departmental coordination between revenue to other to administrative department, there is a host of issues, and therefore those grievances are there. And as such, there is, data trail, financial trail these days we talk about, but what about the geospatial based, these trails with regard to government land, government property? Government property has become everybody's property somehow. So how to check and counter check the whole thing, that's why this project has been undertaken. And limited transparency and accountability, since it has been there. So these were the issues, gaps. That's why this issue was taken up. Next one, please. So this one, the government took a decision, and this encroachment, infringement, this getting into this kind of intrusion into government lands, how can at all that be done? And making use of latest these technologies, modern technologies, be it satellite, those imageries, drone, or ultimately, because there is going to be a way forward. So there are many technologies which are coming up, and part of this reforms, especially administrative reforms, we can look it up, and we can have an extension also. So this Uttarakhand Space Application Center was giving this responsibility, and henceforth it was developed. And those concerned departments, 60 line department, they contributed to, because from their side, ultimately bottom up, they are not contributing. So how can we build a strong database? So therefore it was taken up. And what was there? The objective was to monitor government land, protect against encroachment, and develop a kind of a land bank for the state. Otherwise we are not having. And the kind of limitation we have, especially these hill mountain states have, we have limited land, because either there is forest or whatever limited land we have. So every time around we look up to available land. So all developmental processes are also, they get affected. So therefore it was quite an imperative for us. Next one, please. This is there, and therefore this state level committee was formed, and chairman with the Chief Secretary Sahab, and again a state working group has been there. And chairman, the secretary revenue, with the kind of the platform that got to be built, because ultimately we need mobile apps, we need an entire dashboard, we need entire host of, backward support, we need deep learning algorithms, huge data sets. So for all of that, it was there, but ultimately from bottom up, who is going to provide the kind of data, those property at district level, block level, who is going to do that? So empowering, training, skilling, all of that, that becomes very, very important. Still it has been going on. More than 60,000 plus, these have been recorded, mapped. So for that, we need this district level and tehsil level, block level, that kind of engagement. Next one, please. This is this is how the process has been undertaken, and starting from the first level. So this is the entire process which has been there. So these algorithms, to collecting data, to developing mobile apps, to the verification part. So all these. This one is asset collection, geo-referencing using mobile app. So there is a mobile app which has been developed, and at grassroots level, this is done. The second part is we have we are getting this very high resolution, this data set. We procure it on a regular basis, and therefore maybe 3 months time, then we can find out the change detection, what is there, and what was there initially. So that kind of, this thing is there with us. And this, again, automatic, this ingestion has been there, and feature extraction. Whatever has been in terms of this, this image extraction, whatever has to be extracted, it is there. And this happens once we have this very high resolution data set with us. Then there is this AI/ML based this auto defect changes. If at all there is a property, there is an asset, if something has been built or something has been encroached upon, there is some intrusion. So this gives us this change. So on the basis of once that change is there, whether, because the alerts are issued, once the alerts are issued, so validation of results and validation of results are there. And this validation of result is done with in coordination with various other departments. Suppose fisheries department land parcel is there, ONSUB property is there, so fishery department is involved whether some intrusion or encroachment is taking place at their land, because this alert comes to USAC, to our server, and from there this coordination starts. Then this ground verification. Ground verification is whether this is a municipal level, whether there is these have been properly geotagged, whether these are photos, pictures, videos are available. So this field verification is done. And seventh one is map application and dashboard. We have a very vibrant and updated dashboard. So everything is displayed there. Once everything is displayed, then the user knows, the department knows, the government knows at different levels what are going to be the kind of changes, or if at all there is any encroachment, what is the way forward, what could be done about it. And there are cases where the government or the particular department filed an FIR and they tried to resolve the whole issue. Similarly, there have been generally alerts, some activities going on, some government department itself is doing something. So for that, again, I mean, this updated information is there with the government that, some structure is coming up or some new initiative has been taken up with regard to some construction part. And last and final one, this automated reports are generated. These auto-generated downloadable reports are also available. Next one, please. These are the solution framework. There have been certain case studies. Like this one is a web-based geoportal and mobile app. It's already there. So what is happening? All these departments, because these mobile applications, this mobile application is available, they have been trained. So now they can go to the field and they can do this geo-referencing. They can do this boundary thing. So once it is there, then it is stored. It is already there on the server. And second is, then it is done with the help of this acquisition of high-resolution satellite imagery. Once we have this high-resolution satellite imagery,
Another
then
2 minutes, sir. Another 2 minutes.
So this high-resolution, satellite imagery that informs, it is an informed decision that earlier there was no as such, there was no encroachment, there was nothing, but something has come up. So immediately this detection is there. Design and deployment of a role-based mobile application, this is there. So it's already there, it is already developed. Further, it can be updated, further it can be shared, further it can be part of, interoperable. Why can't it be only with a particular state? This can spread around, and further more additions and amendments could be done. Next one, please. This is solution framework. Again, this is a case study. How do this feature extraction takes place? That is important. And the kind of change analysis, alerts, making use of AI and ML, and two algorithms, deep learning algorithms have been used. One is this UNet, and this UNet has been primarily, because this is a U-shaped any structure, and this deep learning algorithm will find out if at all there is any kind of structure which is coming up. And similarly, there is this Semlora. This deep learning algorithm is used in order to find out whether there is any kind of encroachment. This is very important, because earlier what was happening, this thing was being used for healthcare applications. Whether there is any, there is any cyst, there is any undesirable structure developing in some organ. So for healthcare it was being used. But now it has been used for also detecting encroachment of property, of government property. Similarly, the Semlora. So there can be n number of, and indigenously also, we can develop all these models. Why this is important? Because we need to have more and more data sets, more and more pictures. Earlier, a person used to have only two photographs, either of his convocation ceremony or of his wedding ceremony. So 2 photographs. Now we are having multitudes of photographs, billions of photographs, millions of, so system could be trained accordingly. This is 23's, this land parcel is there, picture, and this is 24. So we can find out, the system can find out what kind of change is there, and this is through enabling AI/ML model. Next one, please. There are 2, 3 more these cases. These are solution framework, and 2 scientists who are sitting here, Dr. Gajendra Singh and Dr. Shashank Lingwal. In fact, they deserve a round of applause because they are the ones who have, these two scientists, they have worked day and night to develop this. Now this asset is, every property is having an ID. First time it has so happened. Every property, we know for certain this is unique to any property. So it has been then. And alert raising and change detection report is there. So this is, and that is verification at ground level. So that person is going there from department and also getting a glimpse of whatever is happening. So this is on ground validation of alerts while mobile app and prompt action. Next one. This is on ground impact. That is Uttarakhand. The upper side is all those Himalayan, those high peaks, higher Himalayas, those are not good, and rest of it you can look up to. So more than 66,000 assets have been mapped, 60 plus departments are involved, so capacity got to be built. It is not going to happen, and it's a very serious challenge, my fellow scientists every time they tell me, because they got to be told every time around. Many times it so happens that you go to a particular property, you find out it is not exactly that property for which we have issued an alert. So that those challenges are there, but the system is trying and evolving itself and rectifying. Similarly, 52,000 plus, these have been, those polygons are there with us, and 188 assets have been generated already. And as a result of which, this interactive dashboard of all stakeholders and this decision support system, it is already there in place. Next one. This is working of the model, how this deep learning model works and how does it train itself every time around. So it is there. And but very interestingly, this rastered this imagery, and this is giving excellent result every time around because it is evolving. More and more results, more and more data sets, and every time around this is going to be more intelligent, and therefore the kind of precisionness, the kind of exactness will be more. Next one. This is this mobile application. This is this web application. This is role-based access, and already 26 distinct base map we have. 4 types of dashboards have been developed. DSS system, MIS report, these things this system generates. 10 plus those tools are there for change frame, swipe, overlay. So query builder is there. So more and more this AI's integration is there. And this mobile application is, all these features are there, role based to this and geo fencing enabled, all those features are there. Next one. These are typical case studies. You can look up to this, you can see this December 23, this thing was there. June 24, we could see there was certain, those alerts were issued, we knew those encroachments were there. So alerts were raised, field verification was there, and we could see those buildings came up. So with high resolution, we could do that with this third eye. So accurately detects unauthorized and land use changes, prompt action prevented encroachment, and because the land is very, very costly, because it is paucity of land and minimizing with every, with every passing day. So therefore, it is there. And while you go to your Lal Bahadur Shastri, Labasna, you will see the kind of land parcel which are squeezing very, very fast, shrinking. So therefore, we need to have such detecting and monitoring mechanism. Faster and more, this traditional manual methods were there. Quickly, 2 more. This was 23s, was there, and this was 24s, and field verification was there. This was some tiles, Ganpati tiles, which was this? This was Ganpati tiles. So later we could see that it was owned by him. So erroneously it was detected, because ultimately garbage in, garbage out. So if the database was not correct with us, so this is going to give us this erroneous result. So we also got it rectified. It does mean that this database also gets updated. Whatever land bank we have, this is going to be updated. Next one. This is again, this one 2023, 2024 it was, field verification was there. So there are plenty of such verification, those were done, and system was system not only enabled us to check this encroachment, but at the same time monitoring was possible. Next, possibly last one. This is a very, I mean, you must be knowing about it, this Haldwani case, where this Banfulpura and High Court in fact directed us to come up with this imagery. 2017 it was like this, and 2023 this entire demography, the geographic demography got changed. So it was reported, and we can see the kind of, you know, this these constructions are there. So in a way, not only this is from the point of view of seeing that the continuous monitoring, but at the same time also resolving all these disputes. Next one, possibly last one. And also with regard to, this is Rishikesh Karnaprayag railway line, which is coming up very, very ambitious. You could reach out till the Karnaprayag. So this rail network is there, but we don't know what kind of land parcels are available with various line departments. They have no idea. So now we have started checking up with those ones. So we know for certain when rail line is there, then we can develop also other developmental, you know, those assets on those government land. So government can be richer in terms of not only land bank, but also those other resources that could be built on them. So this available land parcel, so it has been there. Next one, please. This one, potential use of inputs, various, how it was earlier, and what kind of land parcels have been there, the kind of change detection that we can do, especially in hilly areas, because hilly areas are extremely...
Kindly conclude.
Yes. And the last one, these one and these one, and we have been requesting, in fact, ISRO, about 10 days back, we had this regional meet, especially of mountain states. So we have been requesting ISRO also, you know, to come up with those satellite or constellation of satellites, especially for hill regions. Why? Because then we will not be depending on those satellite imagery either from, you know, all those agencies. If we could have it, so this can be something great. And also with regard to AI, ML and deep learning algorithms, we could do that in order to address all of this. Thank you, and thank you very much. It has been a privilege being with you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for keeping so many people engaged, even at 5:30. Friends, I always believe that love your problem, don't love your solution. If you have problem in mind, your solution may not be very appropriate. You can find out many more solutions. Now one more area of solution has been added, the space technology, where India is doing wonderful work. We just had Subhranshu Shukla, who has landed on the ground, visiting the space, and many more strides are happening in space sector. In fact, our minister is honorable, our minister is also in charge of Department of Space as minister. Many more things can be done. I'm sorry that we could not give you enough time, otherwise people could have got a real glimpse where they can use this space technology in delivering public services. But one thing also I will also suggest as an advisement, don't get enamored by data. More data does not make you wiser unless you can make data into information. And even information can be a galore of information if you cannot make it knowledge. And even knowledge is not good enough. All of us know that gutka masala nahi khana chahiye, but that knowledge is not good enough unless you convert into wisdom. Somebody told me how data can be misused. Suppose आपके पास सारे कुत्तों की लिस्ट है जो काटते हैं जो नहीं काटते हैं. No amount of AI can tell you which kutta will bite you tomorrow. I'm not saying against technology. I am also MA in political science. थोड़ा science हमारे पास भी है. But I do believe that don't get by the data only, go by wisdom also. And I'm sure that you have all the wisdom that is needed to deliver public services to the people of India. Be the people, deserve the best, and we are speaking to the people who have been selected with the best method possible, and they are also doing their best. अंत में मैं यही कहूँगा, खुली छतों के दिए कब के बुझ गए होते, खुली छतों के दिए कब के बुझ गए होते, कोई तो है जो हवाओं एक रुख बदलता है. And you are changing the direction of air also in protecting the interest of weaker section, reaching the unreached, banking the unbanked, and helping the unhelped. You are doing wonderful work, and grievance redressal is on the top of the chart. Because अगर आप सुन नहीं सकते तो समझ भी नहीं सकते हैं. That's why we say first understand before being understood. And the lesson of good governance is that you understand the problem of the people. Half the problem will be going, and rest half you are capable of solving. Don't allow a grievance to become a grievance. Every dissatisfaction against the state is not a grievance. I might be unsatisfied with this hall, why itna bada bana diya? But then if I complain that this hall has this problem, and that complaint is ignored or not looked into it, then it becomes a grievance. And why should we allow anything, any dissatisfaction to go up to the level of complaint? Why not solve at the complaint level so that does not become a grievance? And once it becomes a grievance, you need such a elaborate system, what Sanjukta was telling, 1500 category plus exam, 1500 categories which are possible in UP. In Orissa, there might be 1600 categories. Everywhere the category of grievance is moving, only it is value of time. And Odiyar kaheva gale mu kahive, sukha fere, dukha fere, kitte baata jai, khali eka fere nahi, samayra nahi. It is the time that matters, ladies and gentlemen. Take timely action, you will solve all the problem. If you don't take action in time, you create more problem than you solve. And that is the lesson that good governance practice gives us. And all my colleagues who have presented from early morning till now, they have given the same message that yes, I can, and be shall. This is not age of leadership, this is the age of teamship. Develop your team, you will succeed anywhere. Wish you good luck for the day.
Thank you so much, Chairperson and speakers. May I request esteemed Director Rohit Anand to please join us on stage and present token of gratitude to the panelists and the Chairperson. And we would love to have a group photograph of the entire panel with Sri Anand. These are memories that will always remind us that the two-day national conference had been absolutely thought-provoking in every possible way. So from the host team side, we have small tokens of love, silver filigree, Konark Chakra, that says that it's our time to rise and shine and grow beyond boundaries. And thank you so much, esteemed Chairperson, for adding that tinge of literature and wisdom into the meal of humanity we are making. And thank you, each one of the speakers, for sharing your story, your perspective, your views and success that truly inspires other participants. Maybe the coming years will see better practices of good governance. Cheers to that spirit. Congratulations, and we all have long ways to go. Well, the happy smile says it all. Can we have a louder round of applause for the days of fair? So many back-to-back insightful sessions, and with that, we call it a day. Thank you. Enjoy your tea, coffee, and some snacks before heading home or to your hotels. Enjoy the evening, and we meet here tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you. Namaskar. Jai Hind. Vande Utkal Janani.